Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you here to the Celeste Bartos Forum at the New York Public Library for the first session in Shades of Red and Blue, Uniting a Divided Nation. My name is Simon Longstaff. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre, and on behalf of our partners in presenting this session, I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to do so on behalf of the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Affairs, as well as the BARD Globalisation and International Affairs Program, and Advance, which is a network of other Australians like myself from around the world. It's significant, I think, that we are meeting just after midday on the 1st of April. Some people saw the choice of this date and they thought it was a delicious irony, but in fact it's a somewhat deliberate irony because in most countries around the world, people are aware of the fact that today is April Fool's Day. And the significance of the fool is often underestimated. In literature, we know from plays like King Lear and also from medieval history that the role of the fool was to speak truth to power. Not just to speak truth to the powerful, but to speak truth to power. Power can reside in conventional ideas, it can reside in ways of relating to each other which can close down conversations, it can reside in all sorts of ways which can be the enemy of open, tolerant civil societies. And so when we meet today on this particular day, our opportunity is to do what I think we may be doing for the first time, which is bringing people into the same room together to engage in conversation with passion and commitment, perhaps with disagreement, but with principled disagreement, which is respectful. Because in my country, in Australia, and I think perhaps here too, there are a lot of people who yell at each other from one side or another, but never really come constructively to engage with the issues of such profound importance that we face here in Australia and around the world. So I welcome you to this first session. We've got a marvellous panel who are going to cast their minds back over history and where we are at the moment. It's being chaired by John Podhoretz, who's sitting in the centre. And joining him, please welcome him. We'll do it individually. John Dean and Hendrik Hertzberg. Please welcome them all.
John, your presence here, as I'm sure is true of every hour of every day of your life for other people who are in your presence, conjures up the specter or the memory or the muscle memory in some of us of the experiences 4 decades ago with Watergate. And as we sit here in the 10th week or the beginning of the 11th week of the Trump presidency, obviously one of your themes over the last 70 days has been this question of whether the Trump presidency is an unprecedented event or whether it uncomfortably evokes the period in which you were a major actor. So do you think that we are in uncharted territory, or is the territory all too charted, shall we say?
Well, we're not at Watergate 2.0 yet. I find echoes of what happened in the past. I find tremendous differences in what happened in the past. I find the two presidents are very different personalities. Mr. Nixon was well-schooled in the presidency before he arrived in it. He'd been a vice president, he'd been a member of the Senate and a member of the House. So he's a lawyer, trained, he'd argued before the Supreme Court. So he came into the job understanding it and on the run. His campaign transition was very quick. I find the Trump administration about 180 degrees away from there. They seemed surprised to win. They had a very weak transition period where they didn't get themselves prepared to take over. And the takeover for the first couple of months has been awkward at best. So I find that difference. But we've never had a president, in my knowledge, I'm a student of the office as well, come in with the kind of baggage that Mr. Trump is carrying, that he arrived on the scene with unfolding scandals and a disposition that's very different than what we're used to in the presidency.
Well, so the disposition question, I guess, is where this analogy, this idea that there is an analogy between Donald Trump and Richard Nixon, because of course Nixon's public persona, until we discovered what was on the tapes, what he said in these secret recordings, and then all of the things that you testified to and that we learned from Haldeman and from Ehrlichman after the presidency about his behavior and these late night ranting sessions and orders that were never carried out. And then we have Donald Trump, who is doing some of that in public. That's what's different. Like, no one would ever, Richard Nixon comported himself with a great deal of, personal dignity. He had Oval Office speeches. He was always very cognizant of the grandeur of the office, and of course
John,
that
I'll give you a very small example of how true that was in his respect for the office. I once went to a press conference in the East Room, standing in the back. He had just hired a new PR man to sort of change his image, and one of the things that had been suggested is that he wear, like you're wearing, a blue shirt, because he was told it wouldn't be quite as stark a comparison, and his tend to have a 5 o'clock shadow. And he told this PR man, he said, "Presidents do not wear blue shirts."
So, Rick, so this is a dispositional question. In other words, maybe what we see in Trump, in his public behavior, echoes with a lot of us uncomfortably, but that was Nixon's private behavior that he would never have shown the face of to the public. But Trump obviously not only has no compunction, but seems to revel in doing so.
Well, he can't help himself. The public Trump and the private Trump are differentiated only by a slightly more elevated use of language in the public. He hasn't mentioned pussy yet from the presidential podium. This is unprecedented. There's never been, even Chester A. Arthur was better prepared for the job than Donald Trump. And he seems almost proud of his ignorance. So we have a man of very bad character here who is prone to lying, who is ignorant, who seems to know nothing about how the government works. And so it's a test. It's a test of the institutions that we have, because they're going to be subjected and already being subjected to tremendous strain by this.
Well, we were talking about this just before we got on stage, and so Rick, you're talking about like the institutions of government, the separation of powers, the ability to enforce such things as the Emoluments Clause, the question of at what level the president is or is not subject to law as we understand it in some contexts. But then we have the institutions, so those are, the separation of powers, Congress, the legislative, the judiciary, how they all interact. But I think the campaign, what was revealed in the campaign over a year and a half, and in Trump's ability to get 63.5 million votes and to win 30 states, was that many institutions in the United States have already failed or already in a condition of failure, mediating it. The institutions that would have made it such that a president caught on tape, and that Access Hollywood tape, would have somehow in a previous time come together and forced him out of the campaign. I don't just mean like the Republican Party or this or that, but the Catholic Church.
Not all prior presidents have had Russian bots working for them.
Well, that's, yes.
To take care of the negative impact of a story like that.
Right, but what they also had, or had to keep them playing within the lines, was the fact that if you violated certain kinds of social mores, there would be a kind of institutional, you couldn't do it because the institutions that sort of helped undergird the civil society of the United States would have chewed you up and spit you out. And that did not happen with Donald Trump.
Well, it was never tried before, really, because of his utter shamelessness, which meant that the revelations that came out about the Access Hollywood tape, for example, he blustered his way right through that. And I think the institution, I mean, the media gets a lot of blame here, but it's not really. It's because of the failure of the business models of the traditional media. I think that is the problem that has led to a sort of stovepiping, where people, if you get your news solely from Fox News and talk radio, I think the effect of talk radio has been underestimated, then you don't really know about most of these things. You have a whole different knowledge base than if you read pretty much any standard newspaper or standard news website. But even with all that, I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that his victory in the presidential election was a product of an old institution, namely the Electoral College. He did not. Hillary Clinton got almost 3 million more votes. So it can't be said that this is a choice that was made by the American people.
There was something of a fluke about his election because of the way the forces happened to come together, where things like the Access Hollywood tape got discounted because it was topped by a new scandal or something else breaking so quickly, and no one could absorb it or even react to it in time.
Well, I've heard somebody say, I just can't remember who, that Trump's genius in this case was to place before people a binary choice and say, we're both awful, so we're both awful. And so the question is, who's least awful to you? And that's sort of maybe what he's trying to do right now with the fight between him and the Democrats and the media about Russia and the New York Times is, you don't like me, you shouldn't like them either. You know, it's either it's a wash or, you know, pick your side because everybody's a player, everybody's a partisan, everybody is a liar. I'm a liar, they're a liar, everybody's a liar. So this binary choice thing...
Trash the whole system down.
But that's the secret to his success, right? Was the notion of saying, the system stinks. Everybody was bad. Obama was bad, Bush was bad. Iraq was a disaster, Obamacare's a disaster. Everything that's happened before me is disgraceful, disgusting, and a failure, and everyone's a loser. And I'm the only, and so I'm going to come in and win because look at all these losers before me, and they could only have won and been also successful if the system had broken down.
But how long will that play out at the presidential level?
What do you think?
Well, I guess everybody's wondering if he can last the full 4 years, and if not, how will his exit be brought about? I can't see it happening unless and until the Republicans in Congress decide that it is in their individual political life or death interest to get rid of President Trump and replace him with Vice President Pence.
Well, there's the great difference, right, between Trump and Nixon, if we go back to this, is that Nixon had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate, and he had a Democratic Senate and House investigating him for 2 years, and Trump has ended up not only did he
very,
win,
very different Democratic Party. It was the South
Yes.
Was still highly Democratic. All those people who were Southern Democrats during Nixon today would be members of the Republican Party.
Right.
And he played on that. He made no effort whatsoever during the 72 campaign to try to win Congress because he was happy with where Congress was. The Southern Bloc was strong enough to help him join the Republican Party, often losing some of the progressives in the Republican Party, but to get much of his legislative agenda enacted. He relied on the same protection to prevent him from being impeached.
You know, it's interesting to think about, again, 72 and now, not to belabor this point, but when you go back and read about, you know, the origins of Watergate, which was, of course, this burglary.
That's
right?
the origin of the name.
Right,
So,
but what I mean is that the originating factor that made these investigations possible and that initiated the specific cover-up that opened the Pandora's box of everything else that was going on. You look at it and you think that happened in June 1972. In November of 1972, Nixon won the second largest landslide in American history, right? He won 62% of the vote.
everything but Massachusetts and the District of Columbia.
Right, and you think, why on earth, why would you be so paranoid as to think you needed to break into the, you know, like to listen in on the Democratic National Committee?
There was no White House direction for that stupid act.
Right, but so the whole world of politics then still breathed and lived in that kind of paranoia, but it was all hidden, right? So the whole thing about Trump is that he takes subtext and he makes it text, right? Everything is on the surface. So you have literally no, you know, why doesn't he say, I don't like Putin, we should put sanctions on Putin, even if he's a Putin agent? Like, wouldn't that be the thing to do, would be to like cover your tracks a little bit? That's not his game. He covers no tracks.
Yeah, imagine if the shoe were on the other foot, and if it was Hillary Clinton, President Hillary Clinton, who was being connected, who was being identified as a Russian intelligence asset.
Well, he's working on that.
Yeah, he said it this morning or last night or something. He said something about how, why aren't you investigating her, you know, the oil sale where she gave away, the uranium sale, yeah, where she, why don't you talk about that? Well, how does he know about it?
And
it was talked about.
And the foundation he wants investigated.
Right.
So.
Well, Watergate was not that big a story during the.
It wasn't a
72
story at
campaign.
all.
No, it wasn't until mid-73.
73. In April of 73 is when it becomes a story. Watergate runs approximately 900 days, from the June 17th break-in to the last trial of Haldeman and Ehrlichman and Mitchell for the cover-up where they're convicted in January of 75. So during the initial period, the only newspaper covering it was the Washington Post. And they didn't crack any of the story. What they did is made it an important story in the Beltway. We see right now the media is very confused about how to handle Trump, what to emphasize, what to de-emphasize. We really have two papers in competition this time, though. Both the New York Times and the Washington Post are doing some of the best journalism that's happening.
But see, I would argue when we get to this institutional breakdown, the question of the media's responsibility, that Trump is playing on real emotions, real feelings, and justified ones about how the issues and concerns of a great many people who associate with the more conservative part of the ideological spectrum feel as though they are disrespected, falsely covered, dishonestly covered, impugned by the mainstream media. And so when he says, don't listen to them when they talk about me and Russia, it's just the same old nonsense and the way that they have treated conservative issues all along, that has resonance, though perhaps it shouldn't. And same with all
Are conservatives really embracing his position on Russia?
No, they're not, but I'm saying the question is when he rallies his faithful, if he is, I mean, we know we have polling data, but when he says, don't listen to them, they're lying. Don't trust them, they're lying. There's a lot of historical experience that conservatives have to back that argument up. He's using it, I think, completely opportunistically to say, don't pay attention to things you ought to pay attention to. but it still resonates.
He doesn't sound like any conservative I've ever known for a long time, and I know many of them. And I don't find any real driving ideology or core beliefs in the man. He's had positions on almost all sides of all issues at different times in his life, and slides around even today as president on different issues.
I don't disagree with that at all, but that doesn't mean that that's not his base and that's not whom he's playing to as he attempts to distract and sort of tell people not to pay attention to the things that are in front of them.
What can he deliver to this base, and how long will they stay?
We don't know. I mean, that's part of the test in some odd way that you're saying that we're in the middle of.
Yeah,
we don't know.
I think it goes a lot deeper than the media or any kind of recent current events. I would kind of blame the framers for this. We've got a system of government that was designed in 1789, and it was state-of-the-art political technology. And we still have that same machine, even though there's been a lot of experience with how democratic governments work since then, and a lot of kind of new technology, new electoral technology, new governmental technology. We still have the old one. And we talk about how it's worked well for 225 years or whatever it is, but that overlooks, for example, 1860. The machine that was created, the machine that was created could not solve the main problem of the United States. It was incapable. That had to be solved by what was up till then the bloodiest war in history. And I think if you look at systems around the world that are based on our model, the presidential model, and with a Congress and separation of powers, most of them end up military dictatorships. At some point,
nobody's adopted an electoral college.
Well, that's.
But look,
the Cardinals.
One of the thoughts I have, though, is we're 6 states away, as you know, from another constitutional convention, which is maybe even more terrifying than living with the Constitution we have.
If it were like the first one,
the late philosopher Sidney Hook, who delivered the Jefferson Lecture when he won this an award from the National Endowment for Humanities in the 1980s, made this passionate pitch saying everybody's terror of a constitutional convention is itself a mark of this total lack of trust in our own system, because of course it's built into the system that you can have one. I mean, I'm scared about what people might want to play around with the First Amendment, for example, if you do it, but nonetheless, if you can pull it off, that is part of the system. And I think
they're close.
And I think basically, obviously, the state-of-the-art system has been altered over the course of 225 years through the amendment process. I mean, we now have direct election of senators. That started in 1913. We have the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which change the.
But we still have a machine that requires a president, a Congress, and a Supreme Court, all of them separately chosen, separately elected, to agree. And it's shot through with so many veto points, so many places where well-organized interests can get their piece of the pie, that it designs incoherent public institutions. I mean, Obamacare is not what Obama or me or probably you would like for our country. I mean, I'd like something like France has got or like Canada's got. Works fine, it's understandable. You don't have to spend your life filling out forms and trying to decipher hospital bills. But this has to be jury-rigged so that it pleases enough interests to get it through this enormously difficult process. And that in turn, I think that in turn accounts for at least some of the public cynicism. They see people voted, people have been trying to get essentially socialized medicine since the Wilson administration. They've been, every president elected since Truman, every Democratic president elected since Truman.
Well, Nixon looked at it as well.
Nixon too, and Nixon's got, I wish we had that one. because it's gotten worse since then. Nixon's plan now would look like Bernie Sanders.
May I ask you, Rick, a question?
Of course.
You came in with an administration that really wasn't a Washington-based group.
So Rick worked for the Carter administration as a speechwriter.
And I'm
John worked for the Nixon administration. I worked for the Reagan administration. So you run the gamut here
Yeah,
of,
what a
from
rogues gallery.
1968 to 1988, basically.
But I'm curious, when you came in as a really non-Washington group, did you have the kind of organizational breakdown that we're seeing with this administration? I don't recall that as part of the Carter startup.
No, it sort of felt that way.
Inside
sometimes.
it felt that way.
Inside it kind of felt that way. But basically, it was the machine was still working well. It's true that the White House staff, staff was probably the most inexperienced ever until now. And we were damaged by our ignorance of the way this machine worked, and we had bad
What was
congressional.
what was the learning curve? How long did it take to begin to understand how that machine does work?
About 3.5 years, I guess.
That's what I thought.
I should say that if you go back and read George Stephanopoulos' memoir, All Too Human, which is a very, very good book, if you remember, he was one of the people who was credited with having gotten Bill Clinton elected in 1992. And though Clinton was not, certainly, didn't have people, no one got more votes than he did, but he became president. He was a minority president. He got 43% of the vote to win. And he brought in a very inexperienced staff. And the first 3 to 6 months of that administration were a disaster.
Raised all the wrong issues at the wrong time.
Yeah, there was no issue discipline. Clinton himself had little issue discipline. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know how to work the levers of government, and they made stupid mistakes. And they had a chief of staff who had literally never worked in Washington before and didn't know what to do. It's a very interesting portrait that reminds you quite a lot of what is going on with the Trump administration, except the difference is that it's not Trump, of course, and that it's not that Clinton wanted chaos, it's that he wasn't sure how to be president yet. And of course, Trump breeds this chaos, and there's also this bizarrerie about this administration that there are now, I think, 520 confirmable positions and major offices throughout the cabinet for which there isn't even a nominee yet.
Apparently on some, not even an intention to find somebody for those slots.
Right, so you have an effort to kind of, it's either purposeful or, I don't think it's purposeful, it's just that the chaos is such that they cannot even fill, even in the most corrupt understanding of why you want to be president, which is to give all your friends jobs, they don't even have any, they can't even do that. I mean, it's a very odd thing. That's the easy part. It's there are 10 people everybody in the administration knows for there's some job at labor you never heard of, the Department of Labor, that there are 20 people whose life ambition it is to just be that assistant secretary. And you should be able to pick one out of a hat.
But virtually, those people were all part of the Republican establishment. They were all they were state parties, think tanks. The Republican Party, the people who were the kind of people that you would draw the subcabinet from, were all against Trump.
And,
Many of them were never Trump.
And he's holding it against them for being against him.
That's right.
But yet, you still have to staff a government, or maybe you don't.
What they have done is my understanding is they have minders that are at lower levels. They've put out to watch cabinet officers that are there to make sure that they're not bad-mouthing the president.
It's like in the Soviet system where you had the minister, but then you had the party chief of that
That's
ministry.
exactly what's going on.
boss.
So they don't need all these sub-cabinet officers because they have their minder.
Although in the Soviet system, there was this overarching ideology that at least entropically guided people in a policy direction, whereas in this case, what do you know what the policy is if you're at the Department of Commerce?
It's going to be all executive orders all the time.
Right, but so this is the question about the institutional strength, at least in governmental terms. So there are some signs that the institutions are fighting back, right? issued the executive orders, 2 executive orders on the travel ban. Courts have prevented it. Now, you could have a kind of showdown in which Trump asserting executive supremacy, which is not an irrational doctrine constitutionally, would say, you don't have any right to the law of the National Security Act of 1952 gives me very strong powers, executive powers over the immigration system. Courts have no right to intervene. You're not even using a constitutional framework or a legislative framework to say that what I'm doing is wrong, so I'm just going to ignore you and put the travel ban in place. But he hasn't done that.
Could a 37% approval president dare take on the entirety of the federal judiciary?
Yes,
You think he
I
could?
think so, yeah.
Well, he could. He hasn't, is
He
my
hasn't.
point.
I mean, another one of the peculiarities of our system is the existence of an essentially sovereign court, where it wasn't designed to be this way. But the failure of the Supreme Court, you might say, was forced to do the job that the other branches couldn't do. For example, legal segregation of schools in the United States of America. There was a problem that the Congress and the president could not solve. And this was a problem that was damaging, to say the least, to our side in the Cold War. The court solved that problem by fiat, and the court is a place where we actually have
But
had
the pres-
one. We
the
have had a coup
president-
d'état already.
President Eisenhower enforced it too.
But I mean, that's,
Yeah,
I
thank
think,
God
the
he was
question is, so
president.
you have these separate power structures, and they each are supposed to have their own, their own separate but equal power structure. And though we look at Trump and we think, okay, he's going to test this as it's never before been tested, in the early going, his test has been to issue an executive order, court stays it, and just as was true with Obama and the DREAM Act court order, he hasn't said, I'm ignoring you, because he is not ready. The other thing is, I think, the energy question.
Before you leave executive orders,
Yeah.
I've paused to read a couple of them, and they're very thin.
Yeah.
They are more, we are going to do and we're going to study. For example, I was interested in the one that Nixon tried, which was an executive reorganization. He failed because he knew he needed the Congress, and he couldn't do it by pure executive action. And a lot of time was spent on trying to design an executive order that would get around it. I read Trump's reorganization, and it's really just a press release for a study of how we might do it.
Right. No, the travel ban is the only thing that actually specifically directs his government to do a very specific policy act that involves people right now.
For a very short time, though.
Right, but the cops, the courts, the courts stopped it. So if you haven't been briefed on the system that's going on at this conference, we now are in a position where we can invite actually a couple people to come up on the stage and participate briefly, come in, ask a question, have a seat at the table, and talk if anybody wants to.
But you don't get water.
Yeah. You can, I have a cold, so I will share mine with you, but it's a mistake. But if anyone, we'll go on, but if anyone wants to come up. I still think, though, if you go back and you look at what he's done, how he got the nomination by ignoring and destroying the Republican establishment. And it turned out that all these supposedly powerful institutions like the Republican National Committee and the governors and endorsements by other politicians and all of this, once they were tested by somebody who said, I do not recognize your authority, they were incredibly weak.
But that is not really new. Nixon, for example, ignored the Republican National Committee. He ignored the Republican Party. He didn't put out support for them. He didn't raise money for them.
But that was after he got elected.
No, this is before. This is how he got elected, first in '68 and then again in '72. He put his own organization. He didn't think the Republican National Committee could do anything for him, and he could do it better. That's why he had his so-called, committee to re-elect and did it all himself. at the expense of the party. And the party, he sort of dictated to the party what he wanted and didn't really expect much out of them. So it's not really new what Trump is doing.
Well,
But it's very Nixonian.
And Trump became the nominee by, by the rest of the Republican Party splitting itself into so many bits and pieces that he could win these pluralities state to state and emerge at the end of the process as the last one standing,
Became
even though
known-
he was one that was explicitly disliked by the majority of the
Became
Republican
known
Party.
as wedge issues,
Right, but
which drove them apart.
Right. But I think, again, in terms of this institutional thing, imagine at a different time in the 1980s or something like that, or even use Gary Hart as a counterexample. Gary Hart, dared the media to find out if he was monkeying around and that he was on the yacht, the monkey business with Donna Rice, and this
Monkeying
turned
around.
into a giant, scandal that seems preposterous today just because we've advanced so far beyond anything like that. But had he really sort of like gone into the 1988 election like he was a serious candidate, sort of imagine like the combined force of even just like the voice of the Catholic Church, like we disapprove of archbishops saying adultery is a great sin or something like that, would have an enormous impact in 1988. It was the largest denomination in the United States. 50 million out of 200 million people said they were Catholics, and 25 million of them said they were regular communicants, and that had an enormous impact. Now, if an archbishop were to say Donald Trump is an inappropriate person for president, even though they don't put it that way, would that have made a difference? Are there institutions that can play that kind of role? I think that's what he exposed, is those institutions no longer have the kind of moral veto over our politics that they once did.
I think you have an audience member who wants to go.
Okay, come on up.
I'm an idiot, but I think some stuff.
I'm sure not. Hi.
Hi.
So,
Oh, hi. Am I
just
getting
speak.
picked
Go
up?
ahead. Yeah.
You don't need it, you have a
No,
mic there.
apparently this one isn't working that well.
Not working?
So I have to use this one.
I guess there's this, a swirl of thoughts. I'm not particularly astute. I'm, a person who cares and reacts.
Just like the Trump White House.
Oh, that's
Except-
not fair.
Except for the
I am wearing
cares
red
part.
earrings. But, right, well, certainly, when I'm looking for the overlap of the Venn diagram and where can I identify as a human, certainly I see that. But I'm someone who is certainly, I extrapolate kind of the breakdown of our social interactions, even, what we lose from learning about each other with cell phones and subtle or overt cues, and I become irrationally disturbed by people not abiding by the proper line system at Port Authority. That's, but I do extrapolate that to a lack of concern and awareness beyond a very limited view in some people's lives. Like they just, there's just not a lot of really caring about this stuff. And the trickle down, we, as important and significant as these institutions, what won't kill us will make us stronger. The fear is that it'll kill us.
Are you kind of talking about this sort of tribalization of
Maybe
American
there's
life?
a tribal thing, and that, what's the percentage of non-voters, the percentage of non-registered voters, the percentage of people who just really, whatever.
I will tell you that in the 1980s, when I was a kid, and in the 1990s, one of the things that distinguished the right from the left, because of the way the culture was built, is that people on the right, like me, a lot of people like us, I used to say we're bilingual, whereas liberals were monolingual. That is to say that I knew my own side. I knew the issues of the right. I had read conservative texts. I, understood conservative policy prescriptions. But I also knew Rick's side. Rick was then the editor of the New Republic, and I knew where the left came down on things. I understood the vocabulary that the left used. I read all their works also. And we had a real advantage in some odd ways because we were bilingual, whereas the left was often very provincial, didn't cotton to conservative ideas, was totally astonished by the rise and the success of Ronald Reagan, things like that. Now, because of the rise of these stovepipes, it is entirely possible over the last 20 years to be a conservative who is largely ignorant of the things that liberals are concerned about, just as throughout most of my life it has been easy for liberals to ignore what it is that the people that they don't agree with and don't live around think. And that's a big change because it meant, in terms of
Would you
ideological struggle between the sides, that there was an advantage that the right had that it no longer has. And now it's just a war of brute force. You know, who gets
Would
more
you
voted.
describe stovepiping for those who were too young to be familiar with it?
Well, how would you
Well,
describe
it means just living in your own, in a mental world of people who agree with you through the media you consume and the people that you talk to.
Right.
But
So
John,
if
I
you
think
vote-
you had an advantage. You speak really good liberal.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You're
Yeah.
very fluent in that. But you know, you and I are from the same gene pool politically.
Right.
You know, my father was on commentary the first 2 years it was being published.
Right.
But I think that's being lost. I think you guys were kind of like an elite commando corps for the right that could go out there and sneak behind enemy lines and pick people off. But I think we're reaching a point now where most conservatives can't speak liberal
Not at all.
anymore.
Right.
And it's true, most liberals can't speak conservative. And there was a time when they could, but conservatism was different then. You know, LBJ could speak conservative.
Right.
All those Southern Democrats who were secret liberals, they knew how to do it. But now we've separated ourselves into these two blocks that don't touch each other, and we're just looking at each other across a no man's land.
I'm multilingual, because, most recently holding the Goldwater Chair of American Institutions, and I'm not sure Goldwater would be considered a conservative anymore. But I think our guest here makes a really important point, is that a lot of people are confused, uncertain, and I think also, particularly those of us who make a lot of commentary, tend to talk down to Trump supporters. Which I think is a very serious mistake and very troublesome to me, that these people have deep beliefs in this man and that he will accomplish everything he's promised. And it's very hard for them to be told he just doesn't understand the process, he doesn't understand how it's going to work, and he's not likely to deliver as much as he has promised them.
I just think that the world of the really hard-level Trump supporter is much less policy-driven than it is driven by a sense that the country has gotten away from them, that it's no longer their country, that it's either been stolen or, I mean, in other words, like largely Trump says it's been stolen. It's been stolen by those who benefited from NAFTA, by trade deals, by wars in which
Yet
too
he
many
only made
Americans
the
were
most
sacrificed.
minor suggestions for
Right.
NAFTA.
Right, but that's the point, is that it's all a kind of expression of this terrible thing has happened. This is not the country I grew up in. I don't have the expectations that I used to have. Somebody's got to do something. So he said, I'll do something. But, you know, I doubt he's going to do anything, basically.
And voting becomes an expression of emotion rather than which set of policies do you endorse? Partly because people have lost faith in the government to really carry out those policies. But I want to ask, can I ask you something?
You may, and
Where
I
do you
also wanna
get your
defer to
Where do you get your information?
Those two stellar journalistic sources that you mentioned earlier are some of them. I'm a WNYC sustaining supporter, get the New Yorker, but I also work in the world, I'm actually, I'm a fool. I'm a professional fool. One of the things I do is I work in hospitals as a clown.
Wow.
And
That's how nice.
so,
Amazing.
So today is your national holiday.
that's right. In fact, some of my friends who could not come today are out marching en masse in costume. But
And it's been a tough year for clowns.
oh yeah, I'm not the kind of. I can show you a picture. I'm not.
Well, one is president.
Sir, do you
But
want
yeah, this
to
gentleman.
chime in?
Thank you. I just wanted to basically challenge a meme that I think has emerged during the campaign and in subsequent discussion, including this table, because I feel this basically gets in the way of, hinders really honest discussion about what's going on. That meme is that, Trump brilliantly tapped into the frustrations of people who have been lied to by their institutions. And my feeling is that, in fact, the institutions haven't been lying as much as is suggested by this meme, that in fact, a lot of the real frustration out there comes from forces beyond the control of a government, of any particular institutions, globalization, robotics, and things like that, which have taken away jobs and altered the world. And the problem is that people are not told enough about those forces, but because of Fox News, in large part, and other media outlets on the right, they're told that it's all a problem of dysfunction of government. And that's, to me, not an honest appraisal. So it's like, everybody is against government among certain groups, but if you ask them, and this is well known, you ask them, do they like Medicare? Yes. Do they like Social Security? Yes. How many of them know that Medicare is far more efficient, for example, than private health insurance companies? The overhead of Medicare is about 3%. The overhead of private insurance companies, because they spend so much money denying claims, is something like 27 or 30%. That's just a little example.
Okay, but
Okay.
I totally agree with you on the point that there's an effort to say that things that are gigantic civilizational, historical forces like globalization are the result of bad policies, that if you had just done X, Y, and Z and hadn't done the other things, then we would still have factories, in these small towns in Ohio, as opposed to the fact that the United States, as a result of the oddity of World War II, ended up with 60% of the world's industrial production for 20 years, and jobs that were working class jobs suddenly became middle class jobs because we were basically supplying the world's entire industrial needs, or 2/3 of the world's industrial needs. And then as Europe rebuilt and Japan rebuilt, and then as over the course of time, China and India came online as industrial players, the role of the United States was going to shrink inevitably, just because, and of course, in a thing you're not supposed to say anymore, not only, and that's a fantastic thing, there has been an alleviation of poverty over the last 30 years, worldwide poverty of a sort that the world has never seen, with 1 billion people being lifted out of subsistence living into maybe not what we would consider a middle-class life, but at least a life in which you're not, likely, or in which it's possible that your children might die of starvation, right? So this is actually an unalloyed, fantastic thing. Where I would
Sound like a liberal.
not at all. I think this is the result of market forces. So I don't think that's a liberal solution. However, what I would say is that saying that, it was people like Tom Friedman who then took the fact of globalization and started saying, this is great. The world is flat. Everything's going to be wonderful. It's just great for everybody. A lot of conservative thinkers, I don't mean like politicians and stuff, but there are people from the 80s and 90s onward who talked about how community was fraying, communitarian life was fraying in the United States, that we weren't, that the things that bound us to each other and and that kept civilization going were dying because of all sorts of things that should have been going on. And that wasn't just the government is broken. It was the idea that government was starting to take on a role that was harmful because it was playing too much it was taking on the role of parents and churches and that are best done there. And I would also caution you to say that it's not just that Fox News said government is broken. Barack Obama said government was broken. Everybody said government was broken. You could blame Republicans for everything, and Fox News, which only has 3 million viewers out of 330 million people in the United States, has regular daily viewership of 3 million. It's not Fox News's fault that government is. That's also a large historical, impersonal forces thing going on that I think is about the fraying of the institutions and the fact
and
that...
often when you look closely at the analysis of public reaction to institutions, take Congress, which has gotten notoriously at one point single-digit approval. But when you ask those same people how they feel about their own individual members of Congress or members of the Senate, they like them by and large, even if they voted against them. So you have a lot of conflicting views of the way the process works. I find striking ignorance about the way government really works when you talk to people in detail about how things happen in Washington and don't happen.
I just want to respond to what you said about Fox. The reality, in my opinion, is that 3 million daily views doesn't sound like a lot, but it has influence well beyond that. Just like the New York Times was it's about 1 million subscribers officially, or a little more.
Not failing anymore either.
Yeah, it's going up. Yeah, but there's to use maybe a tired expression, but the echo chamber, and so it reverberates. Fox does, so does the liberal outlets in other spheres. So I think when Fox, and my quibble with them, my quarrel with them, is that it's not just honest skepticism of government, it's giving a platform to uninformed claims about government, about Obama personally with the, that he's not a citizen of the US. They give a platform for people to say things like that, and that's not helpful to honest dialogue.
And other threads, and they may overlap with Fox viewership or other, is fundamentalist religious thinking, which to me is kind of a manifest issue. That Trump, in that interview where he was like, Russia, look at us, we're not so great. But that's actually something that when Bill Maher or other people who are opposed, on the political spectrum said that, all the people now, or many of those who are Trump supporters of this crazy oppositeville, that was their anti-position. Now it's the pro-position, and there's a flipping and a disregard, and I would say, for me, the use of the word conservative is erroneous. It's reactionary, and that, Nixon brought in the EPA, right?
He did.
No, but you're absolutely
China.
right in that. But that's a conversion. That's this bizarre conversion of so much of what's going on into a cult of personality, in which somehow that which is said by somebody that you decide you like is excused, whereas anything that's said by somebody that you don't like, anything negative that is said about somebody you don't like, you accept immediately, right? That's a species of, that's human nature. I don't really think that's
I think the infection from that is significant.
I think the evangelicals were the group in this country that approached this last election with most hard-headedly. 81% of them went for Trump, even though Trump is the very definition.
It's very interesting that Roe v. Wade came down during the Nixon presidency in January of '73. There was almost no reaction in the Nixon White House to that decision. The only person that reacted was Pat Buchanan. who was a good Catholic, and he saw it from that view, not necessarily from his right view. But if you watch what comes out of Roe, the way it spreads out, and it gives birth to the religious right, and it gives birth also to the no compromise, because these were now religious issues, and they couldn't be compromised. This was the work of the devil if it were on the wrong side.
Well, no, but
and it grows
I
from
agree.
there.
But in terms of that, when you talk about the hard-headedness, which I think is absolutely right, so what was it? Why did they look at Trump and say him and not her? What you know, it's
One
adulterer.
reason, right?
What?
The Supreme Court.
Well, I think the Supreme Court, and then there's also the fact that during the Obama presidency, there was, in the administrative state that Steve Bannon hates so much, there were regulations written to compel people of traditionalist religious belief to conform with modern morality in a way. This case about the Little Sisters of the Poor and the Hobby Lobby, if you don't know the details, we don't have time, we're almost done. But I mean, this was where people said, well, you know, soon they're gonna tell me that I have to believe what they believe, and I don't want to do that. And there's, just like Roe created a subculture that mainstream people did not know existed. They did not know it happened, and it crossed ideological lines. Most evangelicals in the 1970s were Democrats, like Jimmy Carter and his sister, who was an evangelical preacher. Astonishingly enough, they were Democrats, and so Republicans and Democrats joined in this new movement that knocked everybody on their sides because they didn't see it coming, just as in some way Trump's ability to combine anti-trade with this sense that the country is being taken away and all sorts of racist dog whistling and all that too, knocked a lot of people for a loop. We all thought, those of us on the right thought, wow, 26 is going to be fascinating. We have this fantastic field of interesting candidates. You know, this son of a bartender and a maid from Florida, and this, you know, very hard right guy but smart from Texas, and the governor of Wisconsin, the governor of Ohio, the governor of Louisiana, the governor of New Jersey. These guys who had all won remarkable electoral victories, some of them in Democratic states, and what a fantastic field of stars. And then this guy comes down the escalator and knocks them all over like bowling pins, right? So, I mean, it's just, because it turns out that, you know, things go on or bubbling on in the reading that people who are reading around saying, that was really a good piece, Rick. That piece that your piece was really good too. And then there's like, you know, then the country is like, what are you guys talking about? Like, we haven't gotten a raise in 15 years.
He was better theater than the others.
We've
But he
gotten a
also said
reality show.
everything stinks. And it turned out that the message that everything stinks was a lot, and we're all going, that's not so bad, 2% growth, you know. And they're all going, what are you talking about? Like, my cousin just died of an opiate overdose. You know, I don't think everything's so good. You know, what did Hillary do? Hillary ran, she won Trump gave this incredibly dark convention speech, and then Hillary and Obama and everybody, suddenly it's like, America's great, everything is wonderful.
Hillary did win the popular vote, though.
She did, and by the way, I think she won the popular vote, but it was very, the whole thing is,
It was about
Three
the fourth.
million
it was about
votes
the
is
fourth
what-
closest in recent history.
Yeah.
And the House and the Senate, the Republican House and the Republican Senate, are the product of more people actually voting for Democratic candidates than Republican candidates. So in the House, for example, in a 50-50 election, Republicans get an 11-seat majority. So I hate to keep coming back to the structural stuff, but if we just imagine what the public conversation would be if Hillary had eked out an electoral vote win.
I sense that Trump was planning on that and making it hell for her.
right.
Yes.
The only other thing that I would say.
People would be in a horrible mood,
Right.
and everyone would be unhappy. But
One
people would
interesting
also,
thing, though-
the Republicans would
Right.
also be, you'd be saying, well, this has cauterized that wound. We're not going to, it turns out that you can't win the presidency with a racist sexual predator.
I don't think, in fact, I was certainly planning before the election happened on the next 4 years being a garbage show of dissension and the Republican Party splitting anyway, so I'm not sure.
And he
Yeah.
could have been who he continues to be, and probably would have preferred that
Right.
because he could have run his life like a business without the accountability of the institutions that were examining if they are being tested, going to be
Right.
well
Well,
tested.
it's clear he didn't want the job, right? Nixon, to go back to Nixon. No, but if you read Kissinger's White House years, January 20th, they get into the White House. There's a war between China and the Soviet Union. Stuff is going on in India. They hit the ground running. They knew this is all Nixon cared about was foreign policy and Kissinger, and they were.
His line to his domestic policy people were, "Don't get me in trouble and do what you want to do."
Right.
And
Because
gave
he
him a lot
wanted
of-
to be
Nixon,
he wanted
right.
to be president. He had a sense that he could manage
He
the
wanted to
world's
make
foreign
peace. He
policy
wanted to be the
better.
peacemaker.
And he didn't like campaigning. He didn't
Right.
like running for president. He wanted to be president.
Right.
It's exactly the opposite with
opposite.
Trump.
Right.
And as president, he's just
can't
continuing to campaign, and his favorite subject is, I won, I won, I won.
Here comes the hook.
Sorry, folks.
Let's start a war with Australia.
Yeah. We're not going to have a war with Australia, thanks. Look, that was absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately, it has to stop because it could go on and on, I think, in terms of the depth of things. We're going to break now for half an hour. The next session is about the problem of strangers. Do we look after our own here first, or are there obligations to people further away, non-citizens, people in other countries? We'll unpack that with an extraordinarily diverse panel. But before we do, I should mention that there are books for sale just over there by John Dean and Hendrik Hertzberg. And I don't know, gentlemen, are you prepared to sign some if people buy them? They may or may not, I'm not sure. But before we wind this up for half an hour, and please stay if you'd like to have more of this kind of conversation, would you please join with me in thanking our wonderful panel, John Dean, Hendrik Hertzberg, and our fantastic chair, John Podhoretz. Thanks very much. Thank you, John.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's sort of like you can't tell anyone, you're like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
I don't know if I've got a real one single principle. I'm always trying to find out what they should be, I guess.
I'd like to think an ethical principle I live by is to show compassion and to try not to do any harm.
I value hard work.
Loyalty.
Honesty.
Be very honest.
Equality.
Freedom of all people.
Trying to treat everybody with the same level of respect.
Like, I don't want to cause anyone else an injustice or harm. Staying true and real to myself and being a real, honest person.
I always think that if I tell the truth, I can sleep at night.
Sometimes it gets me into serious trouble, but
Trying to be as honest with my word as possible.
My word is gold.
Not just talking about it, it means doing it so that other people can see that you're true to your word.
Integrity really matters to me.
If I'm reliable, then I'm trustworthy, then I'm respecting that person.
Without loyalty, there's no trust in anyone.
Respect someone the same way you like to be respected, so treat people the same way you want to be treated.
To be fair to people and to treat people the way I like to be treated.
Trying to be more empathetic.
I'm trying to treat everybody fairly.
My father drilled it into my head, you know.
How you're raised has a lot to do with your values and your morals and things. So if Dad was telling me as a kid to work harder, I guess, you know, yes, Dad, I'll get right on that. So
empathy's been drilled into me as a core fundamental right of being a good human being.
For me, I was born out of wedlock in Ireland.
So I was brought up to believe that what happened in South Africa was wrong.
I wasn't allowed in the church when my mother got married when I was 6 months old.
When my eldest daughter was 2.
And most women in my mother's situation would have been sent to a convent and their children taken away from them out of shame.
And she woke up one morning and said, to our African maid, breakfast.
But my grandfather didn't agree with any of that, and he literally didn't go back to church after that.
My husband and I said, that's it. If a 2-year-old already has got the belief.
So he paved the way for my beliefs about doing the right thing.
And that basically was why we left South Africa.
I think everyone deserves respect no matter what background, colour.
Cultures, religions, beliefs.
And I always thought, what if that had been me?
have you ever been on the other side?
It makes me kind of angry.
That feeling
when you hear other people do it, you think, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Now, of course, we all have self-interest.
The first instinct is for me to do what benefits me.
So it tests me to that point, that barrier, that line that you either cross it or you hold back.
It gets hard when frustrated or angry or tired, all those sort of normal emotions.
So I think a lot of my life is navigating what's right for the other person and not just me.
Because after all, we're part of a society we've all, where we share.
Went through a really stressful situation in Sri Lanka where the tsunami happened in 2004. And we were on the beach and had to run away from it. And the openness of people, the way that they welcomed us into their homes and looked after us, the way that the community banded together to help after the tsunami. It was, you can hear in my voice, I'm quite emotional still about it. It was quite an intense experience, yeah.
I walk through life more consciously.
Changed the way that I believed and acted and thought in a big way.
Trying to understand things better.
Understand how other people interpret things.
But it's taking that moment to sit back and think and
try to use my brain a bit more, maybe. Think about what I'm saying and how it will affect other people.
It means that I end up living a better life myself.
That's the reward.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's sort of like you can't tell anyone, you're like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
Simon, okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Welcome to the Celeste Bartos Room here at the New York Public Library. My name is Simon Longstaff, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre, who, along with the Carnegie Council on Ethics in International Affairs and the BARD Globalisation and International Affairs Program, welcome you this afternoon for this session. We've just had an incredibly interesting conversation just before about the state of the nation, and we're now moving into, again, some, I think, very challenging territory which our Chair, Chadwick Moore, will be taking you through. But before we do that, just let me mention something which I started with today about maybe the choice of the date. Today being April 1st, of course, when we announced this, there were a few chuckles. You know, April Fool's Day, why would you do it? But in fact, April Fool's Day is a perfect day for a conversation of this kind because, as you will know, the role of the fool that we see in plays like King Lear and throughout medieval history was to speak truth to power. And it's not just about speaking truth to the powerful, but to the power that can reside in conventional ideas and assumptions, all of which we want to challenge today in an open and respectful way. Now, I'm going to introduce the panel in a second, but I'm going to explain to you one thing about our process, because you'll notice here that there are 2 empty chairs. And these chairs belong to you in the audience, at least temporarily belong to you, because this process actually invites you to join the table at some point if you want to ask a question or make a comment, but not in a permanent seat which they hold, but at a point when our chair invites you, you might want to come up and join the conversation. And it's a chance in a very democratic way to be part of what's being discussed in this particular session. All I'd ask of you is that you be mindful of the fact that there are other people who would also like that chance. So when you've had your say, asked your question, don't hang around, and it's easy to do so. You can get drawn in, but if you could just go, or if you don't, someone will tap you on the shoulder and you should give way to allow someone else in the audience the same opportunity. Now, I'm not going to go through a whole lot of biographies. You know a bit about them from the program. You can read more about them. But I'd like to introduce and then have you welcome the panel as a whole when I mention them all. So I'm just going to move around in the order in which they're sitting. Jamil Daqwa, Sana Mustafa, Chadwick Moore, who will be chairing the session, Yael Eisenstadt, and Oz Sultan. I had to have somebody from Australia, of course, with a name like Oz. He was a natural winner. Would you please join with me in welcoming them for this session, The Problem of Strangers.
Okay, great. Thank you, Simon, and of course, thanks to the Ethics Center for putting on this very important discussion that we're going to have today on one of the most polarizing and important issues in politics in America today, and that is immigration. So the title of this session is called The Problem of Strangers, which is quite an evocative title. And Yael and I were speaking on the phone this week, and she pointed out that it's quite interesting that everyone on this panel is sort of a stranger in one way or another to their respective communities. So Jamil is a Palestinian Israeli who had immigrated to the United States. Sana is, of course, a refugee from Syria who's now living here. Yael is a strong progressive formerly working in the notoriously communist institutions such as ExxonMobil and the CIA. And Oz is a Muslim who has worked with the Trump campaign. Myself, I am a gay conservative, constitutional conservative. So I am both a sort of stepchild on the right, although an appreciated and loved one, and an absolute pariah in the gay community. So I want to start off today and talk about, let's start off with first domestic illegal immigration. And there's something about, we don't know for sure, but we estimate around 11 million undocumented workers in this country. Now, most of us here are New Yorkers. Undocumented workers are our friends, they're our neighbors. As someone who spent my 20s working in restaurants and bars and in factories, and I was a cleaning lady in college, they were also my coworkers. So nobody in this country, there are very few people in this country who are anti-immigration. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't acknowledge the richness that immigrants bring to our culture, the innovation to our economy. But what we're talking about here is very different. And the things we'd like to address with illegal immigration, we're talking from the southern border, mostly Mexico and Latin America, is how this affects our workers, how this affects wages, how this affects the labor market. Who is the most negatively affected by this, and who benefits from this? So let's start with the news. We have this week, Jeff Sessions, Attorney General, made an announcement on Monday saying that sanctuary cities, and New York is a sanctuary city, will lose millions of dollars in federal money from the Department of Justice, saying because of, quote, cities and states that refuse to help enforce immigration laws, our nation is less safe, failure to deport aliens who commit criminal offenses put whole communities at risk. Also this week here in New York, we had the first ever meeting, a conference for politicians and advocates from sanctuary cities who came together to discuss ways to protect illegal immigrants in their communities from deportation. Or if you're on the right, they came together to strategize on how to subvert federal law. Now, a speaker at that conference said that enforcing immigration laws in the way that the DOJ is hoping to is tantamount to ethnic cleansing. So let's start there. Is this racist? Now, Oz, you worked on the Trump campaign.
That's correct.
Trump is, some would say, won on this issue, that this was a hotbed issue. So let's start with you. Is this racist? What's going on?
Well, it's not necessarily an issue of racism. I think this is an issue of what exactly are you going to do to augment that questionable labor supply, right? So we have this whole gray area of labor right now in America. You talked about cleaning ladies, you talked about a lot of these other things. I live in Harlem. And one of the challenges that we have is there are there are people who have come here for a better way of life, for a legal pathway to citizenship, who had looked at that. But then there's other folks, like we have an issue in East Harlem where, I call it baby handoff, where someone will fly with a baby who's got a US passport down to Mexico, hand off, someone else brings the baby back, and then what you have is another illegal worker coming into the country. Now, these folks are just looking for a cash uplift, right? So there has to be some sort of balance in between the two. Secondarily, in terms of the sanctuary cities problem, we've got a percentage of illegal immigrants that are tied to gangs like MS-13 or Trece, that have committed heinous acts against American citizens, rape of children, murder of teenagers, domestic assaults, violent crime, robbery. So there has to be some sort of check and balance process to this. And I think the way that the Trump administration is looking to engage this is, a little bit kind of the way that they have started to engage at first, which is a little wonky, a little cumbersome. But I think the policy will find its way through.
And crime is what Sessions mentioned, and this is something that keeps coming up with this issue. Who would like to respond to that?
Well, I'm happy to. Well, first of all, I think the issue is really about what this country is about. I mean, I think the framing, as you started with, there's no one against immigration. It's not about rejecting immigration as a concept. But the question is, the question is whether this country is truthful to its founding, to the way that this country started. And over the years, I think the United States has never been perfect in welcoming immigrants and refugees. We've had darkest time where, ships been turned around, not accepting people during World War II, for example, Jewish refugees. I think people in the crowd know those stories. The Chinese Exclusion Act in the turn of the 20th century. There's a hard, dark days, but overall, this was a country that was built on immigrants and migration, and was open to people who were facing persecution, who were looking for safe haven, and also for opportunities. Now, I think the way that it's being addressed, particularly during the political campaign, and I'm not, siding with one side or another, I really think that I was, as an observer, particularly as someone who has not voted yet, because I'm still a green card holder. Hopefully, it will be a citizen in the coming year. Hopefully, nothing changes with regard to what I say that will impact my eligibility to become a citizen. But what is interesting is that it was more about fear-mongering. It is about driven by those people who are coming to take our jobs, or those people who are refugees who are, and if you look at the facts, and I think really that is the challenge today, is to stick to the facts. The facts are, and now as we're told by even the national security experts, is that banning people from those 6 now, or 7 or 6 countries now, have no basis with regard to making this country more secure. In terms of jobs, in terms of safety, if you go to El Paso, I was in El Paso, Texas twice. First time in 2006, a few years after I immigrated to this country, and I was doing human rights work there. El Paso, Texas, which is right on the US-Mexico border, is the safest community in this country, and it's right on the border. And if you are thinking that by making the border more enforcement around the border, more militarized, picking up people from the courthouse, like the domestic, the victim of domestic violence, who was picked up, who was an immigrant, was picked up from a courthouse in El Paso and by ICE agents and taken to custody. If you think that it will make things better, I think it will be wrong. I think we have to really be clear about how to approach this issue without making people more polarized. And I think this approach of saying ICE agents will go and turn 12 million people, undocumented people, into eligible to deportation, I think it's just going to make things, this country, much worse off, because it's not just about the labor force or the money, it's about how people feel in this country, how they relate to each other. And I think on that fundamental basis, as you started, we all know the people. They are their neighbors, our friends, our community. They are all part of this nation. And particularly, look at the DACA, the Dreamers. But how can you think about taking out people who were born here or were brought here when they were very young and say now, we're going to deport all of them?
But the crime issue, the crime thing is interesting because this is something that the right toes out every time. We just had in Maryland, there was a case of a 18-year-old illegal immigrant raping a young girl. And I always sort of look at this as it's the same way that pro-abortion advocates bring out rape and incest. It's sort of the small exception to validate the larger rule, where there's going to be criminals in any population. We do know the vast majority of people who come here illegally are peaceful workers, but I think that the argument on the right would be more effective if they have focused on economy and the jobs, and I wonder why they don't. Does anyone have any ideas on that?
Well, I'm going to pick up on two of the points you made. I realize that my perspective is a bit more of an international one, having worked mostly overseas and mostly on national security issues. But two of the main points there that I really appreciate is this idea, first and foremost, of what is behind some of the rhetoric that we're hearing, and why, especially with the ban from these particular countries. Again, as a progressive, I will self-identify as one of the liberals on this panel. But there's my ideology, and my ideology is what this country was founded on, the idea that we should be accepting. I mean, we were founded as a country of refugees and immigrants, and that's where my ideology is. But my pragmatic side says I want to base everything in fact. When you have a policy that every major national, not every, but the vast majority of major national security leaders over the past 2 decades chimed in about every reason why banning people from these particular countries is actually not going to help our national security, it's actually going to harm it, then you have to ask, well, then why are you actually, what is the basis behind what you are doing? And I want to just give one other example there. Listen, the balance between security and humanitarian efforts and between privacy and security, all of these things are always going to be excessively complicated. But the example, for example, of the laptop ban that just happened, as soon as I heard that one, I knew, based on my past work experience, that is so targeted and so focused, I have to assume that was based on intelligence that was actually collected and found, on an analysis of the fact that that's an actual threat to us, and how do we mitigate that?
Can you explain what that is briefly, the laptop ban?
Just the ban on bringing laptop computers on the airplanes from particular countries.
Could I add to that?
So to bring that back to the point of, I see something like that and I think, okay, that's going to make a lot of people angry. But at the end of the day, that is something that there's no doubt in my mind that was based on actual intelligence that actually said there is a threat. There are people who are creating bombs that they know how to put in laptops. That is totally separate from when you have a president say, with no actual reasoning or backing to it, I'm banning all immigrants from these particular countries because they're exporters of terrorism, despite every national security leader from the past giving a litany of reasons why that will actually harm us more than then help us, that's when I say that's where your ideology and your fear-mongering and your rhetoric took over instead of actual policy based on what is actually helpful for this country.
But most people don't know Obama banned all immigrants from Iraq, all travel from Iraq in 2011 for 6 months.
Okay, so what happened there, though, it's a different situation. I'm glad you brought that one up. So that, again, was in a response to an actual incident. You had two gentlemen in Bowling Green from Iraq who there was this, they were found potentially sending money back to Al-Qaeda. So they were potentially Al-Qaeda supporters. So he looked at a very specific threat and said, we are going to put a pause on new refugees from Iraq until we sort this out, which, by the way, actually refugees did continue to come in during that time. But again, that's my point. That was something that was done in response to something very specific. Whether I agree or disagree with that policy, at least there was a reasoning behind it, as opposed to, I don't like these 7 countries, I'm just putting an all-out ban without actually explaining what my intelligence behind it was. So it's not the same situation.
Oz, did you want to jump in? You seem...
Yeah, so I mean, I look at it and it's, you know, I have my own personal issues with the ban because it spoke to green card holders and folks who've already been vetted, right? So that was problematic. But on the opposite side of this, you know, we've got varying protocols of how we look at people. We've got protocols that haven't really been updated since the 60s. You've got 6 of those countries that don't have functioning governments right now. You've also got the fact that I can go overseas and buy a Syrian passport for 2,000 euros and pretend I'm an asylum seeker. And then you top that off with the Joint Terrorism Task Force looking at stuff that's going on in the middle of the United States and running into you know, ISIS recruiters who are trying to build cells. And the problem, I think, is part and parcel of the evaluation process was they want to look at how we can potentially stop this. A lot of that goes back to we need to be sharing better information across different aspects of the security apparatus that has to tie into the police apparatus, right? But I also think it was basically a 4-month embargo, right? After which they were going to go and reevaluate it. They were going to look at additional refugee counts being allowed into the country. And the Trump perspective, even from the campaign, even when I was working there, has been how do we make Syria safe for Syrians in Syria? How do we build safe zone policies? How do we do things in tandem with the governments around Syria that are now encroached inside of the multitude layer of different conflicts that are going on to figure out a way forward that is not going to necessarily lead to just continual refugee onslaught. And that's where I think they started with this. What was the implementation? The implementation was a little flawed.
Can I just add one point?
Let's get Sana in here to talk about this because this is something that, so as everyone talks about policy and philosophy and motivation and rhetoric, you are someone who's lived this.
Yes.
So what are you thinking when you're hearing this?
Well, when we talk about refugees or immigrants in the United States now, we talk about, our concerns are 2, economy and national security. And these 2 elements have been used a lot in the recent administration to actually mobilize people against immigration and refugees. And so when we talk about national security, when you mention maybe true facts that maybe specific people who come from specific immigration background have committed crimes in the United States while citizens have done the same. So if you want to talk about numbers, this is what the judge in Maryland actually was talking about. He was like, give me reasoning, give me facts that would actually let me say, okay, these orders are legit. So if you want to talk about statistics, so statistically speaking, immigrants have not committed more terrorist attacks more than citizens. And now we suffer in the United States from domestic terrorism. And it's really, it's something for me when they ask me, how do you feel like the Trump administration built their rhetoric? Definitely on fear. And the second thing, unfortunately, people here are not misinformed. And the geographic location of the United States definitely played into this, that you are guys very distant from what's going on overseas. And the same overseas, by the way. You are for them the strangers. You know, and whatever the media mainstream about you, this is what we believe now. And the same for you here. However, I'm here to actually say, no, you know, this is not what's going on overseas. There's some truth to it, but this is not it. When we talk about well, how can we, these specific 7 countries, and when we label it Muslim bans, not even refugee bans, Muslim bans, there's a problem with labeling it Muslim ban, and it's a discriminatory orders. The other point of it, when you say we are not, these people have no functioning governments. So if we, let's say if Syria have a functioning government, and this is a debate that we can argue in, but if the US to let me come here would have asked my own government if I'm secure to be in the US, what my own government would have said? Would have said no, because I protested that same exact government. I was detained for protesting and demonstrating that exact same government. So going to the Assad regime and asking them, well, was Sana a secure, good citizen in Syria? Well, that's how we're gonna vet us. We are fleeing. We are fleeing different reasons, but we are fleeing those exact governments. So this is not a good ideology or a good methodology to actually think of vetting refugees. And I'm not sure if yourself, I mean, you're an immigrant.
No, I was born here.
Yeah, but your parents are immigrants.
They were sponsored by a steel company.
Yeah,
and
so
that was my point previously, that there should be a test for immigration.
Yes, do you know the security screening process to a refugee to come to the United States of America?
I'm very familiar with it.
Do you know it takes the average, 18 to 22 months, every single person tracing your ancestors to come to the United States of America? Do you know that my 16-year-old sister in Turkey, who have been trying to come to the United States to be with me and my mom, has been actually interviewed several times on the resettlement process for 9 hours, 15 and 16 years old, 9 hours every single time. What are you trying to find? I don't know. But anyway, after 3 years and a half of being under the security screening, the extreme vetting process, I know if the administration itself knows how already the process is extreme, and unfortunately, you have not experienced this, but we are vetted a lot. And at the end of the day, just 2 weeks ago, my family, after going through extreme vetting for 3 years and a half, a single mom and my sister were rejected and denied to come to the United States, regardless that their case is built on the same persecution claims. I built my case here and I was vetted and given asylum to stay in the United States. This is a discriminatory order. This is a discriminatory action, and of course I rejected. And I really wish to say this is only my family's case. There's a lot of other cases. One of them, Abu Yahya, who's a man, lives in Istanbul, and he's a Syrian refugee. He has two boys. One of them is 12 and the other is younger. The 12-year-old boy, he was actually very sick, and he had specific disease that there was no medicine for it in Turkey. Abu Yahya has been in this process to be resettled to the United States for over 3 years also, and has been waiting and waiting. The main reason for his seeking to be resettled in the United States is that the medicine is here. Abu Yahya, his son died waiting to be resettled here, died in the hospital waiting to be resettled here. Why? Can you answer me why? And what justification? You explained yesterday that actually maybe the Trump administration, it's a political decision. It's something he campaigned for, he had to do it. And he knew he's gonna be stopped eventually, but he had to do it. But this is political reasoning behind it does not justify what's happening. The US should be and that's what was the US wanted after the end of the Cold War, to be the leaders of the world, to be the role models on democracy and human rights. This is exactly against everything you claim you are about Americans. This is against it. And if we want to talk one last point about the American war and terrorism, well, this is exactly such orders exactly provokes people, extremist groups such as ISIS and others, to actually recruit people. Imagine someone who actually in Syria and have been waiting for 5 years and living under horrible circumstances, because Syria is the most dangerous place on earth now. I have been waiting to come here, and then just easily an order comes out and say, no, you're not coming. This is just you giving him a pathway to go and actually be recruited by extremist groups. You are contributing to the process of actually creating more terrorists. So I really have been trying to find a reasoning and have been trying to find a good points behind any of these orders or the recent administration policies on immigration, and I have not found this. And yourself, quote, quote, you say it when you have the interview with Lives Opportunity magazine, that's actually that hardcore Republicans and Donald Trump their policy on Muslims and immigration demonizes, you said this word, demonizes Muslims and actually helps ISIS. So I just do not understand how could you say that?
Actually, that was an interview from before the election, about a year.
February 2016.
A year ago, where I said that talking about banning Muslims altogether demonizes Muslims and leads to ISIS. So let's be very specific about what you're talking about.
Sultan said Trump and other
secondarily,
headline message that demonize Muslim only fuels ISIS and other extremist groups.
Correct, when that message was put out in 2016. So let's talk about now, okay?
But this
so
is your words.
right now, correct, and you're spinning my words. So let's talk about right now. Right now, what we have is an executive order that is a test. And the problem that we have looked at, not just from a terror perspective, but from a data sharing perspective, is that the systems are broken inside the United States. They wanted a 4-month time period to assess this, okay? That's what they started to look at. I can't change the fact that there is a waiting process, that people die in this process, because that process has been there for years and years and years. That process has been there since the 60s, okay? I can't change that process. But what I can speak to is that there's an intent right now to at least try and fix the data sharing in between different government organizations so that this can start to move forward, so that we can actually have better anti-terror insight, all right? There's always going to be trade-offs if you're talking about national security and the ability to increase the population of a country by immigration. But there's also challenges. Like I said before, my family couldn't come here until my dad was physically sponsored by a steel company, and they put up a bond equivalent to his salary for for my family to come here, okay? Then my father had to send for a wife visa to bring his wife, my mother, over, all right? We went through that process. That process is the same for every immigrant that has come here from our part of the world. What's going on right now is challenging, all right? But the problem I see is just continuing to say, we're going to demonize this and we're going to protest this and not try and figure out how we can engage to make this better.
Can I bring in 2 points on that, though?
Yep.
Because I have seen zero engagement from this administration. I've just seen a crackdown. But as someone who, I was embedded on the Joint Terrorism Task Force here in New York, so I actually have firsthand experience in what this all means. And yes, you are right, the data sharing is not perfect, but it has improved every year since September 11th. Every year it has become better and better. And so the idea that we can just shut down immigration from certain, or refugees or immigrants from certain regions because we are broken is absolutely a falsehood. Our system is never going to be perfect, but it is not like it just stopped and never continued to improve. But another argument I would make is it's interesting to hear this idea we're going to shut down immigration from these countries because it makes our borders safer to do so, but at the same time we're going to, I didn't say you did, but they do. But at the same time, we're going to cut USAID and State Department funding, the very agencies whose responsibility it is to try to make these countries from which refugees are coming both safer and more stable, and everything, and the same agencies who are supposed to support refugee camps in other countries, in Turkey, in borders. We're going to cut that funding. We're going to do less to help secure countries overseas while also not allowing people to come here. There's a real cognitive dissonance there. If the argument is we're making this pause because we need, for national security reasons, there was a letter from how many 3- and 4-star generals signed on to the letter saying cutting USAID funding is absolutely antithetical to protecting our national security. So I can't buy one argument while at the same time we're doing this other thing that is hurting us globally as well.
I'm not saying policy is perfect, okay? And I'm not saying that at all. And the USA decision is a decision that the administration made. But this is also an administration that's looking at everything and saying, listen, we have too much government. They came in with a promise of cutting government, okay? And that's exactly what they're doing. What do you think would have happened if Ross Perot had become president. It would be very similar to what you're looking at right now. You're looking at government cuts, you're looking at changes in policy, you're also looking at the fact that maybe America should be partnering with other countries in terms of global policing and global leadership,
Right,
because it's
which we
really
do,
expensive.
Which we do, but then we're going to absolutely anger those partners that we've worked so hard to have them cooperate with us on counterterrorism issues, including some from the countries that we're saying we don't want anything to do with you right now.
I think that there's a false notion that, there's a cut in government spending. I think, spending on military forces and expanding military defense budget, that should be okay, while other programs that are so essential for people who are here in the United States, that's not essential. That's number one. Number two, I think the idea that the system is not working, and in everything, you can make that argument in every single area. The system is not working, but you have to really back it up in facts and in good analysis and a sound analysis, and we did not see that coming, particularly in the area of so-called extreme vetting, because there's been extreme vetting already. I think you heard very compelling examples of how people, the wait time that they go through, robust, rigorous screening process that they go through. People are stranded in refugee camps waiting for that moment to be able to go through. And the people who ultimately get to the United States, go and check the people who come with, the most vulnerable of the vulnerable refugees. The selection process is so rigid that it's really hard. And besides that, I think the fact that we should all keep in mind is that how many refugees who came to this country as refugees committed acts of terrorism? Can you answer that question? Do you know what the answer is?
I don't have the
data. In the last 20, 30 years?
I don't have the data with me right
zero.
now.
Well, but
it's not zero.
It's act of terrorism in the form.
No, but it's not zero. That's a false narrative.
There is a culture.
Causing serious harm, and that's the kind of thing you cannot make the argument seriously. That all of a sudden now, refugees are becoming the number one threat to the United States.
We never said that either.
There's a culture of the children of refugees, though. It seems to skip a generation. And we see this all over Europe, and we saw this in Orlando. And there's even, you specialize in Somalia. And Minneapolis has the second largest, which is on the travel ban list, has the second largest population of Somalis in the world outside of Somalia. And there's something been like 50 young men who are children of refugees who've been, maybe I'm getting the number wrong, who've been identified as security threats.
So the
and
issue with that,
but the issue with
that is, to me, that's less about letting refugees in this country, and it's more about what do we do once communities are here. Right. It's debatable whether that number is zero or not. It depends on how you define it, right? We did have one Somali in Minnesota who stabbed people. It depends on how you want to define that. But there's no comparison to the amount of white American homegrown extremists who have committed acts that have actually resulted in murders and killings. So, I mean, to me, that is an argument that is, again, just based in fear-mongering and in supporting this case. But, I mean, I'm glad you brought up the Somalia situation.
There's Boston also.
Yeah, but so the Somalia situation, what's so interesting is we're talking about this, and we know that there's this list of countries that were banned, and of course Iraq made the big news because it turned out that some military advisors who had actually helped our own military ended up getting caught up in that. But I mean, the Somalia situation, no one seems to care about that. Thousands of Somalis that are caught up in this. You have 300,000 Somalis languishing in the biggest refugee camp in the world in Kenya. Kenya threatening to shut this refugee camp down. You have Somalis who have spent years being vetted to come join their families here in Minnesota. Yes, we have had some children of refugees who have been radicalized, and we can discuss ad nauseum what we have possibly not done so great in integrating some of these communities. But this Somali community has been cut off. They also can't go back to Somalia to help build because they know they might never be able to come back to the United States afterwards.
But they remain really the minority, the very, very tiny, marginal, small number of immigrants, of sons of immigrant refugees who came to the country. You have to put it in perspective, and that's why when President Trump during the campaign brought all the people who were victims of crime, heinous crime, some of them, people who were murdered by immigrants who were committed crimes. That's true, and that's a grave suffering for the families and that is an issue that should be addressed. But to single out to say these are the same people, so we have to protect our nation and those families from everybody who's out there, sends the message that is demonizing, that is scapegoating immigrants, and turning the people who are watching, who not necessarily are experts on the facts, into, well, I should really care about that. I should be really fearful about the other person who's coming who is immigrant or refugee or whatever. And that, I think, what is making things worse in this country. I think President Trump is turning this country, people against each other. And I think that in of itself
I think people were against each other at the turn of the election. I don't think President Trump had too much to do with that.
Well, I think that if you take the first actions in office, all the executive orders that he placed, whether it's on immigration enforcement, whether it's on the travel ban, the Muslim and refugee ban, whether it's in the other areas that clearly they are not supported by the facts. They're supported by political fear-mongering. Maybe this is, maybe they're responding to political campaign promises, but ultimately he's now going to be responsible for what will happen at this point. And we're seeing that people, and not just people in this country, but nations around the world, are going to resist this kind of, because they see that this is not, we don't think
I
that
just
this...
want to pause for a second. If there's someone in the audience who wants to come up and join the conversation. Do we have someone waiting?
I just wanted to add that first of all, the policy has been not just knocked down in Hawaii, but it's not going to be policy anymore. Okay, so that's tabled. And I will add that is probably the point that they were getting at. There were political promises made, and these political promises are now settled. There's a lot more on the agenda.
Political promises that are unconstitutional cannot really be accepted.
But again, it's not, great, it was the portions that were unconstitutional were ruled unconstitutional.
Well, that will be ruled by the court.
And that's why we have the separation of powers, and that's why America works.
What was the intent? The intent, and I will be very brief, because I know that we want to hear from the audience. The intent of the travel ban was, in the beginning, was and that is what's going to be determining the legal challenges that are pending, which the ACLU has brought most of those challenges, is what has been the intent. The intent has been discriminatory. It violates the Constitution, particularly the Establishment Clause, because it's
already tabled.
I'm going to stop you both. I'm going to stop you both right here, and let's hear from our audience members. So who would like to speak first?
During the Kelly administration, where Ray Kelly was commissioner of the police department, he stopped 16 terrorist attacks, Islamic terrorist attacks in New York that didn't get a lot of publicity, except the one with the New York City train station, where there was an attempt to use sarin gas. So my point is that a lot of these terrorist attacks that were stopped doesn't come to the public attention. And there are also 400 active cases that the FBI is pursuing around the United States of terrorist attacks that don't get the attention. It's only when something happens that this comes to it. So your point was that when you get into the specifics, you would agree that, not bringing a laptop because there was specific intelligence. But the thing is, you don't hear about the other specifics. And I'm trying to present that. Also, I wanted your opinion about Kate's Law, a guy that had come into the United States illegally, time and time again, committed felonies time and time again, was let go in a sanctuary city until he killed somebody. Your response.
So I'm just going to address the first point. The second point, I agree with you. That one is just awful. The first point, you're right. As someone who worked in these agencies my whole life, never was able to talk about the successes. You only know about the failures, of course. But the point is they were successes. That is why we have our law enforcement and our intelligence community. They are doing the job they're supposed to do. But also by making the entire immigration population feel that they can't actually cooperate with the police or the FBI anymore because they are too scared to do so is going to harm our ability to stop these exact attacks that you're talking about. Again, I know that this is excessively complicated. Although obviously I identify as a liberal, I recognize that we can't just say it's either this or it's that. It's extremely complicated, but to make our entire immigrant community too fearful to actually cooperate with the police or cooperate with the FBI is going to harm our ability to stop these kinds of attacks in the future. So I would just, that would be the one point I'd want to bring up on that.
Let's hear from our other audience member, and then we can open it up for a roundtable.
Sure. I had two questions. First up, I want to applaud Sana. I was actually there during the Pan-Arab Spring in Egypt and also in Turkey, so I know what you've been through, and it's a massive ordeal. Two questions. One is mostly for Oz. My question to you is, DJ Patil, who is the chief data scientist for the country, currently you can argue that, data fragmentation is a huge issue, that, collecting data from all different parts of the country. But if you look at Mossad, you can say that they're smaller, they're more agile, but why don't we throw more money at things like technological resources to actually in the big data realm versus putting more money towards the military budget? So,
if I could speak to that, so there's two sides to that. One is, and you've worked with Alphabet Soup, and for those of you who don't know what Alphabet Soup is, this is all of the different organizations that are three-letter organizations across the government. In between these different organizations, there are Chinese walls or firewalls in terms of the data that can be shared. There's also, so if we're to say that the organizations of the government are here, look at it like a layer cake, and there's a second layer, and that's federal policing. And then there's a third layer, and that's state policing. And then there's a bottom layer, and that's local policing. And so the biggest problem that we have right now is outside of things like CopLink, you can't really share data effectively up and down, and you can't share data side to side. Okay, that's the largest problem that we have in America today in terms of the large threat of terrorism and even the large threat of like large-scale crime from MS-13 and some of these other groups. To the issue of military spending, this is an Obama problem, and let me explain that. We had 150,000 troops in Afghanistan when Obama started the troop drawdown, okay? So now what do we have? We went from having a base of operations where we could surgically drop, half a battalion here, a battalion there, to smaller groups, 3,000 special forces, SEAL Team 6, another group here. And we are intrinsically intertwined in so many conflicts right now, it's insane. We're up to about 9 global conflicts, 2 of which we have Russia on the opposite side of, troops in Somalia, maybe pulling troops out of South Sudan, troops in Syria, troops in Iraq. We've also got a multitude of additional conflicts coming up, like the South China Seas. What are we going to do with that sort of stuff? So the challenge that you have on the military side of this, and why I'm happy that Kellogg is in place and Mathis has been brought in place, because Mathis is like literally the Marcus Aurelius of our time in terms of military. But we have to look at this in a way of when we have got these very small groups that we have to support across a massive distributed area. And just to put this in a cost perspective, to keep one soldier in the theater on a yearly basis, it's $1 million. To put one, because how much do you think gas costs when you get the gas over there, okay? Gas might be $6 in Europe, but by the time you get a gallon of gas to Afghanistan, it's $150 a gallon. All right, this stuff is all expensive to keep and operate. Having to move Unimogs and switch off of our Humvees in Africa, this stuff is expensive. So the longer term I think of this is figuring out how we balance those global conflicts and then pull back in a way where we can allow for democracy to be created by groups in those countries. In terms of the big data science portion of this, this is going to be a longer term challenge. And I think I applaud DJ for some of the stuff that he's done, but I really kind of think that until we can get some policies and practices in place to take unclassified data and have that shared with some of the classified data, and collaboration across really almost like a V-type collaboration from the alphabet soup agencies down to local up to state federal, we're still going to have these problems.
I just want to comment on the,
Yes,
on
and
the
then
issue
we'll
of
get
the,
started.
like this military power, and I'm not necessarily speaking here as ACLU because obviously we don't weigh in on, whether war is just, fair, or whether it's right or not or wrong. We would, if it's constitutional and if there are human rights associated, we will address them. But I just want to say that one thing that is really concerning now that we're seeing is that rather than looking at ways that are not necessarily engaging militarily all over the world, but looking at soft power and looking at other ways of engaging the world, we see that this administration is signaling no. We're going to pull out of the UN.
That's right.
I was at the UN Human Rights Council and just last month, and I was in DC for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, where the United States had two different approaches. One, they didn't show up before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to specifically address the issues of the travel ban, immigration, and so on. And in Geneva, they were saying, well, we are going to revisit our engagement. But I think that kind of approach of confusing approach, not saying, understanding what there's at stake. And similarly with NATO and other international organizations, I think there is a really serious concern here that the administration is going to expand the notion of we can do it by using force. The fact that there's now some reports, credible reports in the New York Times, saying that the administration may loosen up the rules of engagement with regard to the use of force in places like Somalia or in places like Yemen, where more civilians will be harmed, will be killed. And that, as a result, more people will join forces that are going to be like ISIS and others.
And this might be a whole nother conversation.
If I could just address that.
I'd like to get to a question from our.
Thank you all for being here. A lot of the talk these days about immigration has boiled down to this sort of idea that Donald Trump has revived of America first, which, is ripped off from the anti-Semitic slogan during World War II.
That's not accurate.
Okay, but the idea is America first, that we should take care of our own before we take care of others. And I've been grappling with this idea a lot because I'm from California. We have a lot of illegal immigrants that I know that are in my community. And also, I see these refugees that want to come over. And I've been asking myself, who is an American? What is the definition? Because when I see these refugees that come over, I don't see a stranger. I see someone that will be one of us. So I'd like each of you to answer, if you can, what makes someone an American?
That's a great question.
Sana and I were having this conversation last night. You mentioned a great quote.
It's a good question.
We were talking last night about how the reasons why America doesn't have the same problems with radicalization as Europe. And what was the quote that you had said to me?
I said because people cannot take a boat and come through the Atlantic to the America.
No, you're saying that this is a country more so based on ideas, and it's so. I think we were saying this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's so much easier for people to assimilate and become Americans because we are a nation based on ideas rather than land or.
Yeah, exactly. I've been here in June it's gonna be 4 years, and if it wasn't, for that Constitution let me stay here, I would have not been here speaking with you. And if it wasn't for the Americans who opened their doors for me and let me stay with them as a stranger, if we want to use the terminology, then I would have not been here. If I was not given the opportunity from Bard College to continue my education, I would have not been able to speak this English with you even. So, how I feel about Americans, I feel American in the sense, I feel now it's a home, it's here, I contribute to the community, I worry about domestic issues, and I try to be part of it, not only of international issues. So actually, America has become my second homeland, if we want to call it. So this is the feeling that we exchange, a lot of us as refugees and maybe first generation immigrants, as you feel American. You are a Muslim, you are the son of immigrants, and you are here because you were given the opportunity. Your parents were given the opportunity to be here. And you are a Muslim, also to add to this. So we are given the opportunity, and once we are given the opportunity, you can see from him and from me that we become we actually blend and we contribute to the community, whether in different ways, of course, but we still contribute to the community.
What do you, anybody else?
Would it, if anyone wants to give it another quick answer, or I'd like to get into our next.
Can I add to that? So I would say that the greatest thing about it being American is that this is universally the coolest melting pot in the entire globe. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I became a New Yorker about 15 years ago. And in my local community, I was the town Muslim. Because when I was growing up, we didn't really have Muslims there. I mean, in the late 60s, there's about 100,000 Muslims in the U.S. I was born in the late 70s. And I went to yeshiva for 2 years because there was no Muslim school. Like, there wasn't a population, And my mom was like, it's close enough. And you get a hat, right? And I was like, you had me at hat. But I mean, that's what makes America great. The fact that, it can be kebabs and biryani and, kanafe and pierogies and halushki, right? It can be all these different things together that, is just an interesting tapestry of life. And, you grow up learning so much about so many different cultures and helping your neighbor and being part of a community and kind of giving back. And I mean, I do a tremendous amount of interfaith work. And it's being able to tell all these different stories together as one collective.
I think everyone at this table
We all agree on that.
I think everyone in this room would agree with that.
Yeah, and let me add my 2 cents here. My way of looking in America is that it's a place where it's open enough that you can be your own person, you bring your ideas, and it's open to correcting wrongs. And that is, I think, fundamentally important. It never always been perfect. I think there's never like perfect union that has been. And particularly looking at the people who were here before the settlers came and the immigrants, the First Nations, the Native Americans, the indigenous peoples. If we look at them and try to see how the United States can be better, I think that will help much, much more making this conversation better. I was in Standing Rock in January when the executive order came down from the White House with regard to DAPL, with the Dakota Access Pipeline. And I learned in just 1 week so much about the history of the United States and what the United States can do better in terms of making this place better for everybody by learning from the mistakes and the wrongs of the past.
And we
should not repeat some of those mistakes. And what's happening with the refugees, with the immigrants and the ban is repeating those terrible mistakes.
Well, there's no ban anymore.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. We've got a 5-minute warning, and I want to hear from both of our guests, and we're on a very tight schedule here. So if you would.
Okay, so basically, you've been all talking how policy is created, presented. But this also means that this gets into the media, and wording is important. You have the case of the ban that is a Muslim ban. And that gets to the community, and everybody receives it like, oh my God, this is a Muslim ban. We're all going to get banned. In the case of the Latino community, you receive always this very sensationalist titles given for the newspapers. And when you see, for example, the case of a white American that has incurred in a shooting or that has somehow reacted violently, you do not get the same titles. How do you seek to actually create a sense of community in people if even the headlines of the newspapers single each group out?
Well, this is true, and this is something I think about a lot with all you hear is the white working class elected Obama. That enrages me more than anything, because if you've ever been to a factory in Ohio or anywhere else, it's all people, it's all colors. And 30% of Latinos voted for Trump. So, but I think this is the same line that you're talking about. There is this sort of racial division, especially in the media, putting people into groups. That's just my 2 cents. I wonder if anyone else has something to say.
There's a whole panel on fake news later on
yeah,
today.
So maybe we say fake news, but it's
but
this is important because of
policy
wording.
I agree with you.
I'm for open borders and world peace and all of that, but considering how much the U.S. has bombed and invaded and manipulated the Middle East since 1945 and provided weaponry for Israel to do the same thing, how is it that not almost all Middle Easterners not homicidally hate the U.S., and at some point, their family, their extended family, has been killed by an American bomb or bullet. So to me, it's almost, how can you expect anybody to come here and not have, some death in their family caused by the U.S. and therefore want to inflict terrorism?
I could answer. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is legit points, right? And I would say, how do we not expect by actually not idealizing? So this is the same problem in the US, that when you come and tell me, well, like 60 people or wherever, refugees were terrorists in the US, well, yeah, they are. It's just immigration. Immigrants and refugees are just human beings like any other human beings. We should stop idealizing the refugee population, because when we idealize, we feel forced actually to answer such claims. So if they did so what? Because how many Americans are losers? How many Americans are just did terrorist attack? How many Americans are very successful businessmen and women, and how many refugees are great entrepreneurs and businesswomen and men? We cannot idealize a whole population. So actually, if we want to do overseas what the America now does to us, basically, we would think, people overseas would think that everyone, like those especially in Iraq or Syria who actually on the ground, they would generalize the Americans and say all of them are killers and murderers, and actually we want to kill any one of them we see. Tell me how this is different. So so the idea is we should stop, as you said, we should stop idealizing any population and actually just humanizing the population.
So
I thought that one. Sorry, go ahead.
We each want to answer this. I'll just say very quickly. It's exactly as long as we continue to stand up as the American people and defend our values, that is hopefully the aspiration that people cling to when they see the United States. I will not in any way say that there are not legitimate concerns for many of American military interventions around the world. But I would hope that the reason why people still do want to come here is because of what we represent. And that is why I will speak out, and I will march, and I will say, this is not the America that I believe in or stand for. And I hope you can see what so many Americans, and I do believe that's why people still come here. We are still the land of opportunity. I don't know if that will last forever, but hopefully for a while still.
So in between both of your questions, there's archetypes in the media that just allow the media to demonize Latinos, Muslims, certain segments of the population, blacks, over and over and over again, because that's what sells newspapers, and that's clickbait. And that leads directly into this, because the reason 30% of Latinos and 23% of American Muslims voted for Trump is that we have had 60 years of the same aggressive foreign policy that is only focused on, it's focused on hegemony. It's focused on one thing. It's just focused on hegemony. And if we look at what Donald Trump has said and what Donald Trump is trying to do by putting Matheson, okay, we've got like sensible leadership coming to bear. We can argue with some of the other guys. But we've got sensible leadership coming to bear in terms of figuring out how we disentangle ourselves from the myriad of conflicts we're in, and how we do something that actually leaves a positive footprint of Americans moving forward. It's populism, okay? That's what we voted in. That's what most of America, well, that's what half of America
Less than half of
voted in.
Even half.
Okay?
It's actually less than half of
That's what
It was
happened.
only the majority in New York and Los Angeles, the popular vote.
But the challenge that we have to look at is what is the new legacy we're going to keep? Because look, you're here, all right? There are going to be additional folks who are coming from different parts of the world. We need a universal standard for immigration. The bans was kind of a screw up, but you know what? They're trying, all right? And I think if we can move towards this new populism, maybe we're going to get somewhere.
Right, but I appreciate that, that your candid assessment. It is a screw up, but there are consequences for that. There sends really dangerous messages and impact real life. So I don't think we have to take it lightly. But one thing I want to go back, I think you were raising a very important point.
You'll have to wind up here, Jamil.
Yeah, and one thing just to say, I think Trump offers us a silver lining. It offers us an opportunity to think about all these things that were taken for granted, the taboos, particularly in the area of foreign policy. How do you really, U.S. relates to these, countries in the Middle East? The fact that we're supporting, not only Israel with billions of dollars, but also Egypt and Bahrain, and now we're making things easier for people's right to be violated
Saudi
in those
Arabia.
countries with no accountability. I think that should be very clear and honest conversation here in the United States. What the United States government is doing on behalf of the people here overseas, and how does that impact the ability of the United States to be part of the world that is not based on hegemony, it's not based on only using military force, but really rather promoting some of those values that are values of justice and equality and freedom. And if we follow through on that, I think will be a different kind of conversation that we will have in this country. And
That's an optimistic note on which to end.
Yes, great.
Folks, this conversation could go on and on. It's such a deep and important one. But the time has beat us. There's going to be a half-hour break now, and if you're inclined to discuss global security, which I think we'll pick up on some of these issues that you were just touching on towards the end, thanks to this gentleman's question, then please come back at 3:30 for the continuation of this forum. But before you go, would you please not only thank the people from the audience who've contributed, which is really good of you to come up, but also our panel, Jamil Dakwar, Sana Mustafa, Yael Eisenstadt, Oz Sultan, and our excellent chair, Chadwick Moore. Thank you very much.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's like you can't tell anyone, you're like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. Definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave. So,
sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
I don't know if I've got a real one single principle. I'm always trying to find out what they should be, I guess.
I'd like to think an ethical principle I live by is to show compassion and to try not to do any harm.
I value hard work.
Loyalty. Honesty.
Be very honest.
Equality. Freedom of all people. Trying to treat everybody with the same level of respect.
Like, I don't want to cause anyone else an injustice or harm. Staying true and real to myself and being a real, honest person.
I always think that if I tell the truth, I can sleep at night.
Sometimes it gets me into serious trouble, but
Trying to be as honest with my word as possible.
My word is gold. Not just talking about it, it means doing it so that other people can see that you're true to your word.
Integrity really matters to me.
If I'm reliable, then I'm trustworthy, then I'm respecting that person.
Without loyalty, there's no trust in anyone.
respect someone the same way you like to be respected. So treat people the same way you want to be treated.
To be fair to people and to treat people the way I'd like to be treated.
Try to be more empathetic.
I'm trying to treat everybody fairly.
My father drilled it into my head, you know.
How you're raised has a lot to do with your values and your morals and things.
So if Dad was telling me as a kid to work harder, I guess, you know, yes, Dad, I'll get right on that. So
empathy's been drilled into me as a core fundamental right of being a good human being.
For me, I was born out of wedlock in Ireland.
So I was brought up to believe that what happened in South Africa was wrong.
I wasn't allowed in the church when my mother got married when I was 6 months old.
When my eldest daughter was 2.
And most women in my mother's situation would have been sent to a convent and their children taken away from them out of shame.
And she woke up one morning and said, "Em," to our African maid, "breakfast."
But my grandfather didn't agree with any of that, and he literally didn't go back to church after that.
My husband and I said, that's it. If a 2-year-old already has got the belief.
So he paved the way for my beliefs about doing the right thing.
And that basically was why we left South Africa.
I think everyone deserves respect no matter what background, colour.
Cultures, religions, beliefs.
And I always thought, what if that had been me?
have you ever been on the other side?
It makes me kind of angry.
That feeling when you hear other people do it, you think, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Now, of course, we all have self-interest.
The first instinct is for me to do what benefits me.
So it tests me to that point, that barrier, that line that you either cross it or you hold back.
It gets hard when frustrated or angry or tired, all those sort of normal emotions.
So I think a lot of my life is navigating what's right for the other person and not just me.
Because after all, we're part of a society with all, where we share.
Went through a really stressful situation in Sri Lanka where the tsunami happened in 2004. And we were on the beach and had to run away from it. And the openness of people, the way that they welcomed us into their homes and looked after us, the way that the community banded together to help after the tsunami. It was, you can hear in my voice, I'm quite emotional still about it. It was quite an intense experience, yeah.
I walk through life more consciously.
Changed the way that I believed and acted and thought in a big way.
Try to understand things better.
Understand how other people interpret things.
But it's taking that moment to sit back and think and
Try to use my brain a bit more, maybe. Think about what I'm saying and how it will affect other people.
It means that I end up living a better life myself.
That's the reward.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
He's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
Jim from Bard.
This is Bard side over here.
Well,
Talk about that later.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you here to the New York Public Library for our forum, Shades of Red and Blue. My name is Simon Longstaff. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre, and along with the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Affairs and the Bard College Globalisation and International Affairs Program, along with our other partners, I'd like to welcome you here to this important discussion on global security. In a moment, I will introduce the panel and their chair, but before I do so, if I can just mention a couple of things about format. Firstly, if you're tweeting, then we've got the world's longest hashtag, Shades of Red and Blue. So you can just exercise your thumbs there if you happen to be using that. I should mention that a number of our panellists are distinguished authors whose works are on sale and available just at a table over there at the end of this session, and you may even be able to prevail upon them to sign a few, seeing how they feel after the conversation. One last little thing about context. I learnt the other day, might sound like a bit of trivia, but the first division of the United States Marine Corps was refounded in, of all places, in Melbourne, in Australia, during the Second World War. And the battle hymn for the Marine Corps, this division, which was commanded by General Mattis, the current US Secretary for Defence, is the Australian folk song Waltzing Matilda. And they wear on their shoulder patch, to this day, the Southern Cross, which is one of the great emblems of Australia. So there's an incredible connection between the United States and Australia, which actually goes back well beyond that. For good or for ill, Australians have stood alongside the United States in every single conflict over the last 100 years. I think we're maybe the only country that's done that. And so the issue of global security is one which very much unites us in our approach and in our practice. And it's an incredibly important topic to be able to bring people together from diverse perspectives because our common interests genuinely are at odds here. Now, in terms of the process we're going to have, Jim Ketterer from Bard will be leading the conversation with our panellists. But you'll notice at the table here that there are 2 empty chairs. And the reason for this is it's a very special process that we use in Australia quite a bit, which we're using for the first time here, which is that about halfway through the conversation, Jim will open the table to you in the audience. We believe in these kinds of conversations, it's not about just panels talking at you or down at you, but if you're in the audience and you've got a question or a comment, you have a seat at the table too. But it's not a permanent seat. It's not as if you just come here and plant yourself and say, right, I'm rolling up my sleeves, I'm here for the next 20 minutes or so. I'd ask you to join the conversation on a temporary basis, knowing that you'll be giving way when you do, not to another panellist, but to another member of the audience who may want to have a chance. Now, in other words, have your say, make it brief, involve in the conversation, but then vacate the chair if you could, please. That, in the last session, we saw lots of people had a chance to do that. So that's to come. For the moment, though, we've got a wonderful panel. Professor Walter Russell-Mead, and I'll ask you to applaud them all in a moment. Elmira Bedrazli, I hope I pronounced that properly.
Very well.
Thank you.
Good.
Jim Ketterer from Bard, Anne-Maria Slaughter, and Tom Nichols, and you can read about, you probably know half of them already, or you can read about them later, but please join with me in welcoming our panel.
Well, thank you, Simon. Thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks to the organizers for putting this timely and important event together. So as we're shifting to foreign policy, it strikes me that foreign policy tends not to be, in most American presidential elections, something that's front and center in the elections. In several of the elections we've seen before 2016, in the debates, foreign policy issues sometimes wouldn't barely get a mention. Yet we saw in this election that several key issues came to the fore time and again, how we deal with China, trade deals, the question of Russia that is still with us, and more. And the foreign policy establishment in Washington and beyond, the community of people who have devoted their careers to doing this, the same community of people that Ben Rhodes from the Obama administration called the Blob, they are not always so connected to the electorate necessarily and so attuned to elections. And I think this is probably true across the political spectrum. So given the surprising nature, not only of the results of this election, but the way in which it rolled out, what do you think are the kinds of things that the foreign policy community should take away from not only the election results, but the nature of the run-up to the election, including in the primaries? Tom, maybe we could start with you.
Well, one thing that concerns me about the relationship between the Blob, or the foreign policy establishment, and the public is that, in fact, we often hear the American public says, the establishment's not listening to us. I'm concerned now that when it comes to foreign policy that the establishment listens to the public almost too often. And what I mean by that is that foreign policy now, insofar as it does make appearances in our politics, is almost entirely an extension of a permanent campaign on both sides. I think, now I don't want to idealize this and say that there was once a golden age where Republicans and Democrats quietly shook hands on fighting the Soviet Union or any of those myths, because that era of bipartisanship, I think, was remembered more fondly in our memory than it is in reality. On the other hand, it seems now that the public and foreign policy experts alike seem incapable of having a discussion about America's interests and America's role in the world without thinking about the impact the position you're taking has on your preferred candidate. It's almost like we've become a parliamentary system in some ways, that we're simply not capable of taking a position on foreign affairs that is not some extension of a candidate or of a campaign. And I worry about this because I think foreign policy, reflecting my own bias here, I should also say I don't represent the government or the Navy or anybody else in these comments, that I think foreign policy is not only an immensely intricate business, it's a dangerous business. A lot of other areas of public policy are a lot more forgiving than foreign policy. And I'm concerned that experts are being drawn into this partisan warfare and losing the ability to speak to each other even when they differ, because of this notion that everything they say has to be related back to partisan advantage for some political organization or some person or campaign. And now I think we're living in the worst of all possible worlds, where foreign policy is merely a football to be thrown about on places like Twitter, as though these are not real decisions that could kill millions of people. And I find that really startling, and I think it's the only good thing I can say about it, and I'll end with this, is that in a strange way, it's creating a new bipartisanship of forcing experts who normally would disagree with each other into the same trench, where they at least agree on things like basic rules of evidence and how to conduct an argument. But that's happening very far away from the public debate, which I think has now escalated into an almost, I don't want to say irretrievable, but deep and very deep difference between partisan sides that's drawing experts into it.
So that takeaway is structure, process, but what about substantive issues, specific policy issues, Anne-Marie? Are there things that came to the fore in this campaign that from both parties, or either party perhaps, that resonated with the electorate in a way that you think is different? Are there shifts in the population that we can start to read these tea leaves?
Well, what's most striking to me is that there just isn't a line between foreign policy and domestic policy on the two biggest issues, I think, for voters. Economics and jobs, well, that was, trade, that was NAFTA, that was China, that was globalization has taken away our jobs, and then there's a debate about that, but that then immediately looked at specific countries. And then the other, which was security, was not what should we be doing in the Middle East, but should we be, what is the responsibility of people among us, which we heard about in the last panel. So in both those cases, the people talking about it were we as foreign policy experts had views, but that was not where I think the real heat of the debate was. And that is a function of a world in which borders are much more permeable, and we have and both immigration and refugees, but just in general, the inability to wall ourselves off from global trends.
But you mentioned trade. We had the interesting situation during the Democratic primaries and during the Republican primary where you saw that Sanders was proposing a very anti-trade deal platform that eventually Hillary Clinton came on board to, and that this has been one of Donald Trump's key themes is anti-trade. So in that regard, the people who were supporting Sanders and the people who were supporting Trump agreed on this issue. And what does that say about what's going on with the electorate? Why would that curious situation come to be? Almira,
well, I think that, this is, I think, looking at the Sanders supporters and the Donald Trump supporters, I think we have to take a step back. I think this anti-globalization, I think this reactionary a moment that we have in terms of foreign policy and how things have become so polarized is, I think, much more less about the policy, and it's a lot more about what is America's place in the world and who are we, what is our identity. And I think that we've gone from a 20th century where America was the unequivocal superpower in economics and in military, and here in the 21st century, we've seen the rise of China and India, Brazil, Turkey, a lot of other countries. And what we have seen is the prosperity in those countries, people moving into the middle class, and they're becoming entrepreneurs, and they're moving progress along. And I think Americans are stopping and they're saying, what happened to our progress? We were the country that were creating the jobs. We were the innovators. And is that a function of trade? And if that is so, then maybe we should stop that. And so I think what we're projecting onto foreign policy, but I don't think we're actually taking a look and taking stock about where is America and what is our role within the global world order.
Walter, what do you think of that?
Well, it's interesting that in 1918 we fought in World War I, and immediately there was a big debate over what to do afterwards, and Woodrow Wilson lost, and we took a much lower profile, and the American troops came home. What's often forgotten is that after World War II we had the same debate, and again we demobilized 90% of our forces. We had already pulled out. And then when Stalin began to move in Eastern Europe, we had a big debate and went back in. Now, in 1990, at the end of the Cold War, we didn't have this debate. We just simply, we decided that we would globalize our foreign policy, that we would go from kind of America as the center of the free world to America as the pillar of a truly global order. What's interesting is that in 1992, the voters picked the least globalist of the two presidential candidates, George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton, who ran on, didn't like NAFTA, and was going to do less with foreign policy. 2000, they voted for George W. Bush over Al Gore, at least the electors did. Again, Bush, it's hard to remember now, but wanted a humbler foreign policy, no nation building, less engagement. And then in 2008, they go for Barack Obama over John McCain. In 2016, they go for Trump over Clinton. So the voters have actually been very consistent in expressing, of the two choices they're given, they pick the one that is the least engaged with this project.
But that, I mean, that was true at the beginning of World War II as well, right? I mean,
Right.
Franklin Roosevelt had to create Lend-Lease to be able to help the British because he could see we needed
Right.
to help the British. I mean, it's not uncommon for people whose job it is to look around the world, who are often,
Right.
for one thing, on one of the coasts.
Right. True, Anne-Marie,
right?
but here's the thing. The difference is that the foreign policy elite in those days was actually able to persuade the people. This time, I think, after 1990, I think the foreign policy community thought that actually it was going to be a lot easier. Now, when Harry Truman is gearing up for the Cold War, and Franklin Roosevelt gearing up for World War II, they knew it would be hard. They knew people might get killed, would be drafted, and they really needed political support.
Walter,
but in 1990, we thought, hey, free trade will make everybody rich. Democracy's spreading. In Kuwait, we had a war and made the world pay for it. So it's going to be easy. So we can do this without really gaining the deep consent to the project.
But you're making two assumptions, Walter, that I would disagree with. First, in listing all those presidential contests, you're almost talking about them as though foreign policy were somehow the deciding issue, when in fact, most people just don't care about foreign policy.
There's a pattern.
Well, but there's not a pattern, because the second thing I disagree with, the second assumption I disagree with, is that the voters themselves are somehow consistent. These are the same voters who at the same time will tell a candidate, listen, I want you to keep us out of all this trouble in the world. Make sure America's number one. At the same time, make sure America's the most powerful country in the world. Keep America number one. Keep the global system, America at the top of the heap. And then in the next breath say, but let's not engage. We don't want to be in places we don't know about.
Well, fortunately, elites never make mistakes either.
I didn't say that elites don't make mistakes. I'm simply saying that the electorate for 40 or 50 years has sent highly contradictory signals.
Actually, Tom, I would actually disagree there. That the way Truman persuaded the Americans to support the Marshall Plan and the Cold War wasn't to say America's going to replace Great Britain as the gyroscope of world order and promote a liberal global system. What he said is, the Russians are coming.
Well, yeah.
Because they were.
Right, but here's the point, though. Here's the point. In 1990, when the Russians weren't coming, we doubled down on the replacing Great Britain thing, and the Russians became somewhat abstract. And again, the idea was it's going to be easy and cheap and you're going to like it. And they don't necessarily like it.
I worked on Capitol Hill during the first Gulf War. And one of the things that struck me was that it wasn't that Bush 41 had to sell the war. It was that Bush 41 had to sell restraint.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't, the American people weren't saying, now let's just do this thing, get out. I mean, this was a, full-blown, why aren't we burning Baghdad to the ground problem?
But again, that's American people like, this is very, very Jacksonian response. The American people are all for wars, that are quick and we win.
Right.
They're not for nation building and counterinsurgencies. Every president who started one of these counterinsurgency wars, Truman, Johnson.
So what we're saying
But I
is the
think
American
there's
people
a-
have a very shallow understanding of foreign policy and like it when we win.
Well, yeah, but there's, I mean, the place.
Sire, the
place
people are revolting. You're right. They stink on ice.
No,
the
no.
voters are stupid.
The place I agree with you, Walter, you make it hard to agree with you, but I'm going to agree with you anyway. But the place I do agree with you is that I think since the beginning of the 1990s, we don't have a clear picture of what we stand for in the world. It was during the Cold War, it wasn't just that we were against Russia. Russia was the Soviet Union, and that was communism, and we stood for democracy, and we stood for human rights. Hypocritically, it's in many cases, and inconsistently in others. But Carter believed in human rights, and so did Reagan when he said that, it was more framed around democracy than human rights. And since then, it's not clear that we're the first and the best. It's not clear, Donald Trump says, like as Kissinger was, well, we should just pursue our interests just like everybody else did. I think a lot of Americans think, no, we're more than that. We stand for something more than that. It's important that we stand for something more than that. But we haven't, even the elites don't agree on that, much less saying, this is who America is in the world and making that case to the voters.
But I also think that the one thing that we have to actually acknowledge in this day and age is that social media and the fact that we've gone as individuals, and this also includes CNN and the 24/7 news cycle. I mean, we've gone as individuals from being observers of information to being participants in it. And I don't think that whether it's the government or the establishment has not caught up to that reality, and they're still operating on the status quo of the 20th century. And I think you're getting this reaction of whether it's Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton going out there and having this knee-jerk reaction. If you take a look at foreign policy, even under the Obama administration, and I'm a self-professed Democrat, but I think that the Obama administration and the Obama foreign policy certainly suffered from the fact that it did not know what to do with this changed role where no longer does government have a monopoly on collective action.
But I would say, though, that there's a difference between the kind of participation. So if we're talking about participating through social media, that's one level of participation that's very different, I think, than when Truman was trying to sell what we were going to have to do as we were ending World War II and beginning the Cold War. There had been a large number of Americans who were directly involved in that war, in World War I as well, and in Vietnam. The number of people that the United States has sent to this long span of combat that we're now engaged in is a very small number on multiple tours, bringing in the National Guard in a way that really, I think, puts that burden on a small number of people. So, when the participation has shifted from making kind of, the key decisions that any country should have to make about going to war collectively via social media, that might be problematic.
Even before Truman, FDR, when he used to give his fireside chats, he would tell people, during one of them, he said, look, get a map so that you can follow along with me. And literally, maps sold out around the country. Today, to get the average American to look at a map is under pain of death. I mean,
Google Maps.
Yeah,
every
they'll
day.
Google. They simply, we were talking earlier. I mean, there were a couple of years ago, the Washington Post. This participation issue you're talking about, the Washington Post asked Americans what we should do about Russian intervention in Ukraine. And people had very strong feelings about it, directly in proportion to how little they knew about Ukraine. The average respondent in this poll, when asked to identify where Ukraine was off by an average response of 1,800 miles. Ukraine is the single largest country whose borders are entirely in Europe, and the average American could not place it on the right continent.
And how might their thinking have been sharpened if there was a real chance that they or somebody in their family would have to go serve in an American expedition in Ukraine if that's what they were promoting?
Look,
exactly.
I think, though, that here's maybe where, in my view, the kind of core reason that there's this gap is that after World War II, we didn't just build this international order and global system, but there was also a domestic order that basically, if you didn't screw up, you'd have a pretty good job for life. That you graduate from high school, chances were you'd get into a factory or something. Over time, your wages would gradually rise, not for everybody. There was a lot of racial discrimination, and women didn't get an equal shot. Nevertheless, in general, there was this sense that things were going to get better, and that you had security and stability in your life. What has happened since 1990 particularly, but beginning even before, is there's a revolution in people's ordinary lives. And so there's a feeling of insecurity, at home. And so here you are off trying to fix, an honest electoral process in Burio-Bulaga. But here at home, it's a mess. And that, and they wonder why.
Well,
why do you care so much about over there? And also, I will say, while some of our global efforts work pretty well, a number of them actually don't. So, the revolution in Egypt didn't bring human rights. All of those phone calls Obama made to Erdogan didn't create the democratic Islamism in Turkey that was going to save the Middle East. So there's this sense that you don't know what you're doing over there, and you certainly don't know what you're doing over here. Why am I going to trust you?
But I want to ask a question to everybody then, because this is part of I come from one of those towns, right, that 40 years ago was thriving and is now depopulating and empty factories and all of the things that we talk about every day. Anne-Marie made a great point about how in our foreign policy there's no longer a division between foreign and domestic politics. I find that when you talk to the ordinary voter or ordinary citizen, they are unaware of their own, and Walter, I can already feel you give me the look about blaming the ordinary voters, but when you say to people, all right.
The wicked flee where no man pursueth.
The standard of living around the folks who say you don't know what you're doing over there, you don't know what you're doing over here, and when you try to make the point about, well, think about the amount of, say, Chinese electronics that you are buying, the things that you are making that are part of that globalized system of trade and peaceful cooperation that you're surrounding yourself with. I always want to go out to the folks.
And yet my kid is a heroin addict with no prospect of a job.
Okay, but that's always the answer to say, you're blaming the guy who smoked for 40 years because he got lung cancer.
But again, I think, it's more that in all kinds of communities around the country, there's been a collapse of social capital. And again, if you go to an Ivy League college and you talk to the kids there, or even a place like Bard, what are you going to do when you graduate? You'll hear a lot more kids that are interested in fixing the world than in, I'm really going to go move to West Virginia because I feel as an American, it's my duty to help my fellow Americans. I think the elites have kind of stopped teaching that kind of patriotism.
But I guess my question was,
Teach for America, which is great, but there's a sense of where you gain people's trust by doing things that they understand are good, and then there's a likelihood that when you ask them to do something they're not quite sure about, they'll trust you and believe you.
But what do foreign policy experts do in this situation where this anger, which I think is fundamentally misdirected at this point, because when people say, you don't know what you're doing over there, my argument is, somebody asked the other day, 50 years of this kind of policy, what have we gotten? And I would say, well, a global system of peace and prosperity and cooperation that's better than World War II or World War III.
I agree, but my response to the Donald Trump getting elected was to cancel 4 trips to Europe to, essentially elite ideas for I just thought, why am I spending my time talking to people like me in European watering holes rather than actually reading about and traveling in this country? And one of the ways you can look at this election was it was a statement that said in multiple countries, the people who had been advantaged by globalization all vote the same way, all see each other the same way, talk the same way. We differ a little, but the bigger divide are those folks who are still in those towns left behind, in France, in Germany, in Britain,
Pennsylvania.
in Pennsylvania, absolutely. So I do think that Walter's right that even as a foreign policy person, I am far more connected to my counterparts in Britain and Japan or even in Beijing than I am to folks in West Virginia.
Look, I couldn't agree more, and I think this is, I just think we need to listen. And, again, I think trust is something that people develop. I think the average American, look, Franklin Roosevelt was not very much like the average American. He was about as privileged as it was possible to be. And he was a cripple, too, which he lied about. And yet people felt that he cared about them. Even then, he found it very difficult to nudge the country into World War II. But he built up trust on things they understood, and then they were willing to trust him on things that were a little new and more challenging. And I think I think elites need to think about, there's a difference between being a member of an elite and being a leader. And I don't think on our side of this, we've done enough about that.
I don't disagree with you, Walter, but I also think that we're not thinking about, yes, there's a perception about, the voter, in whether it's in Pittsburgh or in West Virginia, and how they feel left behind. But at the same time, they feel left behind because they see so many people, whether it's in India, in Brazil, in Mexico, and in China.
I actually think they're looking at India and Brazil and Mexico.
Well, but people in China, in Brazil, and in India, they're actually gaining a sense of confidence.
But I don't think all that many people in Western Pennsylvania necessarily know that the middle class in Turkey feels more confident than it used to.
But they are getting a sense that the world has changed, and
they think that middle class is doing better than they are.
And they think that they're doing better.
I'm not even sure it's that definite.
But then when you talk to these people, they always say, why are our jobs going to Mexico? Why are our jobs going to China? And why are those individuals doing better? And the reality is, and you're talking about FDR, you're talking about Truman, but you're also talking about in America where we had not only military power, but we had this soft power where people love the idea of America.
The
and so
reason
to
they
answer
think
the question,
the jobs are going overseas is because they think the wages are lower. They don't actually think that the factories going to China means that China is richer than us, because if China were richer than us, the jobs would come back here.
But they're seeing those people doing better.
No, they're not actually. They don't actually go to China a lot or read a lot of Chinese social media. They
are told this. They are fed a lot of these myths.
I think what
especially
they hear,
in this
what
election.
they hear, and this would be as true of the Sanders wing as the Trump wing, is that selfish American corporations are moving jobs to low-wage havens overseas. They're not hearing selfish American corporations are moving jobs to high-wage corporate companies. Now, I think what they're hearing that they don't believe is, in the 1990s, everybody said, okay, we're gonna let China build up, and sure, and it'll be doing a low wages, slave labor, whatever it is, but it's gonna make us, but in the end, it's gonna make China democratic. As it industrializes, become democratic, so China will be peaceful. And what people see is not that the Chinese middle class is happy. What they see is that China has gotten really powerful by taking low-wage American jobs and built a big economy, and is now becoming a military threat. So that the promise that free trade was worth the sacrifice to American jobs in order to create a more stable world order isn't looking quite so solid.
But this is part of what I object to in this debate, is that the notion that they were sold free trade in exchange for a more peaceful world. It seems to me that the very first job I ever had in politics was working on a plant closing, which was a really painful thing. And it seems to me that what all of this boiled down to was, we're going to maintain free trade because it's buoying up a fairly quickly rising standard of living with a lot of cheap stuff that you can afford now that you could never afford. Why does the American government support free trade? Not because it's going to make China peaceful, but because now you have an air conditioner that you couldn't afford until now.
Well, but except their experience is that they had an easier time getting an air conditioner in 1975 than they do now. Not a smartphone, I'll admit, but
it seems to me that when you do listen, and
their disposable income is less.
I think I have, I didn't have to cancel a lot of trips to Europe. I spend a lot of time talking with folks who were in fact Trump voters and very angry folks. But I find that when I listen, the answers I get are a demand to square a circle, to do the impossible, that they are almost a set of demands that I cannot imagine any policymaker succeeding with. And I think this is why successive administrations of both right and left, of Democrat and Republican, simply cannot satisfy what it is that the American people are demanding in foreign policy. Let me just limit this to the foreign policy agenda,
But I
because
think
it's
that
contradictory within itself.
And Americans are getting, now they're getting very specific messages that are just absolutely wrong on the facts, and perhaps from both sides in addressing these issues. These issues have real policy consequences. So when we see an executive order that says, we're going to, the United States government is now going to aggressively address the trade deficit. This is just anybody who, like I, suffered through, International Economics 101, understands very quickly that a trade deficit is not necessarily a bad thing for an economy. It takes leadership to talk about things that, while they might intuitively sound right, are not right, and to follow a policy direction that is based on an absolute perpetuated falsehood. Eventually, leads us to a very difficult place. It doesn't end up addressing the kinds of issues that everybody here is saying we need to listen better and we need to understand those issues. Those actually are the very people who suffer first with bad economic policy. So where does this go?
I do think both the left and the right are saying we need to rethink what for people in both parties for 40 years has been orthodoxy, which is you support free trade because free trade expands the pie.
And
we all learned, right? We all learned our basic theory of comparative advantage. It expands the pie, and then you figure out how to redistribute the pie, and you retrain or whatever. And I do think what you're seeing on both sides, and I've been thinking about this too, is well, wait a minute. If it expands the pie, but it expands the pie so unfairly that, we say we're going to retrain, but we don't. Retraining doesn't work. We've tried it, and again, both. Then maybe we either have to have much more redistributionist policies, which I'm not sure are politically viable, or maybe we should, in fact, have a more have at least the same amount of protection as many of the nations that we are trading with do. Germany has more protection than we do. China certainly does. And it seems to me we should listen and challenge our own orthodoxies there. It never occurred to me that you wouldn't support free trade, but it seems to me worth going back and asking, who is this benefiting? Why are we taking this position from right and left?
And without looking over our shoulders as experts, as people who work in foreign policy, without constantly looking over our shoulder to say, which candidate or party am I on the wrong side of now?
Right, exactly.
That's driving a huge part of this.
And that's one way you lose trust, too, when you're perceived as always trying to steer to a
without doubt.
Yeah. But I think there is something where our elite education does stress theory over history. Political science over the history of power, economic theory over economic history. Because in fact, if you look at history, while protectionism is in theory bad, it's worked pretty well for a lot of countries, like the US in the 19th century. And arguably, our having protective tariffs against Britain actually allowed us to develop a domestic industrial sector and one day compete with Britain. And a lot of other countries that protect, it's not because they didn't take economics 101, it's because they took history 101. So, I think this is an area where our elite is bad, that they are too used to theory, they have models of IR, and they try to think, okay, are we going to become liberal internationalists, and if so, then what do we do in Bosnia? As opposed to what's the last 1,000 years of history in the Balkans and what's next?
Where's Bosnia?
Yeah.
Right, and I do agree with you that I think that the elites have lost touch, and so I definitely agree with that. But I also think that we're also losing perspective here because we're looking at this again from a purely American point of view, and we're not acknowledging the world has changed. And so you're talking about protectionism. Protectionism didn't work too well for the Soviets, and it didn't work.
But it worked really well for the Chinese, and it worked well for the Germans, and it worked for the Japanese and the Koreans.
It did not work well for Latin America, and it did not work well
Again,
for a lot of those other countries.
So study why it works in some places and doesn't
Right,
in
but
others.
then you can't just say protectionism does work and say that
Well,
we're going to take that as we're going to take that as a lesson.
Work.
Well, you said sometimes it works, and that's why we actually have to have a debate and actually look at it.
We have to stop reacting to words. We have to stop reacting to words as if they're magical incantations. That if you say protectionism and suddenly the free traders all freak out, and if you say free trade, suddenly all of the kind of nativists or protectionists all freak out. That
we have to be more empirical and less abstract.
Well, and also to say that there are, under what conditions. I mean, this is a. If you left aside foreign policy for me, you'd say if we could have the same discussion about unemployment. Do unemployment benefits make people lazy, or do they help it? Well, it depends. Some people, yes. Some people, no. Sometimes it's a necessary bridge.
How they're
sometimes it's social
administered,
insurance.
blah, blah, blah.
But I mean, instead, we have these immediate kind of electric voltage moments where those words come up, and I think that unfortunately has been reinforced by our partisan debates, and I think that the foreign policy community needs to transcend that and get back to not to a consensus perhaps, but at least to agreeing to kind of rules of the road about changing that consensus.
But to be able to sort through these kinds of issues, in what situations would protectionism or some level of protectionism or in some targeted industries or whatever, when would those work? Other issues, very specific issues. How should we deal with the North Korean threat? How should we do this? How should we do that? Yes, there needs to be more listening to the electorate, but that's not going to answer those questions.
Yeah, not on North Korea.
And those kinds of questions, I think, do require a combination of expertise, but also leadership and the willingness to be able to explain difficult things
and to teach.
Right.
I mean, FDR, your point about FDR is a really good point, because FDR was not just a leader, he was, in his relationship with the American people, a teacher.
Right, and by the way, so was Teddy Roosevelt, another member of the elite. George Washington was the richest man in the colonies. So it's not that elites can't be leaders, but it's this, that a lot of elites don't know how to lead, and people sense that. So I think you can be honest to the facts and honest to history and also honest to people. But you also, I think you do have to put principle ahead of ambition. You have to say, even if it means I never serve as the under-deputy assistant of X, I'm still going to tell people what I think, and they're going to know that what I say is what I think.
Profile and courage. Let's see if anyone would like to join us at the table, if you dare. Please come and join the conversation.
We're really very nice.
And as Simon said, that come in and join it for a little while and then be ready to relinquish your seat, please. Can you? No, I think you need to come up. Yes, please. This is how the panel will listen to the people.
We actually can't.
We're leading
back there.
We're leading.
Right. There we go.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Welcome. Yes, please, why don't you begin?
Yeah, so, Amira, I was grateful that you actually mentioned that the conversation had become what to a lot of outsiders, strangers, just apply for the green card, think of American policy, which is that, FDR, Ira Katznelson, Fear Itself, great book, great read, but it was played out right here a moment ago, in some respects. And the point is, discussing the microcosm of domestic issues, which are multifarious, but without addressing the rest of the world, is atypical of how the rest of the world views American foreign policy. And we just saw it happen. My question, therefore, is to bring it to global security. And as I'm sure you're all aware, David Kilcullen is the origin of the strategy of disaggregation. And what do you see as the next logical step for dismembering radical terrorism and helping ensure peace as it stems from the Middle East?
Well, who would like to start with that? It should be easy to solve.
I guess I would start with I hear a lot, I go to some of the same forums Anne-Marie goes to, and I hear a lot of sort of debate about will it be democracy that ends terrorism in the Middle East, empowerment of women, economic development. And I guess my own sense is none of those are going to happen in a policy-relevant time. If maybe we'll get lucky, and they will, but in fact, we actually have to deal with a reality in which the arc of history isn't going to kind of come in, bend just when we need it to. And so you're facing a very complex movement of a kind of, it's ideological, it's religious, it's cultural resistance, it's state disaggregation, it's changes in domestic structures. But I think we do spend too much time inventing imaginary paradises in which this problem will just go away. Right. So I would say, while I don't necessarily have the answer at this point, I think the first step is we just have to clear a lot of ground.
I agree with that. I think that I see, like, I agree with you. I think...
If people listen to me long enough, then...
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we're approaching, we try to, talk about these issues. Number one, we have to take a look at, we're reacting to terrorism through a very military lens and a very national security lens, but we're not understanding why the terrorism has arisen in the first place. And that has to do with, and I know that they talked about this in the last panel, it has to do with people feeling marginalized, that the social mobility has stopped. And so going to Anne-Marie's point about domestic politics feeding into foreign policy. And this applies to whether you're in Brussels, in Paris, or whether you're in San Bernardino. I think we just have to acknowledge that and approach terrorism as realpolitik, as well as war. I mean, the nature of war has changed today. I mean, when you're talking about it, countries are, I mean, Russia is no longer, we're not afraid of Russia, coming in with their nuclear missiles, their ICBMs. Now they're just hacking into our elections. And how are we reacting to that? But and on the one hand, you can say, no one's dying, but something is profoundly being disturbed in this country and in the world order.
I actually would not approach this in terms of how we, the United States or the West or whatever we you want to use, is going to end ISIS or radical Islamic terrorism or whatever the phrase is. We are not. It is, to me, the equivalent of the fight between the Protestants and the Catholics for a very long time in Europe, where we're not, the best we can do is to protect ourselves, to become more resilient, to obviously increase our intelligence. Where there are very specific things where we can take action, we should. But to me, we're setting, it's crazy to think this is an enemy we're going to defeat the way we defeated, Hitler in the Second World War. And I look at the British in this most recent attack, and indeed the city after 9/11, and where the view is, okay, we stop a lot of attacks. Every now and again, one gets through. When it does, you go to work the next day, you keep going, you tell them, nope, you didn't win, and ultimately you let the larger forces within a religion, within various societies, resolve this particular issue. But I don't think we're going to defeat it.
Tom, I just want to give you a warning to be a bit brief, because we want to make sure we have enough time.
I'm going to,
exactly.
I agree with Anne-Marie, and I think this notion of, somehow there's going to be, and I think this is one of the worst myths that was peddled during this election, is that one day we're going to, the equivalent of an Islamic Reichstag, where we're going to raise the American flag and declare victory. My biggest concern, I think the way we triumph is to endure by remaining true to who we are as ourselves. The second biggest danger, the biggest danger of the Cold War was a nuclear holocaust. The second biggest danger of the Cold War was that the United States and its allies would become too much like the Soviet Union in fighting it, in creating a national security state, in creating a large intelligence apparatus, a police state, and I think that we avoided that. And I think that we need to spend less time thinking about how to defeat them in some strategic sense. I mean, operationally, we have to stop them, but we have to keep always looking at ourselves to say, are we being true to our own values? Because that is victory in an enduring way.
And I would also just say something that Almira said and something that Tom said also, that having a sense of really what the threats are, not just the threats that are posed by ISIS or Al-Qaeda, though they are real and persistent. But I disagree with you, Almira, that we mainly have to be worried about the Russians and hacking and what they're doing in the cyber world. Yes, that's of concern. But the nuclear issue has not gone away. I think you could make an argument that we live in a far more dangerous time in terms of nuclear security than we ever have. And that's one issue that really did not come up in the elections. It doesn't really make for good, politics on the hustings to talk about the potential for nuclear annihilation. But I think whether it's states like Russia or the North Koreans or other non-state actors who might use nuclear weapons, it really is chilling and should be chilling to people. And I think that's another area where we need leadership to both be informed and to be able to speak about it in an informed way, and to honestly address these issues with the American people. And I think that's just not happening at all.
I think you've been very patient.
Yes, please, go ahead.
It's been very interesting. Coming back to domestic issues, all the time listening, I've been thinking about the white elephant, that's under the rug. And that is the enormous growth of wealth in the last 20 years in this country. And my question is, what is the relationship? And it's interesting that you don't mention that. It's kind of like on the side, you talk about jobs, you talk about protectionism, globalization. What is the relationship between our economic policies and the growth, the enormous, unbelievable growth of wealth? I mean, it's almost like magical.
Well, it's not magic. I mean, there is a
I
reason
understand
for
that,
it.
but I mean, I'm just using a metaphor.
Right.
It's kind of, you would never believe that. Even 10 years ago, you would never realize the disparity between our poverty, which is also unbelievable, and the enormous growth of wealth. I mean, for example, I was reading in the Times today that Ivanka Trump, I think she has something like $800 million, she and her husband, one person. So that's my question.
Who would like to start with that?
Well, I mean, I think that, the elites that we have been talking about I think it's connected with what they want and how to achieve to augment that wealth is very much directly tied to, we can create cheaper things in Taiwan or in China or in South Korea, and we're gonna get more profits in. The supply chain has gone global, and they have been pushing for that, and they haven't been thinking about the consequences of what is happening to somebody in Pittsburgh or in West Virginia, and just about the social welfare. I mean, when you take a look at Silicon Valley, and you hear constantly all the time about, the wealth gap within Silicon Valley, and how you have people who are within the tech community sending their kids to private elite schools, but then you have the people that are going and taking the nannies and the people who are taking care of their homes, and they're in these public schools that they're losing money, and there's a significant gap there. And this is something where, where does it come down to? It does come down to the elites, but it also comes down to not only our elected officials in Washington, but our local leaders on the ground. And, this is not a discussion about domestic politics, but you can get into a discussion about campaign finance reform and how much elections are dependent on that.
I just want to say one thing. You're blaming rich people for wanting to be richer?
Well, no, but I think
I wish the elephant under my rug were growing a little faster, I must say.
No, but I do think that when I said there are winners from globalization who win over and over and over again. Just even as a university professor, I remember the day I realized in the late 1990s that a course prior to that I had taught maybe 100 students in one place suddenly could be taught online all over the world, and I could reap the benefits of that many times over. So there's a class of people who have gained extraordinarily, and yeah, Walter, my elephant's not, but it got a lot bigger, versus people who are fundamentally losers from globalization. And part of what I was saying about the divide in this country and in Europe and in other parts of the world, is that divide between the winners from globalization and the losers, and each country has to then come back and say, wait a minute, we cannot continue as a polity with this amount of division. There has to be some redistribution or different policies so everybody gains.
I just want to replace the word globalization for a minute, talk about and say information economy.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
fair point, fair point.
Yeah. That this is as big as the Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
Right. And some of it's unavoidable in a world where information is the access to information, the ability to manipulate and to use information is the new skill. Right. And some of the problem we're seeing with these income disparities are were not the intended consequence of that, but they were just the unavoidable consequence.
But as Anne-Marie said before, you know, if we're going to address that, then we'll retrain people. Nobody's buying that anymore.
Or we'll redistribute internally, which is a question for domestic politics, and then we can have different arguments about tax rates and distribution and things like that.
I would just say we had the Industrial Revolution starts in kind of the 1820s in this country, and it's not really until after the Second World War that we sort of learned how to run an industrial society. My guess is the information revolution is going to be the same. We don't understand what's happening in the way that we did when we had a mature industrial economy. Things don't, you know, the economy doesn't behave quite the way the central bank thinks it will. So we don't know, you know, the redistribution is so we're in a period of kind of fumbling. Again, this gets to the elite thing, that in fact we, you know, a generation ago you could apply known techniques to existing problems and more or less success would come. Now it's a little bit hairier.
Let's continue our listening tour.
Well, isn't this a little too complex? I mean, the idea that only elites can run foreign policy, it's really a simple thing, right? It's an extension of human relations. You're generous, you're fair with somebody, they'll probably treat you generously and fair. There are exceptions. There are, you know, crazy cults. Communism was a crazy cult. American capitalism may be a crazy cult. But if you drop a bomb on somebody, they're going to hate you. It doesn't have to be Islamic terrorism, it's bomb terrorism. And so, you know, the U.S., most of the electorate has been sold this bill of goods that everything about the military is good. You know, the military-industrial complex, and their view is that, well, any war is an away football game. You root for the home team. That's as deep as it goes. But it wasn't always like this. In the 1920s, the Nye Committee investigated the merchants of death. Kellogg-Briand Pact outlawed war globally.
Thank goodness that happened.
Yeah, and this can happen again.
I mean, but I'm just saying, if we hadn't had that Kellogg-Briand Pact, we might have had another war.
I'm gonna take issue with you here and say that the notion that foreign policy isn't that complicated and that we don't need experts to do it. I think, well, first of all, very clearly in this current political environment, we're going to engage in some real-time testing of that hypothesis. and I personally don't think it's going to end very well. In part because, first of all, I think that the amount of information taken about the world, whether it's 2017 or 1917, I think is like most specialized areas of knowledge beyond the comprehension of any one citizen, which is why we have a republic, not a democracy, which is why we mediate these decisions through a republic of elected representatives rather than do everything by plebiscite. And I also think that ordinary citizens are always surprised in foreign affairs by the problem of unintended consequences. That you move one part of the Rubik's Cube and 6 other parts of it move. That's a really difficult thing to do. And I think the biggest, I suppose, coming back at this as a foreign policy specialist, is saying, and I think we've probably all heard this at some point in our careers, it's a great metaphor that I didn't invent, and I can't think of who did, that Americans treat foreign policy like the plumbing. It's invisible, they don't know how it works, and they only care about it when it breaks.
But I think that's right, but I want to agree on 2 points. One, very much your point, and I heard you make it earlier, that when you kill people's families, they remember. Right? You know, when the bombings in Germany and Japan in World War II, they bombed us, we bombed them. Now it's much more one way, right? The places where we're dropping these bombs, they may bomb us through terrorism, but they don't have the ability to really strike back. These are often from drones now, so it's not even there's not even a pilot up there. There you are in a wedding or in whatever else, and boom, your child, your cousin. those humanitarian issues, those basic human issues of people getting killed, and you look to see, well, who is responsible, and it's the United States, even for many reasons that we might articulate.
Even when it's defending other people.
I understand, but I do think that is not just a sort of extra issue. I do think that is a core issue about who we are in the world and what we stand for and how we make enemies.
But let me just complicate it a little bit and maybe try to, why I think this is complicated.
Be quite brief, because we want to have our last
During World War II, there was a big debate over whether we should have force unconditional surrender on Germany and Japan. Roosevelt and the people who were against that said, well, it'll make the war go longer because they'll fight harder. Roosevelt basically said, good, because the reason we're having World War II is that in World War I, the Germans didn't really learn what war was, because it stopped because it was outside of Germany. So we're going to bomb Dresden. We're going to destroy that country. We're going to go through there like Sherman through Georgia, only more, and teach them that war is not an option. So sometimes violence makes things worse. And by the way, that worked.
But what did that teach us? That violence works, that we can control violence.
But
we already thought
the
that
worst
way.
bumper sticker in the world is the one that says war is not the answer. Because every time I see that bumper sticker, I say, it depends on what the question was. If the question is, shall we eradicate the Jewish people from the face of the planet, then yeah, maybe war is the answer. If the question is, we're going to bomb American citizens, then maybe war is the answer. But
Georgia didn't secede again after Sherman.
But I think we have to maintain our humanity, even in thinking. And I think this is where foreign policy experts do their job, to say we have to think about things people would rather not think about, and we have to maintain our humanity doing it.
You also, though, mentioned within your question this over-reliance on the military to solve every international problem.
Yes.
And I think we could certainly see lots of evidence to support that claim. I would say, in part, that goes back to the fact that most Americans are very distant from the military, very distant from what it actually means. It's sort of the opposite of what Walter was saying, that, since we are the ones who are engaged in the action as a country, but most of the people really aren't engaged in it. The idea that the military went to war and America went to the mall. This makes it then easier to see every problem with a military solution. This makes it easier to say we're going to increase the military budget by some astronomical number and cut state and USAID. So I'm sorry to end it there, though, and let's have one last question.
Well, we haven't got time. I'm afraid the time gets everybody, including the visitor.
It's okay.
Can you be
That's
brief?
all right.
Yeah.
Very brief.
Just be brief.
I'm not gonna pose my question. I'd much rather, leading to the last thought that you just mentioned, I think that because we use war as a historical point in our history, peace gets too comfortable. And so peace, it's very easy to succumb to human paranoia. So even when there's no chaos, more likely than not, we will let chaos ensue.
Okay, well, there you go. We'll leave it with that. It's not a very cheerful way to finish, mind you. Look, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, a number of our authors will be signing books, or at least selling books over there. There's another session in half an hour. We're going to be talking about something equally intriguing: race, religion, ideology. Does it divide? Does it unite? How will we do that? But before we take that break, would you please join with me in thanking our panel: Tom Nichols, Anne-Marie Slaughter, Elmira Bedrazli, Russell Walter-Mead, and our host, James Ketterer. Thank you very much.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
They feel like you can't tell anyone, you know what? Oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
I don't know if I've got a real one single principle. I'm always trying to find out what they should be, I guess.
I'd like to think an ethical principle I live by is to show compassion and to try not to do any harm.
I value hard work.
Loyalty.
Honesty.
Be very honest.
Equality.
Freedom of all people.
Trying to treat everybody with the same level of respect.
Like, I don't want to cause anyone else an injustice or harm. Staying true and real to myself and being a real, honest person.
I always think that if I tell the truth, I can sleep at night.
Sometimes it gets me into serious trouble, but
Trying to be as honest with my word as possible.
My word is gold. Not just talking about it, it means doing it so that other people can see that you're true to your word.
Integrity really matters to me.
If I'm reliable, then I'm trustworthy, then I'm respecting that person.
Without loyalty, there's no trust in anyone.
Respect someone the same way you like to be respected, so treat people the same way you want to be treated.
To be fair to people and to treat people the way I like to be treated.
Trying to be more empathetic.
I'm trying to treat everybody fairly.
My father drilled it into my head, you know.
How you're raised has a lot to do with your values and your morals and things.
So if Dad was telling me as a kid to work harder, I guess, you know, yes, Dad, I'll get right on that. So
Empathy's been drilled into me as a core, fundamental right of being a good human being.
For me, I was born out of wedlock in Ireland.
So I was brought up to believe that what happened in South Africa was wrong.
I wasn't allowed in the church when my mother got married when I was 6 months old.
When my eldest daughter was 2.
And most women in my mother's situation would have been sent to a convent and their children taken away from them out of shame.
And she woke up one morning and said, "Em," to our African maid, "breakfast."
But my grandfather didn't agree with any of that, and he literally didn't go back to church after that.
My husband and I said, that's it. If a 2-year-old already has got the belief.
So he paved the way for my beliefs about doing the right thing.
And that basically was why we left South Africa.
I think everyone deserves respect no matter what background, colour.
Cultures, religions, beliefs.
And I always thought, what if that had been me?
have you ever been on the other side?
It makes me kind of angry.
That feeling
when you hear other people do it, you think, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Now, of course, we all have self-interest.
The first instinct is for me to do what benefits me.
So it tests me to that point, that barrier, that line that you either cross it or you hold back.
It gets hard when frustrated or angry or tired, all those sort of normal emotions.
So I think a lot of my life is navigating what's right for the other person and not just me.
Because after all, we're part of a society where we share.
Went through a really stressful situation in Sri Lanka where the tsunami happened in 2004. And we were on the beach and had to run away from it. And the openness of people, the way that they welcomed us into their homes and looked after us, the way that the community banded together to help after the tsunami. Yeah, it was, you can hear in my voice I'm quite emotional still about it. It was quite an intense experience, yeah. I walk through life more consciously. Changed the way that I believed and acted and thought in a big way.
Trying to understand things better.
Understand how other people interpret things.
But it's taking that moment to sit back and think and
try to use my brain a bit more maybe. Think about what I'm saying and how it will affect other people.
It means that I end up living a better life myself.
That's the reward.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's sort of like you can't tell anyone, you're like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome. My name is Simon Longstaff. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre, and along with our partners, Advance, which is a network of Australians dotted around the world, the BARD Globalisation and International Affairs Program, and the Carnegie Council on Ethics for International Affairs, I'd like to welcome you all here for this session within our program, Shades of Red and Blue. The reason why we've convened this session, that is our partners, has been because we think it's essential to bring together, sometimes for the first time, people who are distributed across a political spectrum within which all too often in my country, and I suspect also here, there's very little by way of conversation and a lot of shouting at people. And yet we are all facing issues of profound importance which we think are better addressed by allowing for moments of principled disagreement, moments when people of conviction from different perspectives might come together and respectfully engage. And they're probably, of all the topics we'll be talking about during the course of this day, one of the most sensitive is that which is going to be addressed this afternoon. Now, before I go to the panel, just a couple of little housekeeping things. If you're a person who tweets and feel encouraged to do that, we've managed to come up with the world's longest hashtag, which is #Shades of Red and Blue. So your thumbs get a good exercise on that. Perhaps more importantly though, you'll notice that the table's set with 2 empty chairs. Now a few of you, if you've been at earlier sessions, will know how this works. If you're new to this, around about half an hour into the process, our chair will open the table so that if you're in the audience and you feel you'd like to take a seat at the table, albeit a temporary seat, then you're most welcome to do so, either to ask a question or make a comment. But don't linger, please, not because you're not welcome, but really because there'll be other people quite likely who would also like to take the same opportunity. And they won't be able to do that unless they can come and tap you on the shoulder and know that you will give way. You'll be joining a really extraordinary group of people who've got some great depth of wisdom and insight. I'm not going to go through their biographies. Some of them you'll know already by reputation. Some are quite famous. Others you'll be meeting for the first time. But you'll be speaking with Derek Green, Jelani Cobb, Paola Mendoza and Lee Bollinger. And they'll be chaired by a fellow Australian. So it's good to have another Aussie in the chair up here, Josh and Jyothilingam. So would you please welcome them all, and I'll now hand over to Josh.
So thank you everyone, thank you for joining, and thank you for the panellists for what will be hopefully a very open, frank, fair debate on very difficult issues. The first issue today we're going to discuss is that of race. But race and racial categories have been long debated, have evolved over time and changed. Race has been based on religion, it has been based on geography, it has been based on physical attributes such as colour, it has been based on language. The Oxford English Dictionary talks about race being around physical attributes, but it also talks about race being associated with cultural identity. Me personally, I think I'm an Australian, obviously by the accent. I identify as an Australian culturally, but my parents are born in Sri Lanka, so I'm of Sri Lankan descent. But I was born in Africa. So when I encounter race in America to us is a very different construct to race in Australia and in other countries. So I'm called brown, black, Sri Lankan, Indian, Asian, amongst other things. For me to identify my race is very difficult and something that I choose not to do. I think in this topic, as we discuss race and race-related issues, I think it's firstly important to understand the context in which we're discussing this, to define what is race, who are the racial groups that we're talking about, and first, and then thereafter sort of talk about how do we address the issues in these specific groups. So I'd like to open the floor to you, Jelani, given your background. Can you help by defining race for us?
Well, I intend in my 5 minutes to not only define race, but actually to resolve all racial conflict. So if you can start the timer now, prepare to be amazed. So to the idea of race and the nuances that you just gave, it is kind of inherently and implicitly contrary to the American understanding of race to approach it with the nuance that you just afforded it, because it is intended to be a blunt instrument. It was created for the purpose of inscribing and reinforcing social hierarchy. And so talking about your ancestry and talking about how people categorize you and how people group you, my response is this. 2 weeks ago in Olathe, Kansas, a gentleman shouted in a bar, "Get out of my country," shot 2 individuals whom he, in his mind, categorized as Iranian. They were actually of Indian descent. This is a distinction without a difference to him, his thinking. At the same time, if we were to say this is, a horrific incident, we could look back in Wisconsin and say the individual who killed 6 people in the Sikh temple, believing them to be Muslim. Again, for him, a distinction without much of a difference. And we can go through these entire catalogs. Also in Kansas, when there was the attack on the Jewish Cultural Center, where the person intended to kill Jews, he shot 3 people, all of whom were Christians, who happened to be attending an event at the Jewish Cultural Center. If we don't understand how race operates in America, we would think that these were contrary actions and contrary behaviors. But the entire point of it is to not have to deal with nuance. To simply say, as we understand it in the United States, to have a category of people who are deemed to be superior and a category of people who can be excluded from the benefits of democracy. And when we talk about how intractable this idea is, it does not have any biological basis. We know this, that it is inherently kind of intangible and self-contradictory, but it has a durability that can only be explained by the fact that it's still useful. It still serves the purpose that it was intended to serve. And as long as that purpose exists, as long as it is profitable to divide people in this particular kind of way, and as long as these social hierarchies exist and we're looking for reasons to justify them, we will still have this irrational, but nonetheless present and determinative and powerful force called race in American society.
Right. Derek, did you want to add to that?
I think he brings up a lot of good points, and I think the thing with race in America today is that we're starting to finally move past this white-black binary that has characterized the country for 200 years. And so I think that it's really good that we're getting past that binary to see how race affects more than just blacks and more than just whites. But I think that the nuance that Jelani speaks of, I think is needed. I think the reason we don't speak with nuance when it comes to race, because there's too many political agendas that are going to be endangered if we speak with that nuance. I think that the way the political conversation has gone is that it's easier to put people in categories, very firm categories where there is no flexibility simply for advocating a particular message on a number of different issues. And so I think that if we're going to transcend that, this is a good place to start, to embrace nuance, to say that sometimes political agendas at the expense of the individual and groups of people aren't really worth it. So we have to move past that. So I agree with partially what you said, but I think the reason that it's there is because there's just too much at stake.
Mm-hmm. And then who defines it?
Well, it depends. I mean, with respect to Black Americans, blacks have defined themselves internally to counter how blacks have been defined externally. And so that's another tension that exists. And so it's a both and.
Mm-hmm. And if I can add one thing to that, I have a white great-grandmother, which accounts for exactly nothing in my relationship to race in this country. I kind of jokingly said to someone that I could be pulled over by the police officer and say, "Oh, this is embarrassing. I'm sorry, you think I'm black. I have a white great-grandmother, and actually happens all the time. But that's what I mean about the kind of bluntness of it. It's not meant to actually make sense in a particular way.
Right. Lee Powell.
I would just say that as we move beyond the binary of black and white and we start incorporating Latinos and in particular, in my particular case, I identify as Latina, and so who is identifying, which is actually not a race, but in this case in the United States, it is considered a race. Complicated nonetheless. But I identify as Latina, so when we start moving into these spaces where we are in a lot of gray and there is a lot of lack of understanding, what needs to happen now is that we need to start to have what I like to call daring discussions around these very gray issues in which people can then ask questions, be uncertain, make mistakes in how you're identifying and what you're saying in order to continue to heal this major racial divide that has only been exacerbated by the President of the United States. And we have seen, once again, how race has reared its head, specifically on November 8th, on the backs of brown people, Latinos in particular, and Muslims in particular. And so we are seeing the history of the United States play out once again before our eyes. And the question then becomes for each individual is how do we interact with this cycle? Do we do what has been done before? What do we do differently? What can we do individually, and what can we do in community? And so that's where I am with regards to questions around race, discussions, daring discussions around race, and particularly where we are today around race.
A number of points. I mean, a lot of points have been made, and this is, of course, an incredibly complex issue. So one wants to say right at the outset, there's nothing easy about the question you raised. Let me just take one angle of vision on this. Since Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, this country has been committed to trying to overcome a couple of hundred years of very severe racism, discrimination, invidious discrimination against African Americans, also Hispanics and Native Americans. But of course, African American discrimination was the focus of Brown versus Board of Education. That's been a commitment that has resonated through the decades, but especially in that 1950s, 60s, and 70s period. Beginning in the 1970s, virtually every university in the country committed itself to achieving what everybody refers to as a diverse student body and a diverse faculty. And to do that, there is explicit consideration of race and ethnicity in the admissions process of every selective university in the country. That has resulted in an enormous amount of benefits for the society. There is a contrary view, of course, which will undoubtedly be expressed here, but it's a complicated issue, but every university has committed itself to that to this day. So there is a sense within the higher education community that there is meaning behind the term race and ethnicity. And it continues to follow a practice that I think, a result that I think is not really that confusing in the real world. That is, when you talk about admissions and race and ethnicity, it doesn't get confused in the way that you began the question. Okay. That is where the constitutional law is. That's where the practice of a major institution in society, that is colleges and universities, are. At the same time, there is a desire to recognize that the population of people is a lot more complicated than that. So you have constitutional law, you have policies at that level, and that can be spread out over every single institution in the society. Layered on that is a desire to see the world in a much more complex way. Those two things are happening simultaneously. In a sense, I think that's good because both are struggling with a kind of reality, a past, a present, what Jelani said, real fact of life. But there's another real fact of life, which is the way you presented yourself as a much more complex individual. And that has a lot of social meaning, too. We need to see the world in, as was suggested, a much more complex way. So I'm just pointing out what I see as a very deep tension in the ways in which we are struggling with this simultaneous reality, because it's not one reality, it's two realities.
Actually, taking something you just mentioned in regards to education, and I guess you've got very significant experience given your time at the University of Michigan regarding affirmative action. Does affirmative action work? I mean, at what point does affirmative action stop being required? At what point does it start becoming, do you think, discriminatory? And do you think that sometimes affirmative action may work to the detriment of people who aren't influenced by that? So by that I mean if you're, say, an Asian American who goes to a university and there is an affirmative action towards encouraging Asian Americans entering there, everyone is painted with the same brush. They received a better, a much easier route, unfairly so. And do you think that that breeds resentment as well?
So there are a lot of things in what you just said.
Sorry about that.
A lot of issues. And again, this is a very, very complicated thing, which I've devoted a good part of my life to advocating and being part of. And you mentioned the case that I was in that arose out of the lawsuit against the University of Michigan and me personally, along with a number of other people. The Supreme Court has upheld now twice in the past 15 years, universities, public universities, and it's complicated, also that applies to private universities. It is constitutional to take into account race and ethnicity for purposes of developing a diverse student body for a better education for all of those students. I happen to believe that it's been a mistake which started with the Bakke case in the 1980s, and I don't want to give a legal lecture here, but we have separated out diversity as having an educational purpose and as having a remedying purpose of past discrimination. And that latter is not permitted as an argument. I think that has been a mistake because I think it takes it out of a historical context, and I think you can only understand this in a historical context. Okay, that's a first point. But you asked me the question, the main question was, has it worked? Okay. I believe deeply it has worked. I mean, I think it's brought integration into the judiciary of the United States. I think it's brought it into countless other parts of the society. To me, it's unimaginable that we would have young people educated in an environment that was not racially and ethnically diverse, or internationally diverse, or geographically diverse, or any other number of ways in which we try to achieve diversity as reflective of the world. And I think it works in large part because there are different life experiences that people bring to any institution, in this case a higher education institution. So I think it definitely works, it has worked, been a major advance in American society. Have there been costs to doing this? Well, I mean, I think the answer has to be yes. The strongest argument against affirmative action that I have ever heard is the argument that we have spent centuries trying to arrive at a point where public decision-making and private decision-making, but mainly public, would not take race into account, that would be regarded as a wrong thing to do. It's wrong to segregate children according to race in public education. Okay, we did that. Here you're asking for an exception because it's for a good purpose. It's to rectify past discrimination, to educate people in a diverse environment. If you have an exception, that will make it more difficult to have the very firm rule in the society that we should not take race into account. That's a strong argument. There's another argument which you raised, that it makes people resentful or makes people feel badly, et cetera, who are the beneficiaries of affirmative action. I mean, almost everybody's the beneficiary of affirmative action in some form. I was the beneficiary of affirmative action because I came from Oregon, from a rural place in Oregon. I'm sure I got geographic diversity when I was admitted to Columbia Law School. And I love the statement of Secretary Powell when this issue came up in the affirmative action cases I was part of. When he said, look, if I feel badly because I got a benefit in getting into college, I'll take the extra money I earned as a result of going to a better college, and I'll hire a psychiatrist to help me with that problem. So, I mean, there are lots of things to say about this, very complex.
I also think, just on a personal note with regards to this question if affirmative action works, I am a direct product of affirmative action. I came to this country when I was 3 years old to be reunited with my father, and I came with my mother and my brother, and very soon after we arrived, my father abandoned us. He told my mother that he was going to go get a job, and he never came back. He left my mom with 2 kids, no language, no family here, $200 in her pocket. We were homeless. I grew up on welfare. I grew up in Section 8 housing. My mom worked 70 hours a week at a fast food restaurant. And somehow, some way, she did what so many immigrants before her did, which is she worked and hardly ever saw her children, but she got both my brother and I to college. First through community college in California. But I will never forget my first day at UCLA. I was nervous as all hell because I was, 20 when I transferred into UCLA. And as a transfer student, I had to take a freshman class as just some general ed that I had to catch up on. And I remember it was a small class. It was like 20 people. And there was this white guy who answered a question that the teacher had asked. And he spoke in such a way that I honestly didn't know what he was saying. It's funny now, but then I was thinking, I should clarify, I didn't understand what he was saying because of his vocabulary. And at that moment, I thought to myself, oh my God, I'm gonna fail UCLA. I'm gonna fail my mother. I can't do this. And that is the experience of many, many students of color, particularly if you're transferring into a university. So I even at the top of my class, as in high school and in my community college, I at the top of my class had so much catching up to do with my peers at UCLA. And that is why affirmative action for me personally worked, because it allowed me to go into that space. It allowed me to be with people that for XYZ reasons were smarter than me, were not smarter than me, but we were all on equal playing field. And out of my own desire and out of my own extra studies, out of my own pursuit, I was able to graduate, get my master's, et cetera, et cetera. But that is just a small personal example of why affirmative action for me was crucial to being able to sit at this table with these gentlemen and with you all in this room.
Thanks, Paul. You need to keep it succinct.
I'll say very briefly. I do want to say that when we talk about affirmative action, we tend to talk about it flowing in one direction. And in order for the resentment that the program has sometimes generated, in order for that resentment to exist and the belief that people of color are being given something, you have to kind of cook the books and not look at what people of color are having taken away from them. So if you are a person who arrives at a university and through some formula, race winds up being of benefit to you, you'd also say at the outset, this person was more likely to have died as a result of infant mortality. This person was more likely to have attended a substandard school, correlating with race, more likely to have been arrested at any point in their life, more likely, if they are arrested, to have charges brought against them. If they have charges brought against them, more likely to have been convicted, and if convicted for the same thing that a white person might be guilty of, more likely to receive a lengthy sentence. all these things. We also know that this person, statistically, sociologists have looked at this and found that if that person has no criminal record, they are less likely to be hired in a job application situation than a white person who does have a criminal record. We know that to be the case. And so if we cook the books, and we could go on about this, if we cook the books and remove all of these obstacles, it then just looks like a giveaway. And on the other side of it, we ignore the benefits, the kind of social momentum that has come from what a colleague at Columbia, Ira Katz-Nelson, called in his book, When Affirmative Action Was White, generations and decades of set-asides, essentially, for white people. My father had a third-grade education. As I said very quickly, my father had a third-grade education. He grew up in a segregated town in Georgia. And if we were to look at the University of Georgia, my father was the smartest man I ever knew, but if we were to look at the University of Georgia for the year that my father turned 18, or the year that my father turned 28, or the year that my father turned 38, all of the graduates for that institution would have been white. And no one would ever say that the young men who graduated from that institution never had to compete against my father. That was a form of set-aside. And so when we're looking at the attempts to counterbalance what is a historical force with a great deal of momentum, we have to look at the entirety of the situation if we want to actually have an honest assessment of it.
I have a number of issues with affirmative action and the way that affirmative action is played out currently. I think that if we're trying to Paolo's point, I would like to see in my lifetime that affirmative action is irrelevant. And what I mean by that is not to be trying to make it for historical discrimination or covering for the fact that blacks continually are served substandard education in underperforming schools, but get to the essence of black academic development. See, one of the things that affirmative action does not address is black academic development in its primary and secondary stages. It's trying to make up for what the black children, particularly in poor communities, lack for 12 years of education. You can't, it's impossible to do that. And so that's one of the reasons why I disagree with the way affirmative action is carried out, is because it doesn't address the root cause of why we need, in this particular situation, why we need affirmative action. So it does nothing for black development. Another reason that I think that it's an issue is that it's a false safety net. Because now that if we know that blacks are going to be admitted into these institutions, particularly colleges and universities, and we won't even get into employment quite yet, but if they know that they're going to get in or get special points for being black, they're not going to try as hard. And what that does is undermine their ability to compete with their multi-ethnic peers. And so if they have a false safety net, they know they're going to get points for simply being black, they're not going to take the risks and the sacrifice that we see many Asian students do on a daily basis. Rather than going out and hanging out with friends or playing video games, we see a lot of Asian students going to the library, particularly ones who English is as a second language. They come here, they master English, and then they graduate with 3, 4, or 5.0s. That's not in black culture, and I think the false safety net prevents blacks from challenging ourselves and being able to compete on the level of our white and Asian peers. And so these are the types of things. I'm not saying it's going to happen in a generation, but at the same time, when are we going to address the lack at the very beginning to give people the resources to be successful outside of a set-aside? And then just my last point is that I disagree with it because it stigmatizes black accomplishment, even black accomplishment by those who weren't beneficiaries of affirmative action. So how many of you in here would actually pick a doctor to operate on a loved one knowing that person was a beneficiary of affirmative action? Now, the ones who said they would you still have that person operate on yourself, knowing that that person was a product of affirmative action? It just has a very negative way of stigmatizing black achievement and black accomplishment, and that stigma is carried around for the durations of their academic and then their economic lives. And so if we want to talk about policies that have historical redress, we can talk about that. But I just think that affirmative action, again, the way that it's carried out, doesn't do that. And I think it actually creates more problems than it intends to solve.
Just a 10-second response.
Okay, Ted.
Arthur Ashe said that there'll be complete equality in America when a black person can be completely mediocre and still be an astounding success. Now, the second part of this is that, what if that doctor were white? And why do we presume that when we see the black person that they're a beneficiary of affirmative action when there are all sorts of other things? We never ask that question about whether or not there have been, but see, this is the whole point. Why is the white person not stigmatized? And so this is the idea of like, and then when we're saying the same thing, if we're talking about the achievement of Asian American students, we use this language of pathology around black academic achievement, but we don't use the language of pathology around the fact that Asian American students generally outperform white American students.
Fair enough.
We don't say, well, what's wrong with white American students? Why are they underachieving? Are they watching too much TV? Where are their fathers? What's happening? We don't talk about white people in that same language.
Well, even if we did, I don't think that talking about it in the same language would address the problems that blacks continue to suffer disproportionately.
Let me just make
so we can relativize it, but we
right.
still don't address it.
No, these are important points that you're raising, and but the second one, I think, look at it this way, because I think this is what Jelani is trying to say. Many people in the admissions process coming into college, many people receive some kind of special consideration because of where they come. They come from Arizona, or they come from, Belgium or Africa. So the admissions process takes into account a lot of different things. Race and ethnicity are simply two among many. Legacies. We all know the story of children of alumni have some special consideration at every college, university, including mine. The question then, and the differences, by the way, are not that significant. I mean, the qualifications of the students, African Americans and others, coming in are unbelievable. I mean, they're in the very top category of young people, given what we have to predict their success.
May have to get you to finish
your point. So the point is, the stigma is the result of racism. That is, it is the result of a society that views this in a racist kind of way, which is the problem that leads to the policy being justified. So it's not the result. I mean, it's just a very important, I think,
Just
point.
real quick.
We have to move on. We've got two more topics.
This is a panel on affirmative action, isn't it? I mean,
what you said is, I guess, is the core of what I'm saying, is that it seems to be addressing the reclamation of moral authority than getting to the essence of black development.
Okay, I'll have to move on.
That's what I think it is.
Otherwise, we won't get to the other points.
We can talk more in the green room.
Fair enough.
So I'd like to move on to the question of religion. Religion is obviously a very tense subject, I guess, because it has never just been about Muslims versus Christians. Even amongst Christian groups, you find in the 1800s Catholics versus Protestants, Irish Catholics versus Polish Catholics versus Italian Catholics. Some of the discussion, I think, from the 1800s up until, or maybe even longer, up until the time of JFK, was around from the concern of Protestants that Catholics believed in the church and by extension of that, the Pope before the country and the government. It wasn't until JFK came into power when he talked about the separation of church and state and formalized that as an ardent Catholic, that sort of dialogue started to occur. Well, it occurred much earlier, but it started to be formalized. Do you think that in today's terms, when we're talking, irrespective of religion, do we need to, again, ensure that people are committed to their country and the government and the culture and the identity of the country before religion? I speak specifically to examples, say in France, where we have the burqa ban, and the discussion around that, with French ideals versus the Islamic, Arabic ones and their culture. Is that something that needs to be reinforced in today's term? And do you think that acts like the Religious Freedom Act, Religious Freedom Restoration Act, almost takes that a step back to dedication towards religion before country and values. Do you want to start?
You should stay.
I think it's very hard to ask people to put their country first when their country actually is not putting them first. When their country is attacking them, using them as scapegoats, demonizing them, and in many cases murdering them. So I think that that's a very complicated and unfair question in many respects. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
So here's what I find troubling. I think that there is a kind of litmus that we're asking of Muslim communities, which are based in a kind of idea of collective guilt. And so we rarely hear this applied, this kind of idea of collective guilt applied to people who are not marginal in society. And one of the most interesting instances of this was in the Boston Marathon bombing of 2013, I think this was. And when the uncle of the Tsarnaevs was on the television talking about his nephews, and he said that they were losers, and he kind of denounced them, but he said something in a way that we would not be accustomed to hearing most groups in the United States think, but in a way that is very familiar to African Americans, to Latinos, to Muslims. He said that his nephew's actions had caused consequences for Chechens, and he had made Chechens look bad. And it was the kind of thing that was immediately legible to people who understand, saying, oh, well, if a black person commits a crime, I'm going to be held in some way guilty for that. And for a society that's committed to the idea of individual rights, this is obviously a contradiction. And so I reject the idea that we should primarily ask Muslims to show their loyalty because it's based upon a presumption that they're not loyal or that they're less loyal than other groups in society, or that there is some sort of connection between a person who is Muslim who commits a horrendous, heinous act of terrorism and someone else who happens to share their faith, as opposed to, for instance, in the shooting in the Pulse nightclub, where Donald Trump made this assessment of him having done this as a result of him being Muslim, but he's also from Queens, as is Donald Trump, as am I. And so I think it's the kind of lines that we're accustomed to saying in terms of how we assign blame.
Sure. I'll allow you to go last because I know you've got probably a lot to say given the theological background. How about yourself, Lee?
I mean, this is a terrible thing to think that Muslims have to meet some kind of test of loyalty, which is really, I think, what this is. And there's just a long, shameful tradition in this country and other countries where groups who are at a particular moment viewed with fear or because people like to look down on some group are made to have to express their loyalty in some kind of form. I mean, it's just a sad history to this. If you look at the immigration policies of the United States over the past couple hundred years, this has just been the sort of sad, enduring theme. Every time the country gets frightened about something, feels threatened, immediately you go after dissenters. I mean, my whole field of freedom of speech is built around laws trying to censor and stop people who have minority views that people don't like. But coupled with that is always an antagonism towards immigrant groups. So it's the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. It's the Chinese Exclusion Act of the 1860s. It's the Alien Red Scare period of the post-World War I era. So it's a very, very bad and discouraging part of American history.
For most people, religion transcends a sense of nationalism. And so Christians, the Muslims, Jews, we all hold in tension our adherence to our religious beliefs and obedience to the laws in the country in which we live. I'm not saying that we should have people prioritize their nationalism over their religion, because a lot of religious people would find that idolatrous. But what I am saying is that if we're going to have people, regardless of their religious background, regardless of their religious beliefs, into the country to take advantage of warts and all, American society, we have to hold in better tension our religious beliefs and the laws of the country in which we seek to prosper. And so I think that I'm not asking them to violate any heartfelt religious beliefs, but I think that we need to have some sort of open and honest dialogue about some religions have a more difficult problem doing that than others. It's not to demonize that entire religion by any stretch, but I think that there is certain problems and we can address that. It's not to say that Christians don't have their issues as well, but if we're going to have this type of freedom in terms of allowing people to participate in their religious beliefs, and sincere religious beliefs, we have to give them the latitude to do that within the bounds of the law. Okay. There shouldn't be a violation of other people's safe spaces and that type of thing, or their physical safety. There just shouldn't.
I'll touch on something you said in a second, but we'd like to open up the floor to anyone who wants to ask questions. So if you come down to the corner and participate, you're welcome to do so. Talking about immigration, I guess, and integration, I guess there is a fear, some of the commonly held beliefs with anti-immigration proponents is that this fear of integration into society. Obviously not necessarily justifiable in many respects, but there is that fear. How can we address that? Do we have, or are we willing to accept all cultures and immigrants regardless of backgrounds?
I think we have a habit of doing that, and I don't think that there's a problem doing that. What I would like to see is that when we are going to allow people to come in, regardless of where they're from, we need to take seriously the problems that some of the cultures, or some of the people, the cultures represented by the people who are coming in, have a resistance to integration. And I don't want to get to the point where we just have balkanized centers of people who are resistant to immigrating into American society, and then American society saying that's okay.
But has that happened?
Well, I think I don't think that we emphasize integration enough in this country. So what I'm saying is, I don't want to get to situations that are reflected in Europe where you have pockets of people who are angry, they feel isolated, they feel marginalized because they haven't finished the process of integrating into that culture. It's not to say that they have to completely eliminate everything from the culture that they brought in, but they have to integrate into the society at the very least, to reduce the feelings of marginalization and anger that they feel.
So is the marginalization a result of their feelings and kind of subjective ideas, or is it actually a reality in the lives of people?
It could be. It could be both.
And so, to your point, if we were to look at the Know Nothing Party of the 1850s, which is to look at the anti-Catholic hysteria, people believed that Catholics were inherently monarchical because of the Pope, and that they believed in a kind of structure that was antithetical to American democracy, that these people could not be integrated into American society. If we looked at Theodore Roosevelt in the beginning of the 20th century, all of these people, white people, who were coming to the United States were not fit for democracy because democracy was generally, we all know, the prerogative of white Anglo-Saxons and Teutons. So Germans and Brits could do it, but they had no idea whether Italians or Irish or any of these other people who they did not consider white were capable of functioning in democracy. But what we're actually looking at is an antique prejudice that, despite evidence to the contrary, has irrationally maintained a grip in American society and has continually been useful for the further marginalization of people. So it's not the actual saying, why are people maintaining ideas that keep them marginalized? It is, why are we looking at people and finding it valuable to keep them on the margins in the first place?
I'll just have to pause both of you. I know that this will come up in some of the questions that are about to come up. So welcome. If you could announce yourself and then ask your question.
I just wanted to be close to this discussion, but hi, my name is Eileen, and I've been here all day, and it's wonderful, but I don't know if it's blood sugar or just the power of this particular discussion has its own particular rising of an emotional response. What comes to mind for me I guess across the board, whether it's race, religion, our country, is I don't know what I really think or know, but my sense is that it's not this religion, it's not that religion. For me, I'm challenged by fundamentalism in whatever group there is, and that's principle-based. So separation of church and state, right? My spirit feels encroached upon by, to say a lack of generosity is not really accurate, but among discrete groups, who don't, I'll say we, even though I feel like saying they, we don't, it seems difficult to find a unifying principle of common ground that then can be applied, kind of golden rule kind of stuff in a way. And that's true, it seems, both for religion, and why don't religious principles, right, golden rule principles, why don't those also extend to an understanding of the dynamics of race and, for purposes of the three things in this discussion, of immigration as well?
Thank you for that comment. What I might do is I'll ask your question as well, and then I'll throw it to the panel.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Sanjay, and my question was actually about some of the things that you were sort of talking about in terms of letting in groups, and also sort of drawing a contrast between how, say, Europe and say specifically France versus the U.S. I wonder if there's sort of a risk of almost, in a sense, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Like, so you look at it in France, where they almost have like, I guess just due to the nature of that country, the hyper-energized version of, say, separation of church and state and separation of mosque and state, where you're forcing sort of almost second, third generation sort of, say Muslim immigrants to sort of almost choose in a sense between, are we French, are we Muslim, and so on. So in sort of contrast, it seems like the US has done that a lot better. And you can sort of analyze this in a multitude of ways, whether it's sort of, say, number of Americans joining radical groups abroad versus number of Europeans and things like that. So I was wondering if maybe there isn't like a danger in sort of going too far almost. Obviously, national security is important, but, are we sort of in danger of sort of losing what makes us great?
Okay, thank you. So would you like to maybe
take your answers off stage.
Paola, would you like to answer first?
I think that's a very good point, that when we move into any sort of extreme or any sort of fundamentalist point of view, there is danger in that. The intricacies and the details of our democracy as well as culture get flattened out. And I think that we are constantly, or I am constantly fighting as a woman, as a woman of color, to not just be noticed, but actually to be noticed in an equal standing point. When we were at the Women's March, I was the artistic director of the Women's March and the co-director of partnerships on the Women's March. And when we were putting together our policy platform, which we called the Points of Unity document, there was a lot of pushback and a lot of misguided questions around why our Points of Unity document was talking about race, why our Points of Unity document was talking about immigration, why it was talking about poverty, why it was talking about criminal justice reform, because everyone was saying this is a women's march. Why are these issues being discussed here? We should be talking about reproductive rights, and we should be talking about reproductive justice, not immigration. And the pushback was very severe because people wanted women in this moment in time to just fit into a box. And what we were saying was that actually no, all of these issues are women's issues. And you can't make me choose between being a woman or being an immigrant, or being a woman and being Muslim. I am one of the same, that is me, and I will not choose. And so I think that is, for me, one of the reasons why the Women's March was so successful, in that we were able to educate on a mass level around this idea that is not a new idea around intersectionality, but it was presented in a way to people that most people had never understood that concept or had come into conflict or into terms with that concept. So I think our innate nature, our nature of human beings is to not fit in a box. And when government or when someone is trying to push us in there, we will fight, and sometimes that fight will lead to unfortunate places. And obviously I'm not condoning that, but I'm saying that we can't force people to choose between who they innately are.
Thank you. Lee, would you like to add?
Very quickly, the only thing I would say, because of a lot of issues again, I think it's extremely important to realize that being tolerant, that choosing free speech, of choosing pluralistic societies, of choosing to live it's very hard to do those things. It's just not the natural human impulse. That's why you have laws. That's why you have constitutional principles. That's why we expect leaders not to fan antagonisms between groups and to ignite the natural tendencies of people to be intolerant. It's just you cannot look at the history of this country or any country and not come to the conclusion that it's really hard work to live and to benefit from a pluralistic environment. I mean, it's a deep principle of the United States that we will be better because of that.
Thank you. If I could ask you
Sure.
to answer the question.
Hi, I'm Liz Mattori, class of 2002 from Columbia. Just want to say hi for the president. I also am a new Republican, African-American descendant of a Filipina. I became a Republican last year, and quite frankly, I felt totally not welcome, no offense, at your Women's March. And for some reason, I was really excited to see President Bollinger here, and I was looking forward to coming to this discussion, but I just want to say I feel very disappointed because it feels like even when Derek was talking about that daring conversation about speaking about the reality that we're all facing, you heard jeers in the audience. I've never felt marginalized until I became a Republican. I never felt marginalized until I had a Trump sticker on my car. I lost a best friend over this election because I have broken out of that mold and box that people still think that I have to be in. I've never felt freer than as a Black Republican coming back to the Republican Party, because those are the conversations that I have fought through and I've chosen to fight through. So my question is there space for actual discourse, or do you have to still remain in the in crowd in order to feel Black enough? You know, people question my Blackness now because I'm a Republican. I was like, well, I went to Howard Law, so you can't take that away from me. So I'm just saying, I just really hope that, you know, in 2017, I'm also a child of September 11th. So unfortunately, I cannot get away from the fact that I still can't go downtown far enough because of what actually happened based on religious reasons. We have to be holistic, and I would implore us to have really, if we can't have these conversations here in New York, in the United States, in an open environment, then I don't know where we can have them.
Thank you. I'll allow you to answer just quickly so we can move on to this gentleman afterwards.
Well, I would actually say that we are having this discussion, right? So I think that this is the space that we are talking with someone from quote unquote the other side. And I agree with you
So who's
that,
from the other side? I was trying to figure out.
oh, you right here, you
Well,
right here.
yeah,
I'm
but
saying here, at this moment, we are
Oh,
having a
okay.
discussion in the space that you were able to come to this table, state your opinion, and then have this discussion with me. So, and I agree with you that one of our biggest problems in this country at this moment in time is that we cannot discuss, that we cannot have civil conversations around issues that we disagree upon, that families are being broken up and that relationships are being lost. I know several friends that are on the same case, on the same issue, where they're not speaking to family members who voted for Trump. And I think that it's an unfortunate reality of how divided we are and the leaders that are fanning that divide. And so I challenge you to continue to have those daring discussions, because it is the only way that on a person-to-person level, we will be able to heal. And this country needs to heal in order to be able to move forward, because the way in which we're moving towards right now is, I see as only disastrous. And I do want to just correct one thing, because I think it's important. I also moved to New York 2 days before 9/11 to go to grad school. And I don't believe that 9/11 was religious-based. I think that 9/11 was based around, it might have been religious fundamentalism, but that's not the reason why it was done. In my eyes, it's around our international policies towards the Middle East.
Okay, thank you both. I'll give you the floor in a second.
You say something, I want to say something.
we only have a few minutes, and I'd like to ask this gentleman, and then I'll throw it to you guys.
I think my question's a bit more, I guess, like policy-based, but the argument came up that affirmative action at the university level is sort of too late of an intervention to make up for 12 years or more of inequality in education systems. But then the argument also came up that the problem with affirmative action is that it's stigmatizing. So I think the alternative to a university level affirmative action the sort of obvious alternative would be an earlier intervention at like preschool, primary level. And I don't know if that exists. I think that's part of my question, just does that exist? And if not, why do we wait until folks are 18 to make up for that level? But also, if there was an earlier intervention of affirmative action, if it was race-based, would that also be stigmatizing, and would that really be an alternative? In a way, that argument sort of, it seems like a pretext to me.
You and Derek are both right. That is, it really is important to have work at the preschool, school, young. It's not too late in my view. And it's our responsibility to do what we can to try to build a better society. But I agree with you completely. It would be better to try to work on this at a younger age as well. When it's not happening, we are where we are.
Jelani, I'll let you.
So really quickly, when we talk about affirmative action, we should be mindful. We think of affirmative action as the kind of highest order of liberalism. That's not what it was. Affirmative action arose at a point where people were demanding sweeping systemic change. And it was a stopgap. It was something that was meant to forestall even bigger social problems, even bigger social changes, I should say. So the objective of it was never to say, we're going to deal with the systemic issues that have completely and consistently replicated themselves over time. But it is when they saw really talented people like Stokely Carmichael, who were outside the system trying to burn it down, and saying, well, no, we want those people to be inside the system trying to benefit it. But the problems that they were angry about in the first place have largely gone unaddressed. And so it did not go to the roots of why education has remained as unequal as it is, why housing has remained as unequal as it has, why American cities are more segregated in some instances than they were in 1954 when Brown versus Board of Education came about. And so that's where we are. We're arguing about affirmative action as if it were really meant as a kind of liberal panacea, and it wasn't that.
I might have to pause you.
Okay.
So just to give Jerry the final word.
Real quick, and that's the difference between what it was meant to do and the way it's carried out now. To your point, I think it might be affirmative action if we were going to get active, seriously active on trying to redeem the educational system for poor black children early on. And not just poor black children, but they are the ones that are consistently underserved, whites in rural communities as well. But I don't think that a lot of people would disagree with that type of action early on if it was sincere and if it was sober and pragmatic. The problem is that we give a lot of lip service to it and we don't do anything about it. And as long as teachers, as long as teachers unions are going to be a source of a jobs program for teachers, and they don't take the needs and the wants of the children first, if they don't start addressing those things, we're going to continue to have this conversation for the next 5 and 10 years. So we actually need to get into the system, allow these poor children to have the opportunity at better education. That means restructuring the educational system from the ground up.
And you're right, the audience should not jeer when points are being made. And if I'd heard it, which I didn't, I would have said that. But people feel very, very passionately, and I think appropriately so, about the issues of Trump. And I think the point is, we should not ignore each other, we should be together. That's why I came here today.
These problems
you're here.
transcend Trump.
Thank you. Look, no, stay there, stay there. No, you're part of this too. It's remarkable. I mean, you can see of all the topics we've heard today. I think, Paola, when you're talking, you're telling your story about growing up and others talking about this. This is something which of course, cuts very deep for individuals. It's not just an interesting policy question. It goes right to the heart of the lived experience. So we're going to break now for half an hour. In about 30 minutes, we'll be resuming with a discussion of the media, fake news, something's very topical. But before we go, can you please thank people on the table, all of them, those here from the audience, but also Lee Bollinger, Paula Mendoza, Derek Green, Jelani Cobb, and Josh Owen, our Australian moderator. Thanks so much. Thank you.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
They feel like you can't tell anyone, you know, like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
don't know if I've got a real one single principle. I'm always trying to find out what they should be, I guess.
I'd like to think an ethical principle I live by is to show compassion and to try not to do any harm.
I value hard work.
Loyalty. Honesty.
Be very honest.
Equality.
Freedom of all people.
Trying to treat everybody with the same level of respect.
Like, I don't want to cause anyone else an injustice or harm. Staying true and real to myself and being a real, honest person.
I always think that if I tell the truth, I can sleep at night.
Sometimes it gets me into serious trouble, but
Trying to be as honest with my word as possible. My word is gold.
Not just talking about it, it means doing it so that other people can see that you're true to your word.
Integrity really matters to me. If I'm reliable, then I'm trustworthy, then I'm respecting that person.
Without loyalty, there's no trust in anyone. Respect someone the same way you like to be respected, so treat people the same way you want to be treated.
To be fair to people and to treat people the way I like to be treated.
Trying to be more empathetic.
I'm trying to treat everybody fairly.
My father drilled it into my head, you know, how you're raised has a lot to do with your values and your morals and things. So if Dad was telling me as a kid to work harder, I guess, you know, yes, Dad, I'll get right on that. So
empathy's been drilled into me as a core, fundamental right of being a good human being.
For me, I was born out of wedlock in Ireland.
So I was brought up to believe that what happened in South Africa was wrong.
I wasn't allowed in the church when my mother got married when I was 6 months old.
When my eldest daughter was 2.
And most women in my mother's situation would have been sent to a convent and their children taken away from them out of shame.
And she woke up one morning and said, to our African maid, breakfast.
But my grandfather didn't agree with any of that, and he literally didn't go back to church after that.
My husband and I said, that's it. If a 2-year-old already has got the belief.
So he paved the way for my beliefs about doing the right thing.
And that basically was why we left South Africa.
I think everyone deserves respect no matter what background, colour.
Cultures, religions, beliefs.
And I always thought, what if that had been me?
have you ever been on the other side?
It makes me kind of angry.
That feeling
When you hear other people do it, you think, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Now, of course, we all have self-interest.
The first instinct is for me to do what benefits me.
So it tests me to that point, that barrier, that line that you either cross it or you hold back.
It gets hard when frustrated or angry or tired, all those sort of normal emotions.
So I think a lot of my life is navigating what's right for the other person and not just me.
Because after all, we're part of a society we've all, where we share.
Went through a really stressful situation in Sri Lanka where the tsunami happened in 2004. And we were on the beach and had to run away from it. And the openness of people, the way that they welcomed us into their homes and looked after us, the way that the community banded together to help after the tsunami. It was, you can hear in my voice, I'm quite emotional still about it. It was quite an intense experience, yeah.
I walk through life more consciously.
Changed the way that I believed and acted and thought in a big way.
Trying to understand things better.
Understand how other people interpret things.
But it's taking that moment to sit back and think and try to use my brain a bit more maybe. Think about what I'm saying and how it will affect other people.
It means that I end up living a better life myself.
That's the reward.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
He's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's like you can't tell anyone, you know what, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
All aboard. Good evening, everybody. My name is Simon Longstaff. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre, and in partnership with the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Relations and the BARD Globalisation and International Affairs Program and Advance, which is a network of Australians dotted around the world, I'd like to welcome you here this evening for what is a very hot topic, I think. It's not just the speakers, but the topic too. I've only been in the States for less than maybe 12 hours, I think, or almost 24 hours since I arrived last night, and have seen how big an issue news and truth is. And as I mentioned this morning when speaking with the very first group, it's a delicious thing that we're having this conversation on the 1st of April, because it's, of course, April Fool's Day. And the significance of that for me is the role of the fool in history. As you'd know, whether it's in literature in things like King Lear or from medieval history, the job of the fool was always to speak truth to power. So we've probably got a room full of fools tonight, if you don't mind me saying so, of people who like to speak truth to power. And not just truth to the powerful, but truth to power that can reside in conventional ideas, assumptions, things that can hold us in sway. So we're going to talk about that in a moment under the able leadership of Matthew Continetti, sitting there in the middle. But before we do, let me mention a couple of things. If you're tweeting, we've got the world's longest hashtag, hash shades of red and blue. There'll be books on sale, appropriately here at the library, just down in the corner. And I'm hoping that some of our distinguished authors whose books might be on sale may even consent to sign a few afterwards. But they're not bound to, but if you're kind to them, they will. And the other thing I should mention is the format, because you'll notice here, some of you have been through these sessions already, but if you've just come for this one, there are 2 empty chairs, one here, one opposite, and they will eventually be opened up to you as members of the audience who might like to take a seat at the table. You might have a question, you might have a comment, a brief question, a brief comment, which you will put and allow 1 or 2 of the panel to respond, and then that's just a temporary chair for you. And the reason it's temporary is not that your contribution isn't equally valued, it's just that there'll be other people in the audience who too might like to take advantage of this opportunity to sit at the table with a group like this. So our chair will announce when that's the case. You'll come over and just line up over there and just come and have a visit, ask a question, make a comment, and then give way to somebody else. But now to our panel. The people are going to do the heavy lifting here. So I've mentioned our chair, Matthew Continetti. He'll be chairing. I won't go through all their bios, you can read about them, and some of them you'll already know. Lachlan Markay and Leon Botstein, and then we've got Salman Rushdie and MZ Hemingway. Please welcome them. Over to you, Matthew.
So our topic for this next hour is fake news, free speech, and the media. And I thought I might start with one of the latest tweets from our eminent leader. Early this morning, the world woke up to the following. Quote, "When will sleepy eyes Chuck Todd and NBC News start talking about the Obama, all caps, surveillance scandal and stop with the fake Trump-Russia story?" That was followed. "It is the same fake news media that said there is no, quote, no path to victory for Trump that is now pushing the phony Russia story. A total scam, exclamation point." And I think what this tweet says as we open our discussion is, what do we mean when we say the phrase fake news? I think President Trump has one idea, and I think many other people have a different idea. Just to lay some facts out on the table before we start our discussion. The Pew Research Center reported in 2016 that 62% of US adults get news from social media, and the top 3 sources of their social news include Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. At the same time, just the other day, the Senate Intelligence Committee held a hearing at which an expert from the George Washington University Law Center said that Russia paid more than 1,000 people to spread anti-Clinton stories online in the last election, many of them simply frauds. Fake news spans the political spectrum, from stories that include Hillary has Parkinson's disease to Trump snorts cocaine at Trump Tower. Most interestingly, Jeff Green, the CEO of Trade Desk, told 60 Minutes just this past weekend that fake news consumers on the left, in particular, were more likely to be affluent and college-educated than those on the right, who tended to be in the middle age, 40s and 50s. This all is happening at a time when trust in the media has fallen to historic lows, with just 32% of Americans telling the Gallup organization that they are confident in the media. So where do we draw the line between fact and misinformation? How do we define fake news? Where does opinion end, facts begin, and where hoaxes take place? That was what we'll start discussing for the next hour. I thought I might include some of my favorite fake news headlines from the election just to get us started. Pope Francis endorses Donald Trump. This one I had to look up to make sure it wasn't false or wasn't true. Ireland accepting refugees from Trump's America. And then an interesting one, Trump sent plane to transport 200 Marines. This was popularized by Fox News personality Sean Hannity. So we have a very illustrious panel here, and I want to get to them before we start and turn it over to you guys in the audience. And I thought I'd ask Salman Rushdie first, as a writer of both nonfiction and fiction, where do you draw the line?
Well, I do think that there is such a thing as the truth. That's where I start.
A controversial statement.
Yeah. There are things which are so, and there are things which are not so. You know, if you believe that the world is flat, the world doesn't need you to believe that it's round to be round. It simply is round. And if you believe that it's flat, you're just wrong. So that's where I start. And that, as you say, is a belief which has been enormously eroded in recent times. And very strangely, the term fake news has done a flip. So that it started off being, as you were saying, crazy stuff on the internet, and maybe malicious stuff on the internet deliberately put there by Russians. And I've read that specifically targeting Bernie Sanders voters in order to detach them from Hillary with some degree of success. So, but now, in the post-election moment, the White House from which all untruth flows, it seems to me, is now flipping it and accusing its I suppose one has to say opponents in the mainstream media of being the liars. So the idea of truth and lies has done a curious backflip. And I think it's very worrying, because if we are going to live in a country in which in which truth is simply an aspect of your personal belief system, you know, then that's a very unstable society.
Lachlan Markay, as a practitioner and a member of what presidential advisor Steve Bannon calls the opposition party, from your perch at the Daily Beast, how would you assess the health of the so-called mainstream media, or the media more broadly today?
Sure. I don't think it is particularly healthy, but I think that is we have a larger institutional problem, I think, with dealing of questions of fact and truth and reality in the political process. And you know, now that Russia is in the headlines as often as it is, and we're discussing it here, I would recommend to anyone interested in this idea of the 21st century information environment to read a book called, I believe it's Nothing is True and Anything is Possible. And it's an account of post-Soviet Russia from the perspective of a British reporter who, born in Russia, moved to Great Britain and then back to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. And his account of how the Russian government and Russian oligarchs use information as a political tool. And it's not the 20th century Soviet Union model of pressing particular views on policy questions or cultural issues. It's much more free-flowing, it's much more mercurial, it's much harder to nail down. And you see it at work at a place like Russia Today, for instance, which of course is the state-affiliated broadcaster of the Russian government in the United States and Europe. And it manifests itself in extensive coverage of conspiracy theories and highly entertaining but very fringy type news coverage. And it's under the guise of news. But what the viewer, you know, a loyal Russia Today viewer comes away from a day of broadcasting not really knowing what to believe. And I think that is the real danger, is a post-truth populace that, in my opinion, is much more easy to manipulate. And I think in that sense, that model of propaganda, where you're not telling people what to think, but you're making it impossible for them to know what truth is the real danger. Unfortunately, and you mentioned statistics regarding trust in media, another institution that is woefully incapable, in my opinion, or has really fallen down on the job in dealing with that problem is the news media. And I think a lot of that has to do with a lack of humility in political coverage, with people not really knowing what they don't know, and with thinking that their opinion is valid and important because they hold it. And I'm of the view that, I live in Washington, D.C., where everyone has an opinion and everyone can write, and that doesn't make you special, and nobody really cares what your opinion is. And unless you're a George Will or a renowned commentator,
no one cares about their opinions either.
Right. It's you should you should be measured according to the facts that you bring to the table, and I think that's an increasingly rare trait among reporters who see more value in telling people what they should think rather than simply putting the information out there.
We've always struggled with this problem, right, Molly Hemingway? And in fact, there's been a long-running critique of the media. It's not as though the media always gets it right.
No, I wouldn't say that.
So how did we get here?
Well, the fake news issue really is a problem right now, although fake news has always been with us. I liked it when I was younger, and it was more in the National Enquirer, Weekly World News, Hillary has an alien baby type. It was sort of a delightful form of fake news. And now it's spread in nefarious ways, and it seems to dupe some people. And it's a real thing, and real research has been done on it, and it's interesting. Research has been going on for quite some time. However, shortly after the election, what should have happened in our media environment is some reflection, some self-reflection about what a poor job we had done understanding the populace, understanding the people, understanding people who think differently than we do. And rather than do that, I think many people in the media chose to sort of latch on to this idea of fake news and turn it into sort of a political cudgel, one that didn't actually have much substantiation, since studies showed that it affects people on left and right and didn't have much impact on the election and whatnot. And it's already been mentioned, but credibility for the media is at historic lows. You mentioned that the Gallup poll shows that it's 32%. This was in September, so presumably it's plummeted even more since then. 32% of Americans thought that the mainstream media, big newspapers, big TV station, big TV companies and whatnot, did a good job conveying the news fairly, accurately, and honestly. Among conservatives, that number plummets to 14%. I mean, there's almost no trust in these institutions. And that's something that happens over a long period of time. I was thinking, when we just heard that the White House is the font of all untruth, that in recent years you had sort of a main media push to talk about rape culture on campus. This was something that you saw a lot of stories on. It was obviously a sort of a shared interest and whatnot. And part of that was that Rolling Stone put out a story about this horrible gang rape, and it really animated a lot of people, and people talked about how horrible it was. It also turned out the story was based on something that no cover story for a magazine should have been based on. An incredible report turned out not to have any substantiation to it. This is only the most recent example of a major media outlet completely getting something wrong on a very important topic and seeming to push narratives over facts. And you do that for enough time, and we could go into many examples of how this has been done over time. You lose the trust of the people, and you create an environment where it is difficult to push back against fake news.
Would you like to respond?
I just agree. I mean, I was, on election day, I was at an event at the New York Times at 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the evening, with all their heavy hitters from the president, from the editor downwards. Not one of them had any sense of what was about to happen. This is 3 hours before Trump was president. The New York Times was talking about what the headline should be the next day, and they had decided that it should be Madam President. And the way they were discussing it was that this was just a foregone conclusion. And that the New York Times could get it so wrong at the time when the polls were actually closing, at the very 11th hour and 59th minute, I mean, is a shock. And you're right, that it should have led to some reflection.
There is a divergence sometimes, I think, between the reporters who stay in Washington and New York, or the editors who are based in the major cities and kind of are susceptible to bubble thinking, group thought. I had a conversation with the New York Times correspondent who was following then candidate Trump late in the summer, and we were talking about what a shambles his campaign was from a professional standpoint, when she turned to me and said, but you know what? I think he could still do it. And the reason she said that was because she was on the road and she was following him into these rural communities, into these distressed former industrial areas, and she said, I was consistently surprised by the people who would approach me and sotto voce say,
yeah,
I'm still going to vote for him.
No, I think the secret Trump vote was completely underestimated, and I think the you could call it rational or irrational hatred of Hillary Clinton was, including by many women voters, just the kind of I can't vote for her thing was maybe much larger than we thought.
President Botstein, Salman Rushdie began the conversation by saying that he believed in truth, which is I also do. Though it occurred to me in the course of our discussion that that is somewhat of a contested statement, isn't it? And we've kind of lived through a generation where the idea of truth has been disputed, the idea of deconstruction, different fashionable literary theories. From the Academy, what's your perspective on that?
I want to pick on Salman Rushdie's premise, which I actually share, but your point's well taken. There has been a long tradition since the popularization, misperception of the consequences of the theory of relativity, for example, or sort of appropriation of an idea of uncertainty and the influence of the observer on the scientific event. I mean, these are scientific things that have seeped into kind of popular culture and academic culture to puncture the notion of absolute truth. So there's been something of that. But I want to go to the issue that Molly also raised, which is people have gotten stuff wrong all the time. So Salman Rushdie's idea of truth, what is that about? That's about evidence, rules of evidence, replicability, verifiability, and the quality of the rational argument. So the Rolling Stone got wrong because actually it didn't verify the claims. So if the idea of the truth is being established as best you can by a set of rules, and there's always a chance of disprovability, there's the issue of evidence. The real problem we face, fake news is, I mean, it's a fancy way of saying lies. And there is actually a political benefit from doing that. And what's dangerous about fake news now is that it is dressed up in a way that's intended to confuse. You mentioned one, the conspiracy theory. So a conspiracy theory is something you can never verify. It's like a belief in God. It's invisible. And therefore, conspiracy theory is corrosive of any confidence. The other, of course, is that lies are dressed up as truth. So let's say race theory of the 1930s was dressed up with footnotes, Holocaust deniers, footnotes, photographs. It looks scholarly, it looks scientific. And we have underestimated people's psychological predilection to see the world the way it is, even if it may not be. So the earth is flat is a great thing. I know it's round. Most of the people in the audience can't explain to you why it's true that it's round. And they actually function psychologically.
I have a higher opinion of this audience.
I don't. I don't. I mean, I love very high opinion of the audience, but I think to prove the Earth's roundness requires a fair amount of physics. And actually, we all live, we don't tell our children this, on the assumption that it is really flat. In other words, because from a perception point of view, the roundness is irrelevant because the scale relationship is not relevant to us. I don't worry about slipping off the curvature of the Earth. So we function as if it's, but the point I want to make is a very simple one. This is an old story, you're absolutely right. People get it wrong, but there were some agreement about what the rules of truth were. How many people were at the inauguration? What was the extent of the popular vote? Now, we have a conspiracy theory that it's being cheated and they're lies, and that's the Russian habit, right? You do one very important thing. You disaggregate, you separate people in a democracy from one another. And as you separate a democracy, you make the ability to create consensus much harder, and you create the vacuum for authoritarianism. So the propagation of fake news, when it comes from the White House, it's not the exclusive source of fake news. But when it comes from the most powerful place, where reliability and trust has always been an assumption, not you will criticize them, that this mistrust of news and the psychological predilection to believe the things the way they are. So the real problem we face is that even if it turned out to be that you had verifiable evidence with multiple sources, with hard truth, that there would be a high percentage of the population that will never believe the truth because they don't want to. They have no desire to. And how do you get our fellow citizens to actually come to an agreement about the rules by which we can determine whether something is true or not, and then agree, well, I was wrong. I would love to admit I'm wrong. There are many things I believe that I hope, if there were a discussion, I believe, well, you know, I thought this, now I discover the fact, I was wrong. Because in the vacuum, you have the opportunity, in my view, for the undermining of democracy. If you can't actually have a common ground of conversation, and that's, in my view, somewhere the intention of why the President of the United States himself plays to this creation of both mistrust, conspiracy theories, and things that aren't true, but people will want to believe them.
I want to push
Please.
back a little bit on this. I was thinking about this with regard to one of the headlines you read was the fake news story about Hillary Clinton having Parkinson's, which was said without any evidence of any kind. You also had
They
people...
talked to a doctor who had never examined her, but just looked at the photo.
Yeah, I shouldn't say
Parkinson's.
Nothing was there, but yes. At the same time, you had people openly talking about Hillary Clinton's health in August of last year. And much of the media response was to treat it as nothing more than a conspiracy theory, that there was no reason of any kind that anybody would ever have any question about Hillary Clinton's health. There was a major cable TV network that said, Hillary Clinton's health is fine, but what about Donald Trump's? And they had doctors on doing some sort of very similar stuff to what this Parkinson's claim was. And you had the Washington Post writing, like, we need to stop talking about Hillary Clinton's health. I think a more proper approach, if you want to have credibility with a diverse audience, is just to treat the question more openly and honestly, so that when 2 weeks later the candidate isn't stumbling into a van, clearly having health problems, that people think that they can trust a media when they tell you to not talk about something or to not view something as serious. This can be on a much bigger scale as well. You look back to, how many years ago was it, Romney? Was that just 4 years ago? Yes. So Mitt Romney runs for office, very liberal Republican by the current Republican standards. And at the beginning of his Yes, and had trouble getting the nomination because of how liberal he was. And he was running for office. He was a choir boy. He was a Mormon. You know, he was so nice. He was so sort of inoffensive and whatnot. And after a year of campaign coverage, which includes, at one point, reporters chasing after him in Europe, screaming, "What about your gaffes?" And, you know, binders full of women, and they sort of turn him into this almost Hitlerian type of caricature. I think it makes voters think there's nothing we can do to keep the media from being just cartoonishly hostile to whoever a Republican nominates.
But I'm pushing. I think it's really not fair. First of all, we, the public, are responsible for having an overheated interest in the private lives of candidates. I'm interested in what they want to do for the country and with the citizenry. I don't really care about their private lives, but we like to read about them. So the media is selling. It's a commercial operation. So it wants to try to dig up dirt. Second, you're absolutely right. Both candidates were absolutely irresponsible about giving true, reliable information about their health. And I understand that because they're relatively old people. And at the age of 70, they're not fundamentally healthy because their connection to mortality is a lot closer. So there are going to be things wrong with them. So I don't expect either of them. Mr. Trump is not a healthy person, and Mrs. Clinton, they both have medical issues. And then some crackpot doctor is giving him a drug for his hair growth, which actually, when you look it up, it doesn't actually work. So that obviously is a fake explanation. So my point is only that, and whether Mitt Romney is a liberal Republican, probably he is. I accept you would know more about than I. But I never thought that his candidacy was harmed by this uniform. And we need to put a stop to reading it. I mean, they're feeding us what we want to hear. And I agree with you. On the personal front, on the health front, neither candidate distinguished her or himself.
No.
I think on Molly's larger point, though, you know, when you're dealing with political information and issues having to do with the day-to-day of our political system, it is not a perfect academic test environment where you can determine truth and falsehood in that sort of sterile way. Instead, you're getting information through people who are themselves fallible, who are reporters who get things wrong or say things they shouldn't or inject their own personal biases into the things that they cover. So, you know, the challenge for the press is to minimize the degree to which they, the vessels through which that information is transmitted, corrupt what we would regard as the normal scientific process of discovery of truth.
And presidents have lied about their health for a long time, starting from Wilson, for example.
Right, but in a
Roosevelt.
Roosevelt.
On getting away from the health aspect and that specific question of that particular election, I think the fact that journalists, by and large, and I am one of these, I was raised in New York and live in Washington. I'm very much a creature of the Acela corridor. I try to recognize that on a day-to-day basis in my work and try not to make pronouncements that might be informed by some of my cultural and political biases, with the understanding that, if I put an opinion out there or a projection or something like that, and it ends up being wrong or it ends up disregarding a very large segment of the political populace, that I am betraying readers and I am sowing further distrust in the news media. So, I think there is a human element here that makes it much more difficult to conduct those sorts of dispassionate
Salman Rushdie, and then we'll open it up.
The Creature of the Acela Corridor is a great title for a horror movie.
A horror film.
To say that, look, I mean, it seems to me we can all come up with occasions when the press got it horribly wrong, and we can equally come up with the opposite, when the press did a national service of getting things right that people were trying to conceal, of which only because it's the most famous, Watergate comes to mind. But I think we're living, and I think part of the reason for this is that the mainstream media have been financially impoverished and there are fewer working journalists, to dig out truths, and larger numbers of opinion people filling up the spaces which reportage used to fill in. And so there's more opinion and less hard digging, and that's a problem, But it seems to me that we live in a changed situation. We live in a situation where on his first day in office, the President of the United States declared war on the news media and declared them to be his enemy, and afterwards expanded that thought to make them the enemy of the people, a term which Stalin would recognize. Yeah. I'm sure that Mr. Trump is unfamiliar with Ibsen, but he may have heard of, but he may have heard of Stalin. And if he hasn't, then Steve Bannon has. Yeah. So if you're in a situation where the most powerful authority in the land declares the news media to be not only his personal adversary, but also the enemy of the American people, that's a changed situation. Yeah. In which carping about this and that imperfection about the media is no longer the game.
Let me just, I think it's time to open it up to...
May I say one very small thing? I think this is undermined also by the fact that with the internet, we have the ability to silo ourselves. People have said that over and over again, to confirm our beliefs by we don't share a common source anymore.
Molly, you had,
yes,
of course.
I think it must be noted that throughout this campaign year, the media were openly oppositional. On the front page of the New York Times, middle of August, you had the media reporter say, "What do you do when you think Donald Trump is a threat to the republic. We need to change the rules. Or he was sort of more acknowledging that people think this, that reporters think this, and that they need to behave in an oppositional stance, that they're going to be accused of not being, they're going to be accused of not upholding journalistic standards, but it's such an important issue to keep Donald Trump from being president that you have to be this way. The idea that this is just coming from President Trump when it really is a two-sided war, and it's, again, coming from a history of, it does feel, you say the presidency is powerful, the media are also powerful, and the media tend to have a very narrow set of cultural ideas. And if you are someone who doesn't share those ideas about social issues, it does feel like you are under threat, under assault by a media that will literally go roaming the countryside trying to find, people, heretics who don't share the same views on sexual ethics, to bring them, to highlight them and shame them and go after them. That does feel very threatening, and you should not be surprised when people react as if it is a threat.
Let me just say two things very briefly to disagree with you. One is that the media, it seems to me, did an enormous job in making the Trump candidacy possible.
Agreed.
They gave him colossal time. CNN, which he now despises, loved having him on because of, the thing that he most admires, which is ratings. And so I think the media, in fact, did a great job in enabling Trump, in the first place.
Absolutely.
And the second thing is, at this encounter at the New York Times, one of the things that the editor of the Times, Dean Baquet, said is that during the course of the campaign, they had had far more protests from the Hillary camp than they had from the Trump camp. That the Hillary camp believed themselves to be badly treated more than the Trump camp did.
And just in their defense, the New York Times actually did a pretty good job covering the race despite this front page story.
So I'm saying I don't think it was as one-sided an attack on Trump
Lachlan,
as you.
as a practitioner, and we heard about standards and practices from a few people, how do you suss out the truth? I mean, what is your personal way? What should reporters be doing?
Well, my day-to-day is trying to find some new bit of information and then confirming that bit of information. And it can be something very small. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be the Panama Papers or something like that. But my background is in document digging and muckraking and investigative reporting like that, as you know. And I find that much more, I feel like I'm on firmer ground when I'm dealing with public records and investigative reporting like that, where I'm not relying on unnamed sources, say, to confirm some bit of palace drama in the White House, because I find comfort in that factual basis for the things that I write. So I think to the degree that, and hey, access journalism there's a proud tradition of that in American politics, and Woodward and Bernstein had their anonymous sources, obviously. But I think that grounding whatever you're writing in fact, that sounds obvious to say that, but rather than say speculation by a political staffer with an axe to grind or something like that. I think I search for something concrete that I can use as the anchor for the things that I write.
There was this shift from where a lot of media went from telling us what happened to telling us what to think.
Right.
And that may be because of the economic reasons you pointed out, the collapse of the advertising industry.
There's a fetishization of data journalism, or everyone wants to be the next Nate Silver, and this rush to project the outcome of political contests, I think, is a very bad trend, and I think leads people to jumping to conclusions that aren't supported by the evidence or the data. No offense to Nate Silver, I think he's a tremendously talented guy, but I think if there were less focus on the outcome and more focus on the process, I think we could ground ourselves in facts some more.
So let me take it out of the American context. When a powerful person like a president or a prime minister tells something that is not true, it has a consequence far more reaching than any fear of some media searching of my personal life might be. I'll give you an example. Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, went on television to say that a university, which he is now attempting to close down, the Central European University, was in violation of a Hungarian law. There is no such law. So he said it over national television. And then the next day, even the government newspaper had to say, there's no such law. It's not in violation of any law at all. So the retraction has this bounce. The untruth has this bounce, because who's the voice? The Prime Minister, the leader of my country. And I don't expect the leader of the country to lie in such a bold-faced manner.
Okay.
Well, but by that metric, though, wouldn't you say that President Trump has been singularly unsuccessful in getting convincing people of what he's saying?
That's why I don't
his
live in
approval
Hungary.
rating is upside down, right?
No,
That's right.
More than
It's
that,
kind
think about a famous statement: if you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. The media were not skeptical of President Obama for his entirety of his 8 years. And now they want to do journalism now that Trump is president. 6 times PolitiFact rated that some version of true before they eventually named it after he won re-election. After he won re-election and after Obamacare was passed, they eventually named it Lie of the Year. This is the media question right now. The way you build credibility is by holding all people accountable, whether they are people you absolutely adore and love, such as President Obama, or people that you have this sort of unbelievably emotional dislike of.
I don't
such as
adore or
President
love
Trump.
any of these people. I don't adore or love any of these people. So neither, you know...
It's
so
a second person
Yeah,
plural,
this is not fair. So the proposition that President Obama gave, right, was ahead of the putting in of a program. So one would have to determine that he lied or that he make a mistake, right? The same can be said of
It's
Viktor
more than
Orban.
that, because there was
Yeah.
actually analysis going into it, and they sort of made it a messaging that they would claim this when they knew it wasn't
Right.
true.
I'm not defending President Obama, but you know, in basic ethics theory, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Agreed, but you lose the credibility when you don't hold President Obama accountable. There were so
Everyone
many
should be held
scandals that
accountable.
people would have loved to have the media care about. So now they want to care about everything, whether it's a scandal or not, and they've lost their voice because they just took 8 years for a nap.
You were shaking your head.
I don't believe that the media were ever that deeply in love with President Obama.
Very well.
And I think it's retrospective thinking to think so. You know? But, you know, as I said, change situation. We have a president declaring the media to be his enemy and the enemy of the people. That's the situation we're in. You know, and earlier moments in American history are not comparable to this one. You know, where the entire force of the state is aimed against the fourth estate, which, as we know, is an extremely important part of a democracy. It's not...
So during the Obama presidency, you actually did have attacks on the media. You did have people who were spied on. You had people who had charges against them for reporting against. You actually had actions taken against reporters.
Yeah.
And people should have been alarmed at that time. Just last week in California, you had action taken against reporters for how they did their journalism that you don't hear people upset about because it's a sort of an issue that was conservative journalists against a very liberal attorney general. These are things that people should be concerned about no matter who is president.
Let me just stop it. We have some questions, so please approach the table.
Why do we have the French flag on the table?
It is. It's subtle. Hi. So why don't we begin here? Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Rick Solomon. I actually am chair of an advisory board that was just established called Shadowing Trump. The Twitter handle is Shadowing Trump. I urge you to follow it. I do have a comment. It's 17 different cabinet secretaries, including Bob Reich of the Clinton administration, Laura Tyson of the Obama administration, Larry Tribe of Harvard Law School, and others speaking truth to power. Truth trumps lies. I think Huxley said it best. Facts do not cease to exist because they're ignored. And to President Botstein's comment and to Salman Rushdie, I'd like to ask, I really think we're living in truly unprecedented times here. I can see no analog in this country. When there is contempt for science, for dissent, for the media, and certainly the judiciary, it can inexorably lead to authoritarianism. So I would welcome comments.
Do you have any response, or should we move on to the...
Yeah, I think there's a problem in the respect for science and evidence, and that I do think there's a link between the attack on the Fourth Estate and also on truths that one doesn't want to believe, and that can do great damage. You know, there's some things we don't really know exactly what it is, and that should be made clear as well. But I think that this is unprecedented, and the disregard, and you see it also in the proposals in the budget to really diminish the investment, the American investment in basic science and in the scientific enterprise. But the public is slightly hypocritical because when they walk into a hospital, they expect to get the best benefits of science. So it's in politics or in history that science doesn't matter. But when it comes to my blood pressure, science matters.
Yes, sir.
My name is Arun Nandi. I have a question really on the different models of media that are evolving. So we've spoken about some of the new models, such as millennials get a significant amount of their news from Snapchat and some of the other social media networks. There's also crowdsourced news such as Reddit, where you upvote or downvote, and that decides which news get viewed more heavily. And I think there's a new model in some countries like the Netherlands, which is also crowd-funded news media, which is sort of evolving again. So each of these are fraught with some of the issues that we've faced with fake news, etc. So what are the merits you feel of the evolution of news media itself, and how this would, and what it would mean for the consumption of news media for the general public going forward?
Lachlan, would you like to?
Well, I get my news daily from Twitter for the most part. That's my homepage. But I have found that it has a tendency, someone mentioned this self-reinforcing tendency of, partisan news or social media or whatever it is. I think it is very easy to become siloed in an environment like that. And I found that each of these sites, Facebook or Twitter or Reddit, has its own sort of character in the types of content that you see more widely circulated. And really, since the election, since the campaign, late in the campaign, I found Twitter being less and less useful as it's become louder and more shrill, really. And I found myself sort of migrating back to the so-called mainstream media. I think delivery is a less important characteristic for news than content, and I'm inevitably going to find myself going back to places that do content well, no matter how I get there. This is just my personal news consumption habits. I do think there needs to be an effort made on the part of the news consumer to seek out that content. But whatever delivery mechanism they use to find it, as long as it's exposing you to new information, I think is great.
Yeah, just one of the problems with a lot of the new media information sites is that they're basically aggregation sites. They're gathering stories from elsewhere. They're not really journalists in the old-fashioned sense. They're not actually going out to get the news. They're simply going out to read the news and extracting those stories which they want to pass on to their particular audience. And I think until the internet world can find an economic model which allows journalism to take place, original journalism to take place in large amounts, then it's a much lesser form than the form that is being really damaged by it, which is old-fashioned legwork. So I don't know.
I do think that it's a great trend in journalism that billionaires have now decided that their new hobbies will be newspapers.
Yes.
Jeff Bezos buying the Post and so on. Hey, if they want to put up the money to support quality journalism, I think that's great.
No, I saw a story, I don't know if you verified this, that Bezos was hiring 60 new journalists for the Washington Post newsroom.
I didn't see it, but I hope so.
I mean, if so...
Lachlan's application is in the mail.
60, that's a lot. That gets it back to Watergate standards.
Excuse me, two quick points I want to raise. One is I'm troubled by an attempt to evaluate Trump's pushback against the media on a rational basis, because it's also the product, seems to me, of emotion. The guy petulantly tweets, and does that really have to do with any rational analysis of the media, or does it have to do with a man who can't control his emotions? And I'd be interested to see if you have any comments on
Molly,
that.
maybe
Yeah,
you respond.
I remember that moment right after Donald Trump won the presidency, and he'd even said when he was campaigning that he wouldn't tweet as president, and like the next morning he was out with a string of insults, and you could just feel this, people just, oh, this is really going to keep going. So as discouraging as that was also the response from so many in the media. I'm active on Twitter. Twitter is an amazing place where people reveal what they feel and think about things, including journalists who are constantly signaling to each other how they feel about things. So Trump tweets, and the journalists all have the same snarky reaction and the sort of same approach to what they think about what he said. They're all sharing it, and they're all saying it, and I thought, I don't know which is more discouraging, that he's still tweeting or that they're all doing the same reaction to it. At some point you have to kind of think about whether you want to enable it, and I almost feel like Trump and journalists are in a codependent, dysfunctional relationship where they thrive on each other.
I kind of agree with that.
I think your question is very good. My fear is that it's not spontaneous, irrational person, that it's actually very calculated. If it were just, a kind of a nutty guy who can't contain his immediate responses and you just happen to be president of the United States, and then you're absolutely right, there's no codependence. Oh, he just woke up this morning, forget about it. Like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
But I think this is immensely calculated, actually, and very effective for his base.
I don't know if it's calculated so much as Trump is a creature of the media. This is the environment in which he was brought up. And there was a great anecdote during the campaign about how he will go back and he'll watch his own appearances on TV, but he'll do it with the sound off. And he'll look at his physical presence on television. And I believe there's social science that suggests that your physical presence on television determines viewer reaction much more than what you actually say. And to me, that demonstrated that he has a profound knowledge of, just maybe a natural knowledge of how media works. And whether or not that's intentional or calculated, he's clearly very good at it.
We'll get to
I think he is, as a media manipulator, he's very smart. We are, I think, fortunate in that as a president, he shows himself to be an incompetent authoritarian. If he were a competent authoritarian, we'd be in lots more trouble.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here. You've touched upon quite a bit the role that the traditional news media has played, as well as the Trump administration in propagating fake news. But I think that there are two other aspects that are allowing this to happen. One being the actual algorithms that social media uses to allow these echo chambers to exist. Another being the discourse we've seen it here today already, that the elites should be mistrusted. The people that are thinking and are teaching information should be mistrusted. And I think that it's interesting to see that coming from people who are doing the thinking, doing the teaching, and I think that that contributes to distrust of truth, of facts. So how should we address that?
Well, if I could jump in on this, I happen to know that something like Facebook, which is the major social engine and really the main propagator of news, real and fake, is taking this as seriously as it can, but it's having a real difficulty. And they're trying out some projects of having established institutions start fact-checking content that's been flagged by users. They have to try to massage this algorithm. But then at the end of the day, they're also looking to make a buck. And so I think that's a countervailing pressure as well.
I think the left, so-called left, which doesn't really exist in my view, that they are partly guilty for this elite discussion, because in America, the egalitarianism mixes with the kind of anti-intellectualism. When I go in for my surgery, I expect the person, she who operates on me, to be a member of the elite.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't choose her at random, right? And there are some things which there is a legitimate expertise or elite that I need to rely on. And it can be in belief systems and so forth. So there's a kind of massive reaction, you're absolutely right, mistrust, because the elite, which we are part of, has been unbelievably smug, unbelievably arrogant, has forgotten how to talk to ordinary people. We talk to ourselves. We don't actually go out to places. Let's take the question of religion. So a lot of the elite has been agnostic or has no respect for religion, and they've made a big mistake. They need to go out and talk to people who think differently. So we're partly prisoners of our own mistakes.
Well, also consider the possibility that, at least in the minds of many people, it's not just a reaction against elites or intellectualism, but a belief that elites have been truly wrong. That you wouldn't go to your doctor if his mortality, if he was killing every third patient or whatnot. You would understand that that was something that should affect whether you're going. There are people who really do believe that certain elites, whether in the media or in politics, have just not done a very good job. So it's a rejection based on something more than just emotion.
Can I just say something about this word? Coming from
elite.
Yeah, I mean, coming from what used to be the left, the term elite would seem to me to apply to a government of billionaires.
That's
You
right.
know?
That's right.
I mean, if we're talking about who is an elite
I took
in
an
America,
irony, totally.
You know, when we see the studies about the tiny minority of Americans that controls almost all the wealth in America, that seems to me to be an elite. What we're talking about here is the operation of a professional class. You know, now the professional class historically is considered to be the middle class. You know, the idea that that has suddenly been transformed into an elite, when these people who actually are the mega elite are presenting themselves as the men of the people, is one of the amazing reversals of this upside down world in which we live.
Can I get you to speak?
Hi, how are you? My question is, I think we're running ahead with all these things. We didn't define the original premise of what is media. Because what we see now is, for some reason, media means liberal in some way. It's like the fake news, all the way back to the lamestream media. But people will say, oh, that's fake news. We need real news. It's always about liberal. And conservative is not, like Fox type, doesn't even consider itself news because it's always taking shots at the media. Or people will say, well, that's fake news. Look at this post on Facebook for some obscure website, as if that's not a news media, as that's not a source. So whether it's real or fake, left or right, like what is news? Anytime somebody researches or makes up something and puts it out, it has to be considered media, because right now it's like a false dichotomy that if it comes from a leftist viewpoint, it's the media. If it's the right, it's just this, I don't even know what they call it. It's almost like this secret minority that's oppressed. But they're both putting out news, whether it's from RedStateWatcher.com or my blog or Fox News or CNN. It's all have to consider news. So news has to either be real or fake, and news or not news. So what is news these days to the?
I've always, as an editor of a site that does try to do hard news, I've always defined it as something I didn't know. It's new to me. It's novel.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But I think his question is very good. I think news actually has to be, going back to your point, it has to be true. It's hard work to figure out whether something is true, because you read it, it looks plausible, but how do you know it's true? And the theory of the press is that it was independent and had standards and could ferret out what was there a flood in Miami, or whether there wasn't a flood in Miami? How many feet was it?
But there's news and then there's the media. And, the medium is, I think, more what the question was, what delivery mechanisms or what organizations that are delivering the news do we consider the media? And obviously I don't really have an answer to that. I think anyone with a Snapchat account or what have you can be reporting news. Does that make them the media? I think it's just an issue of shorthand and terminology, and you're going to have different definitions from different people.
But I do think we need to work very hard in the next period of time to try and get the American people to have a belief in truth again, and a truth that is, as we were saying, which is based on evidence, which has, et cetera. And I think
it's very hard when you spend 22 years in an educated person's life telling them there's no such thing as truth, and that you have to look at everyone's different subjective perspective, and then finally you're off into the world, and this is my truth, and that's your truth.
You're mischaracterizing. I feel sorry for education if that's what they taught you.
I mean, look, it's quite.
I should have gone to Bard College.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Apparently, you do it right. Can I get your comment?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me and for the great discussion. As I was watching, one thing I noticed was funny was we're at I believe it's a bipartisan discussion, but everyone's very comfortable laughing at the president. And it is funny to some extent, and I agree, but what strikes me is we just had a long conversation about affirmative action in schools and the benefit that having different beliefs in a school system adds an enormous amount of value to everyone. As I look at the news media, it seems to me, at least in the mainstream news, that it's a group of very liberal people reporting the news to basically everyone, and there are certainly exceptions to this. But is there any merit or is there any consideration to, at least in the major news media outlets, I would say enforcing kind of the equivalent of affirmative action, which is different belief systems giving the news?
Molly,
yeah, no, I've thought about this so much because I am a media critic and think about, all this. There is very little diversity of thought in newsrooms. That's not just a political problem. It also has to do with all sorts of other things like religious issues, racial issues. There's sort of like a general group that all kind of have roughly the same or achieve the same socioeconomic status. They have similar educational backgrounds. And it can create a real just lack of understanding of what's happening in the world. But there have been programs that have attempted to reach out and bring different people. They've all been failures. Particularly racially, people have tried to have much more diversity in newsrooms. It just hasn't worked very well. I have thoughts on why that's failed so much. But I've thought about other things, like maybe since you can't actually hire people who know a Trump voter, maybe you could have like one person who just serves as a devil's advocate who will help you see what you got wrong in your stories on politics or like the perspective you missed. There are things that newspapers could be doing and they should be doing them. And it's not just reporters, it's editors. And that they haven't made these moves in the last few months is deeply disconcerting for the project of having credibility.
Just the final question, please.
Sorry, the day of the recent London terrorist attack, I turned on the TV set, and I'm just I don't have a pedigree in politics. I'm just an interested person, and specifically, I was flipping through all 600 channels available on, on my TV set, and stopping regularly at CNN. And I don't know what the Trump drama du jour was. But I was amazed that at intermittent moments from the morning when I woke up when it happened to when I went to bed that night, not one word till the very end of the day about what happened. You talk about like media funnel and then touched upon, at what point was the media responsible for putting Trump in office? I suppose if you're listening to that all day long, by the end of the day, no matter what it is, that's really all you've heard. That's been the branding of the moment, and that day it really stood out to me because I was looking for something else.
Well, I think parochialism is an old problem of not just of the American media. I mean, most Americans read books by Americans. Most Americans want to hear news about Americans. The lack of international coverage in the news media is a genuine lack. And I think if you come from, reading British and European news media, it's very clear how different that is.
But I think there is a Trump-specific element to it, and it was summed up by Les Moonves, the president of CBS News, who said, Trump may be bad for America, but he's damn good for CBS.
Absolutely. And
that's all he's good for ratings.
I mean, that's Salman Rushdie's point. The fact is that the press actually helped because expressing what you're saying. And I think we deprive, especially being the most powerful country in the world, we deprive our citizens of a real understanding. For example, our relation to the world abroad is hampered by how little news we have that comes from around the world that actually, in the end, does affect what we do and who we are.
Final thought, Molly?
Oh,
no. Well, thank you all for joining me in this conversation.
Stay there. You can stay. Part of the game.
It goes like that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's been fantastic. Let me just tell you what's about to happen. In half an hour, we'll be moving from this format to something different. So if you've been in these all along, we'll be moving to a hypothetical. That's where there'll be a panel, all of young leaders of the future who are going to be working through a fictional set of issues arising in a a likely, if not, or maybe possible future. So it's a very different format. They don't know what the scenario is. They're going to be asked to react as this unfolds. Our authors will be available. Their books are over there. As I say, they may sign. But before everybody departs for the next half hour before we get back underway, please join with me in thanking our guests at the table and the others who came, but also MZ Hemingway, Salman Rushdie, Matthew Continetti, Leon Botstein, and Lachlan Arcade. Thank you.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's like you can't tell anyone, you know what, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
don't know if I've got a real one single principle. I'm always trying to find out what they should be, I guess.
I'd like to think an ethical principle I live by is to show compassion and to try not to do any harm.
I value hard work.
Loyalty.
Honesty.
Be very honest.
Equality.
Freedom of all people.
Trying to treat everybody with the same level of respect.
Like, I don't want to cause anyone else an injustice or harm. Staying true and real to myself and being a real, honest person.
I always think that if I tell the truth, I can sleep at night.
Sometimes it gets me into serious trouble, but
Trying to be as honest with my word as possible.
My word is gold. Not just talking about it, it means doing it so that other people can see that you're true to your word.
Integrity really matters to me.
If I'm reliable, then I'm trustworthy, then I'm respecting that person.
Without loyalty, there's no trust in anyone.
Respect someone the same way you like to be respected. So treat people the same way you want to be treated.
To be fair to people and to treat people the way I'd like to be treated.
Try to be more empathetic.
I'm trying to treat everybody fairly.
My father drilled it into my head, you know, how you're raised has a lot to do with your values and your morals and things. So if Dad was telling me as a kid to work harder, I guess, you know, yes, Dad, I'll get right on that. So
empathy's been drilled into me as a core fundamental right of being a good human being.
For me, I was born out of wedlock in Ireland.
So I was brought up to believe that what happened in South Africa was wrong.
I wasn't allowed in the church when my mother got married when I was 6 months old.
When my eldest daughter was 2.
And most women in my mother's situation would have been sent to a convent and their children taken away from them out of shame.
And she woke up one morning and said, "M," to our African maid, "breakfast."
But my grandfather didn't agree with any of that, and he literally didn't go back to church after that.
My husband and I said, that's it. If a 2-year-old already has got the belief.
So he paved the way for my beliefs about doing the right thing.
And that basically was why we left South Africa.
I think everyone deserves respect no matter what background, colour.
Cultures, religions, beliefs.
And I always thought, what if that had been me?
have you ever been on the other side?
It makes me kind of angry.
That feeling
when you hear other people do it, you think, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Now, of course, we all have self-interest.
The first instinct is for me to do what benefits me.
So it tests me to that point, that barrier, that line that you either cross it or you hold back.
It gets hard when frustrated or angry or tired, all those sort of normal emotions.
So I think a lot of my life is navigating what's right for the other person and not just me.
Because after all, we're part of a society we've all, where we share.
Went through a really stressful situation in Sri Lanka where the tsunami happened in 2004. And we were on the beach and had to run away from it. And the openness of people, the way that they welcomed us into their homes and looked after us, the way that the community banded together to help after the tsunami. It was, you can hear in my voice, I'm quite emotional still about it. It was quite an intense experience, yeah.
I walk through life more consciously.
Changed the way that I believed and acted and thought in a big way.
Try to understand things better.
Understand how other people interpret things.
But it's taking that moment to sit back and think and
Try to use my brain a bit more, maybe. Think about what I'm saying and how it will affect other people.
It means that I end up living a better life myself.
That's the reward.
One of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Look, I had a difficult one the other month actually. Had to put my dog down, which is, yeah, I know, right?
Our cat was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm going to blame Mum here. She was in the put down camp.
I had to make a decision as to whether I'd spend $6,500 on cancer treatment.
I walked my dog to the vet, which was, oh my God, terrible.
At what point do you say that that's enough?
My father's estranged, and unfortunately he didn't have very good views about people of colour.
Yeah, a classic one when you have to choose between love and friends.
And I married a half black man, and he's never met my husband. He never came to my wedding. I didn't invite him.
Actually, I choose the love.
I'm a gay man, so I've come up against a lot of situations where I've thought, is it okay for me to be myself?
And he's never met my grandson because I feel so strongly.
I come from a country town in New South Wales, and I moved to Sydney thinking that it'd be the ticket to being able to come out, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, and I was still petrified of the responses and the reactions that I'd get.
I've had a young girl that's confided in me, and her mother was a really good friend of mine, and so whether or not I needed to tell my girlfriend what her daughter had told me.
It's sort of like you can't tell anyone, you're like, oh, you're in a really bad bind there, mate.
I told the daughter that I was going to have to tell her mother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough though. It tests you for sure. It definitely does.
That was really hard.
Looking back, I wish I'd done it when I was 12, not 21.
And I've still kept that to this day, and I'm going to keep that to the grave, so.
Sorry, Stutz. Rest in peace.
That's enough.
Well, you're the brave few, aren't you, who've lasted a whole day into the late evening. Well done. A big round of applause for those who've managed to do it. So as I mentioned at the end of the last session, we're about to do something different to what we've done throughout the course of the day, and that is participate in what's called a hypothetical. And that's a scenario which unfolds over time, which gives rise to a range of challenging issues which are foreseeable given the times in which we are living, but which take reality and extend it perhaps to some of its boundaries in order to test questions of values and principle. My name is Simon Longstaff. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethics Centre. On behalf of the Centre, of the BARD Program for Globalisation and International Affairs, the Carnegie Council on Ethics in International Affairs, and also for Advance, which is a network of Australians, I'd like to welcome all of you and of course all of the people who've joined me here at the table. Now these are brave souls because what I told them was, look, it actually works a lot better if you don't know what's going to happen.
Yes.
So I mention that because it's really important to understand that in a sense they're operating without the benefit of a safety net. And it also means that potentially they're going to say things now which are not necessarily their considered opinion on any question. I might push them a bit far. So I would ask you, please, rather than coming out and saying, well, Erin Schrode said the most extraordinary thing, I can't believe she said it, it might be better just to check with her at the end of it if you want to quote her, did she really mean it or was she just going along with the flow, rather than actually seeing this as a settled opinion, because people have got political careers and things like that and don't not necessarily want to be held out. On the panel, I'm joined by Brandon Washington, who's sitting over here. You can read about him in the notes. Yeah, we'll give them all an individual note. Dave Marcus, Erin Schrode, Michael Skolnick, and Adi Sathi. Yeah. Okay, so let me just describe roughly where we've got to in the world. It's about 40 years from now in the future. The reason we wanted to have this panel in particular is that you're all younger, emerging or current leaders. Some of you have got already important public profiles and positions. So in this world in the future, you've got to imagine yourselves 40 years down the track exercising further influence to that which you already exercise today. The world in which you're finding yourself is a more challenging place. On the domestic front, there's fairly extensive levels of unemployment, largely because most of the jobs that people thought they were going to do have been replaced by expert systems, AI and robotics. Around this city, a lot of buildings that were once full of merchant bankers and lawyers and accountants, 40% vacancy rates because their work's gone. Medical practitioners, the expert system can do a far better job with a drop of blood to be able to diagnose your condition, produce pharmacogenomics which are perfectly tuned to your genome. And so doctors aren't doing diagnosis, there aren't pathology labs, they're all the things we take for granted. And so there's a certain level of unrest. Equally, there's been food shortages in the United States. Some of the genetically modified crops have crossed into native breeds, and a particular fungus has got loose here, and it's challenging to maintain adequate food production for the country, but it's sufficient, but it's not the good times that people once had. And so you're living in a land where there's a sense of disquiet. Even the weather's changed a bit. It's got a bit drier in the US, a bit wetter in Canada, and the Canadians are jealous of their water and whether or not they're going to share them. People are living longer as well. All of this expert medicine means that you'll certainly look to live to be 150, and that's creating all sorts of interesting challenges in social relationships and opportunities. On the geopolitical scene, Africa is well towards growing to a population of 4 billion people. That's, in fact, the current OECD projection for the end of this century. It will be as large as India and China and other things combined. And therefore, there's tremendous environmental pressures there. Europe has become slightly smaller. It's not just the fragmentation that came about because of Brexit, but the eastern states have fallen more and more under the sway of Russia, which is once again exercising a dominant position in the east. North Korea is rampant, and China and Russia are catching up. They still haven't quite caught the United States in terms of military dominance, particularly in cyber and in robotics, where most conflicts are now, the human beings are typically not manning, you know, the fighting platforms. Jets are robots that are well armed and active. And that's the world in which we come. So, Michael, you've become fabulously wealthy. Skolnick Enterprises...
I'm not wearing a suit.
Yeah, you can afford not to wear a suit. That's how wealthy you are. Skolnick Enterprises has been extraordinarily successful in harnessing new technologies, which have got both civil and military applications. And one of the things that in this somewhat unsettled society, where there has been an increase because of unemployment in areas of local crime and violence, there's a move afoot to see an extension of the amendment in the Constitution, which provides the right to bear arms, not only to be for individual people, but also their personal robots. In other words, the ability to have a lethally armed robot with an autonomous decision-making system which should have the same constitutional right as the person in order to afford them protection. So, one of your questions is going to be, are you going to diversify your business in order to take advantage of this opportunity? And if so, why? If not, why? And I'll bring in the rest of you as to what you think about this in a moment. So, Michael?
Well, 40 years ago, there was a man who occupied an Oval Office in Washington whose name was Donald Trump. He didn't occupy it for long. He didn't make it past his first 2 years because he was corrupt. And he promised the workers of this country that he would bring jobs to the workers, but in fact, he didn't do that. He made us white men rich. And he was able to lie to the American people, make them believe that he was going to create jobs, but instead, there was another man named Steve Bannon who was in his 90s. Steve's my business partner. And Steve was able to create robotic jobs in America that far outpace any manufacturing job, any job by hand this country's ever seen. So now here we are, 40 years after this man inspired a nation to suffer through what he saw was make America great again and allow us rich white men to prosper.
So can we get to the point now? We've got a bit of your personal history and how you're
Yes,
prospering,
well,
but are you actually going to take this up or not?
The point is the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms by anybody. And we have challenged the Supreme Court time and time again that anybody can mean someone with any kind of intelligence, and those with intelligence work for me in my factory, and they are robots. So yes, they have the right to bear arms, and in fact, during the Trump administration, we tested this on black men and boys across the country. We armed police officers and police departments with robotics, which we do, side note. We armed them with robotics and drones to shoot at black men and black boys and see if it worked, and it worked well.
Will you be taking up this opportunity to extend your line of robots?
Yes, I will.
Brandon, how do you feel about the proposal? You're a legislator by now. You're in the Congress.
Yeah.
Your caucus wants to know, roughly what you think about this.
I was definitely on board until the part where black people started killing each other with drones.
Yeah.
But I think in a situation like that, you're talking 40 years down the line. There's no question that you're going to have robots and machines basically, assert itself in a workforce. I think the question would ultimately be, what can we do to accommodate more people to take on higher paid jobs? So as a business owner, yeah, I think it'll be a lot more profitable. I think that even now, you look at countries like China and India, you have a lot of cheap labor. It's a lot more profitable for these industries. So, yeah.
You can imagine that there's going to be constituents who are pretty frightened about the fact that the people who can afford the robots are going to be those with the money.
Right.
And yes, there may be a constitutional right, but it's supposed to be a right for everybody, as we're saying. And now it's starting to look like the right will be limited to those who are relatively affluent within the society. So when it comes to you as to whether or not where you're going to stand on the issue, we'll come back to the loss of jobs in a moment. Just on the question about whether or not the robots can have an extended right to bear arms, would you support that?
As a legislator?
Yeah.
And as somebody who came from the urban community, no. The Second Amendment, it was exclusively for people, the American people. I think the only people can make those sort of decisions over who lives and who dies. So that would be my position on it.
Adi?
Well, first of all, I pray to God that that's not the case in the scenario that's going to be happening, and I don't think it will. But with that being said, understanding the way that the Constitution is written, as mentioned prior, is for the people that are human in society, as in people that are citizens of America who have the right to bear arms. And I don't...
Well, let me try and make the case for it, because I'm a citizen. Sure. And, you know, I can't be standing up all night with my gun loaded throughout the night to guard my safety of my person or my family. If I want to be safe, I want my own personal robot, the one that responds to my commands and to my commands alone, to carry the weapon which I would otherwise hold myself. So this really is me holding it, it's just by other means. Surely that's the constitutional position that should be adopted, isn't it?
Well, I disagree. I think when you talk about the Constitution in this sense, a robot does not have the right to bear arms. It's pretty simple.
Erin?
It's challenging. The Constitution talked about it being a well-armed militia for the people to be able to rise up against a government in a time of need. So if we are arming our government with automatic assault rifles and drones and allowing them to effectively use them indiscriminately now, as we were doing 40 years ago in 2017, then there has to be some ability for the people to counter that.
So you might be that. And Dave, how would you feel on this question?
I think that the robot itself would have to be looked at as a class of weapon, the same way that we look at handguns versus semi-automatic weapons versus automatic weapons. So I really can't imagine even 40 years in the future that we would be looking at robots as being fully possessed of constitutional rights. And
No, let me be clear. The constitutional right is not that of the robot. It's me as the owner of the robot to have one, which is...
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could find some kind of an analogy towards corporations having constitutional rights. But in that case, you're still talking about human actors acting in concert. And the idea is when we work together and pool our resources, we don't leave our First Amendment rights at the door or Second Amendment rights at the door. In the case of a robot, I think you're talking about something completely different. And I think you'd need a constitutional amendment granting robots constitutional rights first.
Would you want to do that? Would you want to push for that amendment?
I wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
Is that so different than a robot being operated by the police now that has the ability? I mean, is there a differentiation between a robot possessing the weapon and the robot as the weapon, as the police have weaponized robotics now, as our military has weaponized automatic drones?
Yes, there is, because ultimately the decision to pull that trigger is still being made by a human being. So that's a big distinction. The question here, if I understand it right, is are we going to give robots agency to make the decision to kill people?
Absolutely.
But
semi-autonomous systems which can protect you and your family,
yes,
as required, that can make a decision that they should, in the middle of the night, if necessary or in other circumstances, protect you.
I think short of changing the Constitution to cover robots, you would not be able to do that.
What about this issue of jobs, Erin? As I mentioned, expert systems, robots, they're not all in this kind of violent space. They're doing all sorts of things, which even the cabinet, the latest president has got a cabinet of only 5. The rest of the jobs of the cabinet are being done by expert systems. They do a better job than people in terms of running the US government. The US government itself has shrunk. I mean, Republicans should be absolutely in love with this idea because the US government has got so small, it's hardly anybody employed by it at all. But of course, it's actually creating problems. So some constituents are now saying there should be a disincentive applied to people like Michael and other business owners by having a tax, which is to be applied on robots to try and level the playing field a little bit so that human workers might have a better chance. Would you be in favour of that?
I want to address the first part of your question before I get to that, which is about the cabinet.
Yep.
I am a proud American citizen, which is a country founded by our founding fathers, who were dreamers. If they were alive today, they'd be millennials, who had these bold, audacious ideas and a vision of something new.
Yeah, like a cabinet made up of computers. That's one of their visions that they might have held. Expert systems governing efficiently for the benefit of the community.
For me, there's something in the promise of America. There's something in the American spirit, in the American dream, and that, in my mind, requires human beings, human ingenuity, human innovation to be steering the ship.
Artie, this is a small, efficient government. Low cost, highly effective. It's got to be worth having, isn't it? Even at the level of the cabinet?
Well, as a Republican, I agree 100% that we all believe that smaller government is the answer to our, our issues in many ways, but at the same time, we also want to be able to create jobs. And if we're talking about gun rights, I think if we want to discuss the way that the left views gun rights, right? They want, more regulation. They want to make sure that we're worried about safety in the way that we're, giving access for folks in America to have guns. In fact, I have a very close friend in the audience that works for Everytown for Gun Safety, if you're familiar with the organization, who fights for that every day. Do you think, and the question, do you think that it would be a good idea to arm intelligent robot systems to be able to have more access to guns? Is that going to be a detriment to safety? I think that's a question for the left.
Okay, but we've sort of settled for the, I don't know whether it is a question just for the left, it's probably a question for everybody. But we've moved on now. Let's assume for the moment that there didn't seem to be a lot of support here for lethally armed robots as an extension of the right. The question now is to do more with what to do about the nature of US government, whether or not expert systems making decisions is a good innovation, and equally whether or not private sector should be allowed to...
But I have to interject here.
Yeah, please.
We are pretending that 40 years ago we didn't do this. The president that preceded the man who occupied the Oval Office in 2017, on average, had one drone strike a day. The president in 2017, on average, in his first 60 days in office, on average, 5 drone strikes a day. And one of those drone strikes just killed 200 innocent people in Mosul. So let us not pretend that human beings are perfect when using these robots to not destroy human life. So why would you all sit here now and say, oh, well, robots can't make a decision, when human beings 40 years ago killed 200 innocent people with a drone strike?
Thank you, Michael. Precisely the point. This is why a better government run by expert systems, Dave. That's going to make less errors, greater utility.
I think even 40 years ago and still today, when those drones were launching those attacks, there were highly trained soldiers who were monitoring what was being attacked, and they were making awfully hard choices. I know some of them. I'm related to some of them. These aren't easy calls. So, this idea that President Trump 40 years ago was just willy-nilly going around pressing buttons and shooting at people, it's just not the case any more than it was the case when President Obama was before him.
He had a day where he didn't sign an executive order and he walked off stage for getting an executive order.
He didn't look at any screens and get intel from people saying these people are going to blow people off.
Yeah, he got them from the Russians.
No, that's not how the American military worked 40 years ago. It's not the way that the American military works today. As far as replacing cabinet positions with robots, my problem there would be one of accountability, right? Because a cabinet member serves at the pleasure of the president.
And the president will be accountable for the decisions of these systems.
So what does a president do if his cabinet secretary does something that he doesn't like? Does he order a new system to be built in between the time of that? Is there no cabinet secretary? Is there another computer that's the under cabinet secretary? I'm not sure how this
If I was the president, God forbid that, I would say the buck stops with me. In all aspects.
Who's to say that your machines aren't going to override your decision? Who's to say that your machines aren't going to override your decision?
Oh no, we'll have, imagine at the moment that there's a capacity for us to intervene as required. The issue here is, I think Erin's put a finger on it, is there something about the United States and its vision of itself which is irremediably linked to personal agency of human beings, even if it turns out to be less efficient, less effective, less safe than what the technology that Michael has been building in this fictional world is able to deliver. So you've got a deal here to make. I mean, here you are, you're going to be in the legislature again reflecting on these things. A deal to decide between efficiency and effectiveness and this more abstract concept which Erin says is there in the mind of the country.
Okay. I think that from a more pragmatic position, I would say yes. Like, you're talking about robots, machines, technology, whatever you want to call them. They do have the capacity to make these decisions. They could be cold, they could be calculated, but at the end of the day, they do not have free will, and they don't have a conscience. Human beings do. And I think that that's kind of what we need to lean towards.
So you're not so keen on my idea of this uber-efficient government that I'm
Not really, not when it comes down to determining the future.
Have I got any votes for this at all?
I mean, I think that there's some value in thinking that there is an opportunity to take on technology in the future and have less government, structure. But I still think that it's important to have a person at the top that's overseeing all these operations.
Yeah, President Longstaff,
I think, well, even secretaries
born in
within the
Texas,
cabinet.
grew up in Sydney. Here I've come back from my great moment in the presidential sun. And I'll say I'm going to accept responsibility.
Right, but Mr. President, I mean, with all due respect, the fact of the matter is when we as Republicans talk about limited government or a smaller government, that doesn't mean replacing human being secretaries as, with robots and machines.
Look,
You're talking about limiting the
Well,
number of
Congressman, I
employees.
tell you, that's exactly what we were talking about. And ultimately, limited government is about reducing the number of people who are employed by government. We still need to do the same functions.
Right, and turning over that number to the private sector, not machines.
But this question of human agency versus efficiency was dealt with over 200 years ago, or I should say about 200 years ago. Because the United States had a very, very efficient economic system that was based on owning human beings. And there were Americans who decided that they didn't want to be Americans anymore, who said, this is so efficient, this works so well for us, this is so key to who we are and what we do, that we have to keep owning human beings. And there were other Americans, namely at that time Republicans, who said no. Human agency, well, they were.
They were, yeah. Lincoln's
they were.
Republican.
Human agency is more important than efficiency. It was more important than efficiency in 1860, and it's more important than efficiency in 2050.
But surely, Dave, you're not really going to argue there's a moral equivalence between slavery and expert systems making decisions for the Republic.
I think there is, to the extent that you ask the question about efficiency versus human agency. To the extent that we believe that human beings are a special thing, a spark from God, if you want to say, or at least something with natural rights, which is how the country was founded. There is something fundamentally different between a robot, even a highly intelligent one, and a human being.
Well, Brandon, you guys, you seem to like Brandon's idea about handing it over to the private sector. The private sector is this guy, and it's his expert system.
I don't need you guys. I don't need you.
No, I won't hand it over to this guy.
For the sake of clarity, so you're the president, he's a businessman, and we're members of Congress, just so I understand?
Yeah,
Can I be in the
go
media?
for it. Yeah, you can be in the media.
So we got two Republican congressmen, a Democrat.
I'd like to have you as
business
my
person.
chief of staff.
I actually want to be a senator.
I'm in the
Chief
White-
of
I'm in the
staff.
White
She's in
House.
the White House.
Is it real or fake media? That's what I need to know first,
Just get on with it.
All right.
Congressman.
All right, well, I think, the, what the media is reporting, essentially talking about where the Republicans care, of course, about, creating jobs and being able to support people, but at the same time, efficiency within the government. And your question originally is about replacing these systems, right? But at the same time, when President Trump 40 years ago spoke about the idea that when he was working to make America great again, he talked about these jobs that weren't existent. And so I don't know if you see some, similarities in the way that we're talking about government structure, but also people in the community and maybe replacing those jobs as well with these same robots and situations.
Look,
I don't know if that's the right direction.
The
People want to
private
go
sector
for the American people.
made rational decisions 40 years ago to invest in the most effective and efficient systems for manufacturing, for delivering services.
Human beings are
and I
too
can tell you they weren't human beings.
They're too expensive.
Yeah, and unemployment also went up. So what do we do about our constituents?
But you shrunk government.
Well, what do you do about your constituents? I mean, if you've got any ideas for
You
us,
cut all
our
those
administration, talk to my chief. Erin, ask him. Does he have any ideas?
What are your ideas for the constituents?
No, I mean, me personally, listen, when I'm talking about turning over power over to the private sector, yes, it's the government's job to basically protect its citizens. I mean, that's the main meaning of government. You have to safeguard your people and you have to protect the interests of your citizens. But at the same time, though, you also have to look at the fact that if you're looking into investing into taking jobs away from people and putting that into, let's say, the hands of machines, you're not thinking about the unemployment rate. You're not thinking about single mothers who may be struggling off of welfare and public assistance. You're not thinking about the lives that could, potentially be ended through incarceration because you just took away millions of jobs and handed it to more efficient machines.
So
I can't go with
if you're
that.
concerned with the constituents and their general well-being, do you believe in something like universal basic income?
As far as, in what terms?
If you're having all of these people whose jobs are being replaced by AI and robotics.
I believe in giving people a hand up and not a hand out. That's what I believe.
Congressman? Do I have a slightly more sympathetic ear from you, I hope?
I mean, I think what the congressman was saying earlier, in the sense that there has to be empathy when it comes to people and situations. When you look at constituents, when you look at, they're not even constituents. We're not, that's not even the right word. These are the American people and people that live in this country. We need to be able to help them. We need to be able to provide for them. Your question is about being able to provide them with a salary so that they can live and survive while we take over the world with robots. I mean, first of all, that sounds ridiculous to me. Second of all, that seems like a move towards communism, which I think is the wrong move, and we've seen the results of that.
But isn't that what happened?
I just don't think that's the right approach. I'm just saying,
It's confusing to me that isn't that what happened in the 1980s? Didn't we make manufacturing less about hands and people and more about robots and technology? The car industry was destroyed because of robotics?
Yeah, and unemployment is at 4% today. I mean, this isn't a new question, right? When the Industrial Revolution started, there was all kinds of doom and gloom. Oh my God, what are human beings going to do?
All the buggy whip bakers went out of business with the automobile.
I'm sure that when, papyrus was invented, there were people who were upset that, things wouldn't be carved in stone anymore, that they wouldn't be permanent anymore, right? I mean, we always struggle with this, and there's a gap, there's a period of time that it takes to adjust. But human beings always do adjust. And so I think that we just need to be a little patient and let the people work out what it is that they want to do if they're not going to be making cars, if they're not going to be working in a factory. Human beings always find some stuff to do, and other human beings always find a way to pay for it.
Maybe not the United States. Maybe human beings in China or India or Africa will find a better way to do it than we do.
Then we'll borrow it from them and we'll do it ourselves.
Well, as we're having this conversation, forces are gathering. They're gathering offshore. They've been thinking for a long time about the balance of power in the world, and without any warning, the lights go out. They go out around the United States before the generator does eventually kick in.
Cell phones still work.
Yeah. No, everything goes down. So there's a crash. The power grid is brought to its knees. Initial intelligence assessments say that it's a cyber attack by China. It wasn't just military infrastructure. And this is serious now. You're in, okay, let's put you all in cabinet now. Okay, you're the five. The initial intelligence assessment is that the Chinese have mounted a cyber attack on the United States of America. They have been indiscriminate in their attack. Hospital generators have been brought down. It wasn't just the power grid, other systems which were connected in our highly integrated energy system, distributed networking, controlled by computers, have been brought to its knees. First question is, should we retaliate in similar terms? Brandon?
Secretary.
Well, I'm going to look at it like this. I think that we have to look at the geoeconomic consequences of retaliation against China. Yes, there should be some sort of consequence.
There have been deaths of Americans.
Right. I understand that, but at the same time, we have to look at the fact that if there's a full-blown retaliation, if we act rashly, how do we know that this isn't going to escalate into a nuclear fallout?
Well, our military advisors are recommending that we begin by taking out the Chinese satellites. They use this, so it means we will use some of our lethal force in space, one of the dimensions, and we will begin by that. That will at least, if we do that, strike now, take out their satellites, then we've got a period of protection while we make other decisions.
So assuming that we was to strike China, one of our leading partners on the world stage, how does that affect the flow of cheap goods and other necessities that our people need?
I don't think at this point, Secretary, that our people are thinking about cheap phones. I think they're worrying about the security of their nation. Congressman? Sorry, Secretary?
I agree with that statement. And what I think is most important that we protect ourselves from, and we have for many years, and something that, again, President Trump addressed 40 years ago, is that we want to make sure that our homeland is safe. We usually do our best to make sure that we confront our enemies on foreign territory and we defend ourselves that way, and we want to continue to stay strong in defense. And that's what we believe, and I think in this situation, by not working to retaliate on some level, it reminds me back in a time when President George W. Bush was president during 9/11, and we found a way to retaliate and show force and show strength while maintaining the ability to look around and work with the foreign worlds. I think people understand that, foreign nations rather, and people understand that you have to counter situations as such, and I think that's a very extreme situation. I think the satellites may be the starting
Secretary
point.
Secretary Schroeder?
Well, if I can respond to what my fellow secretary is saying, if you want to draw analogies to George Bush, there's a real imperative to strengthen our own cybersecurity here. It's very evident. There's a real imperative to strengthen the infrastructure that we have. There's a real imperative to improve this grid, to bring it up to speed in a way that we should have been working on decades ago. And perhaps this will be the moment where we are up against the wall and we realize that there is no other option than looking into new, both improved cybersecurity and improved infrastructure in our grid so that such a catastrophe cannot happen again, so that we are not as susceptible. And one of the things that we saw, if you want to talk about 9/11, if you want to raise that, is an incredible, dramatic step up in our security and our happenings here at home, on the home front, to protect the United States of America.
Let me add to the Secretary's comments. What's interesting is that we must have learned our lessons 40 years ago when we decided to privatize most of our security. We decided to privatize our war, in fact. We send more private troops overseas than our own troops overseas to fight our wars. Not only that, we have to recognize our mistakes we made during your friend President Trump's tenure in office when he went to privatize things like the FAA, things like private securities and other countries and doing wars and our police departments and privatizing our schools and privatizing our streets and our roads and people who fund them. Those privatizations had led us to a point where the private business has let down the American people. Our grid is a mess and it's collapsed because we have no government infrastructure to protect the American people.
So, well, setting aside domestic issues, if China were to launch a cyber attack that shut down the grid, killed American citizens, I absolutely would not advise that we launch a similar attack. I would advise that we launch a disproportionately more brutal attack.
Okay.
Because that is the way...
What do you have in mind?
At that point, if it was possible to do that through cyber, if we could hit them harder purely through cyber, then maybe that's an option. But if China were to do that, I think you would have to move at least to conventional weapons. You simply can't allow your people to be killed in that way.
And Secretary, what part of history has that worked for us?
I think it's worked since 9/11. On 9/11, 3,000 Americans died. It's been what? It's been
5,000 died. And
right here in New York
after
City.
9/11.
It's been 16
and
years.
5,000 died after 9/11.
Gentlemen,
No, not civilians.
Gentlemen,
Soldiers.
I appreciate all of the long-term...
Americans.
Well, that's a very different
Wait,
situation.
how can you say something like disregard the domestic situation? You might not be affected. Certainly, businessman Skolnick won't be affected.
Well, I'm a secretary now.
Well,
Yeah.
former businessman Skolnick, because these are the people with the private wealth who probably have the backup generators. The people who are going to face the brunt of the consequences of such a horrific cyber attack are going to be Americans who depend on these governmental services. They are going to be the most vulnerable among us. And when you say, seemingly so callously, disregard the home front, you're turning your back on American working class lives.
Look, Chamberlain tried this, okay? At the point at which people in our own country are being killed by a foreign power, that's not a time to say, oh, maybe we should sit down and talk about this. That's not the way it works. That's not what a superpower does. And it's not the way that...
We're no longer a superpower.
Oh, we are.
Maybe
we are. We still are.
According to who?
According to what he said before that, China's still looking to catch up, but we're still the
we are still the
superpower.
dominant military power in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got some long-term strategic goals and need a decision now.
This is the way I see it. And again, Going back to my military expertise, because I am a U.S. soldier, I believe in using force whenever it's necessary. Now, if you're talking about thousands of American lives that are being lost, similar to how it was during 9/11, we made the mistake 50 years ago, if we're looking at 2001, and we made the rash decision of going into Iraq. And it was one big quagmire in the Middle East.
Thank you,
we
sir.
cannot afford to make that decision again. However, what we can do is we can work with the United Nations, okay? We can work through NATO, we can work through the World Trade Organization and through the World Bank, and we can see to it that China does not have any economic power, because once we attack their economy, they will not be able to attack us militarily.
I'm not talking about putting boots on ground. I'm talking about either a limited intervention.
Secretary.
The question for me is either a limited intervention in space, or whether or not we launch a massive counterattack, a cyber attack, which is going to have the same devastating effects on the Chinese as they have had on us. And it's a question about what is going to be pragmatic, but also what we need to do, because earlier on it was being asserted that there is no greater obligation that the government has than to protect its people. That's the question.
I think what the congressman said earlier has nothing to do with not protecting the homeland. If anything, what he wants to do is make sure that we are protecting the homeland by taking the war to the other land, and make sure that if it is a cyber war, which in this instance it is,
there's one other.
We need to be able to even the odds in order to be able to have conversations.
More than even the odds.
More than even them.
Right, and even if you look at the Kennedy administration during the 13 days Cuban Missile Crisis, where you had Russia delivering nuclear missiles over to Cuba, and there was actually a couple of B-50 bombers that were shot down. Our people were killed in that incident. And President Kennedy, he was pressured by his military advisors to attack the Russians, but he had the common sense to know that had he launched a nuclear attack, or had he reacted in that sort of manner, the Russians would have attacked NATO, they would have attacked our Western European allies, and it would have turned into a full-scale World War III.
So am I to take it that Secretary Marcus, you and Safi both agree that we should have a larger attack, or are you wary on this? I'm not sure I know your opinion.
So I agree that we need to take an initiative to make sure that we are dealing with the situation and probably doing something similar to what Secretary said earlier about making sure that China is at even ends and being able to deal with them moving forward. I don't think that the Cuban Missile Crisis or dealing with anything in the situation with President Kennedy is the same situation, because something has already happened and we have to deal with it accordingly.
Before we decide this, there is a phone call that comes through from China. They disavow any knowledge of this. They say it has been established, someone is trying to create disharmony in the relationships between the United States and China, and they give as strong a personal assurance as they can that they didn't do this. And our intelligence community and others start to say there are patterns about the attack which should raise questions in our mind as to whether they were directly responsible. So for the moment, we'll park that. But there was another thing that arises. Back in 2001, early 2002, the president at the time nationalised the Transport Security Agency. He created the Transport Security Agency by nationalising what had previously been a privately run series of things. I'm proposing now in this emergency that we renationalise the power system in the United States. We take direct national control over all generation and transmission. You're Secretary for Energy. Are you happy to support this decision?
It's a tough situation. I think that in the circumstance given, especially knowing that China is either, there's only two scenarios, right? Either they did it and they're lying, or they didn't do it. And you have to do something in order to be able to work with, and whether that's the military or the American people, to be able to put forth, some sort of initiative to be safe. And I think that if that's the only route of being able to re-provide that source of energy, then I think we have to look at all options.
It's not just the only route, it's a question of whether or not this is prudent. I think you were raising the question, weren't you, about mass privatisation and the disintegration of this. Do you imagine in a world in which a vulnerability comes through systems of this kind that the state should intervene in the way that Bush did and say, well, effectively we'll bring to end private property rights for the sake of national security and nationalise the whole power grid?
It's a shame that we're at this point. We have learned no lessons of our history, and that we are constantly reacting to threats and not being proactive to what's happening around the world, and constantly having to play. It's tough today, but it wasn't tough last year, Secretary, when you wanted to privatize the national grid. It wasn't tough, Secretary, last year when you wanted to privatize our military and our school systems. And now when we have a national threat against our people, all of a sudden we become rational thinkers and saying maybe we should have nationalized our utilities 40 years ago.
I don't think I ever suggested privatizing the military.
Your friends have.
No.
Right?
No.
Your party has.
No.
For decades.
Well, we won't verbally hear for views that others might have held. But would you support, in this case, nationalising the energy system?
No, absolutely not. Presumably whoever attacked the United States power system was doing so in an effort to weaken the United States. So to the extent that we react to that by saying we're going to do something that weakens our own economy, that weakens our own ability to power ourselves, of course we can't support that.
Well, we get some options if we do it. I mean, as I say, there is a precedence for this after 9/11.
Our national grid is a vital part, not just of the economy, but also to our national security.
Absolutely.
And as I said before, it's the military's job to defend that interest. So I will be in favor of it. Nationalize it.
But nationalizing all power.
Yes.
So there's no more private power.
If this is a state of emergency and we have over 300 million people that's dependent on it, yes, do what we need to do.
Erin?
Well, we need to do it, and this is something that, again, it is grossly unfortunate that it took the loss of lives in order to bring us to this point. But as a nationalized power grid, we can also then hopefully advance it in a uniform way that benefits all, is more efficient, is more effective, and better serves the American people and can better be defended.
Right, and the fact that some companies may not have the resources in order to safeguard it.
Can you point to me to an example in history where nationalizing an industry made it more efficient?
Sure.
Because
we can
I
gave you, but it may not be
please.
efficient, but Dave, I gave you the Transport Security Agency,
Yes.
Mm.
which was established in the wake of 9/11. There were private providers before that time, and the President nationalised it on something like in February 2000.
Yeah. Well, I think first of all, you're dealing on an entirely different scale here.
Well, it's the principle I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I think in this case, the scale affects the principle. Because you're talking specifically about situations where people are getting on planes. Now, if you want to tell me, do you want greater security inside of our power plants? Okay, I'll give you that. You want background checks on guys who work there so nothing gets
Who's going to
leaked?
give that? Who's going to give that? The government or the private industry?
No, the government can say, look, if you want to work in this industry, you need to give us a background check.
So you're going to talk to the mother of the little baby that died last night because the humidity crib was turned off and say, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to take the steps, but you're going to assure the life of other children in our country?
I don't think that nationalizing the energy grid is a step that's going to necessarily do that. And I think that if we were to do that, by the time everybody who wants to make energy more expensive gets through with it, I'm going to be having a conversation with lots and lots and lots of mothers whose children are suffering a whole lot because we don't have the cheap energy that we
Dave, are you going to be able to stay with me in my cabinet?
I don't know.
If I take this decision?
I'm not sure.
This is also a premise in assuming that there is still a Secretary of Energy. If you think about 40 years ago,
Well,
there
running
was
the whole
a man that ran for
You'll be
president of the
running-
United States that campaigned on the idea that he's going to get rid of it. So, I think
Look,
that was,
who's now the Secretary?
Who's now the Secretary? Well, 40 years ago.
One of the other things that I've been advised by
Your
is
predecessor.
that we should recommission our coal-fired plants. We've kept them as a strategic reserve. They run independently, they provide baseload power. They're not going to be susceptible to this kind of attack where you have networked renewables having to provide the system. There's strong advice that if we reactivate, and they've been kept in working order a bit like as a strategic reserve, but this is going to make us a safer country if we just sensibly return to coal and burn it in order to provide this base. Now, again, Secretary, this would be in this new super ministry that you'll be running. This will become an essential part of what you have to do. Can I count on you doing that? And remember the background I've given you, the change in water availability, what's happened with crops and all the rest. This is a balance of competing goods, Secretary. I understand the choice that we're having to make here.
So, to understand the question better, we're talking about utilizing coal energy.
Firing up, we turned off our coal-fired stations 20 years ago. We thought they were redundant. We had cheaper, more efficient networked grids coming from renewables.
And we're still talking about the circumstance in which the grid has been shut down?
Yeah, it's the day after. And I'm talking about privatising the power system, taking it into government ownership and recommissioning the coal-fired stations.
I mean, I think that personally, between what you gave me as a previous scenario and circumstance, that's the better option. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Doing both simultaneously?
Yeah.
So the government is publicly taking over
all energy.
And that's happening, but also in the process privatizing.
We are nationalising the energy system and reactivating the strategic reserve in our coal-fired power stations.
I mean, I see no issue in being able to do that in order to be able to provide energy in the situation that we're in. It's very
Secretary,
important.
have there been security advancements in the past 20 years?
Absolutely.
Pretty dramatic, right? Technology advances at a very rapid
Absolutely.
pace. Have there been also massive advancements in obviously the scale and ability of cyber attacks to penetrate systems?
Clearly. Sure.
Okay, so you're telling me that it's more secure to reactivate plants which have not been online in 20 years, during which time there have been massive security advances and massive advances in the ability of cyber attacks to occur? You think that that is more secure?
Secretary, I think it's a valid question. Absolutely. But I think we're in a crisis situation here.
They're not as vulnerable. They're not as vulnerable. They're not networked.
The whole was not as vulnerable.
How can you say that when
Because it's delivering more directly to the consumer.
Still going through our grid.
Sure, but there's less opportunity. So, I mean, the question is, if this makes us safer, are we willing to make the trade? Now, I mean, obviously, I've been advising you to bring coal back since before the threat.
You have.
But,
1962.
And I'm sad to find that there's finally a day that's come when you prove to be
well, I told you there would be. But.
propitious in your advice.
Right, and I also think that there's pros and cons to both decisions, but we also have to take into consideration that we are in a state of emergency, and this doesn't have to be a permanent decision. It can always be temporal.
Erin, the third leg of the advice I've been receiving is that we should remove from any decision-making positions within our power system all those who are not American-born citizens. That for the sake of security, we have to make a difficult decision, I understand, but there's too much at stake here to have people who are not born in the United States actually exercising decision-making in what's now going to be our nationalised system. Can I count on your support?
Absolutely not.
No.
Unequivocal. We are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of people deeply committed to the principles and the promise of the United States of America. Not most of whom, some of whom, many of whom are better acquainted with the laws, the Constitution, the history of the United States of America than people who are born here, who have pledged their allegiance to the United States of America, probably more recently than those of us who are born here, who have sacrificed their everything sometimes, including their own lives, their well-being, their finances, their families, their security, their sanity, to come here to the United States of America to work to make this country what it can be. Absolutely not. That is not only closed-minded and absolutely contrary to the premise and the founding and the principles of the United States of America, but makes no sense.
I thought I misjudged you then. I thought that you might have been open to this possibility.
Mr. President, just to clarify, are we talking about immigrants that came here legally or undocumented immigrants?
Great question.
Well, he said citizens.
Citizens.
Okay, citizens. Okay, so
they came here legally.
Pledging
but-
allegiance to the
Now-
Constitution.
Okay, now my position on it, when I heard a question like that, I instantly thought about post-Pearl Harbor Japanese internment camps, where we basically imprisoned over 200,000
I'm not
innocent-
talking about imprisoning.
Right, but you are talking about potentially taking rights away from U.S. citizens.
No, I'm not taking any rights away. I'm simply removing them from strategically important positions.
Yeah,
they
but,
will
I mean,
continue
I
to
think that
enjoy
word
their
means
civic
it's a
rights.
Constitutional crisis.
It's a job.
You can't do it. It
The
violates
fact
the
is,
Constitution.
they
They're
went through the
citizens.
proper procedures
Constitutionality
in
of it.
order to be here and in order to work here. So yes, they should have every right to retain their jobs.
They're
So,
citizens.
Mr.
You said
President,
citizens to
I mean, if
clarify.
they're citizens, there's no question here. You can't. The Constitution simply doesn't allow it.
many of whom have risked their lives. I mean, you talk about high-ranking officers in our government. Many of them are former military soldiers who have fought to protect and defend this country on American soil and foreign soil.
My national security advisor anticipated that there may be some difficulty here, so the fallback position.
I think we all agree, actually, that we need to be maintaining our understanding of keeping citizens all sides of the aisle here.
Yeah.
Protect our citizens, that's what we're here to do.
The fallback position then is non-citizens should be removed from all of these positions. We understand the...
We're removing them from government positions, or we're removing them from the country?
They will be removed from positions, decision-making positions within our renationalised energy system.
Green card holders. So, Mr. President, in anticipation of this conversation, you do know that I am an immigrant to this country. In fact, I wore a T-shirt for you, Mr. President, that says I am an immigrant. In case you didn't know that I was an immigrant, and if
Fortunately, you're not Secretary for Energy.
if you take this position, Mr. President, I will offer my resignation.
So you're going to stick with me? With
Absolutely
this modified
not. I will step up with Secretary Skolnick over there.
Secretary?
No, I mean, assuming...
Citizens can stay. I've agreed
And
that.
green card holders cannot.
And green card holders, yeah. No, I wouldn't. I would, assuming that we still have a reasonably good vetting system, I see no reason why we'd need to do that.
So I'm down 3.
I think that for the green card holders, we need to thoroughly vet them before we make any decisions.
My advice is that is to take a risk with our security, which is unnecessary. There's no
But
constitutional
we're also
bar
taking a
to
risk
doing
with our
this.
security if we're keeping people here who may not necessarily be thoroughly vetted.
We've risked our security with rich private industry for 40 years, Mr. President. We've risked our security by letting private industries take over our grid, which has gotten us to this place from U.S. citizens. How much more do you want to risk?
Approximately 40 years ago, there was also a decision in which the president of the country then, the man who occupied the Oval Office, decided to separate green card holders. And that was struck down by the courts.
Thank you. History can be a useful guide to the future, but I'm afraid we're dealing with the present. And not all of us have the luxury in these circumstances of just relying on useful lessons from the past. It's a decision we have to make now. Secretary?
Well, I don't have a shirt, but I'm also an immigrant. For me, I don't necessarily believe that somebody that's been vetted, has a green card, that's been in this country, like myself or my parents, should not be able to continue to fight for this country. And my parents, by the way, are citizens, so am I. But my point is that when they first came here, I don't think that should be an issue. I think that if we're concerned about, other policies in circumstances related to a hold on immigration at the time until we deal with our situations in a temporary sense, and then maybe the solution to that situation. But I don't think we need people that have already been vetted. They should not be removed from situations where they can be able to help.
So you're unanimous as a cabinet that that's not a measure that we should take?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take your advice. There's one other thing, and there's more, as they say. It turns out that, in fact, it's true that it was not the Chinese. It's a shadowy group, a cult, a doomsday cult, gifted in their ability to attack these networks, who are threatening to continue this and to further bring damage to the United States in ways which they've described. And it's taken to be a credible threat, and they have got the clock ticking like a doomsday clock until the next strike. Fortunately, one of these people has been taken into custody, and it's believed that it will be possible to gain valuable intelligence if we apply to this person the latest methods that we have for extracting information from those who could harm the interests of the United States. Now, I can see you thinking, oh, we're talking about waterboarding or torture. I'm not talking about this at all. As some of you know, we have the capacity now to extract information where the effect of it is entirely painless. But the subject to the interrogation is left without any memories and therefore no identity. But there is no pain. And at the end of the process, they will have no sense at all of having suffered any detriment. They will simply no longer be the person that they once were before we began this.
So, assuming that the NSA and the intelligence community was wrong about the Chinese, who's to say that we're not going to be wrong about this individual that's been captured?
This individual has said enough now for us to know that they are actively engaged. They've volunteered, they're proud, they boast, they taunt.
So are we going to compromise our values in order to extract
Well, what
this
values are at
information?
stake here? I want to know. We're not going to cause any pain.
Human rights. You're taking away this man's past, his memories. I mean, I think that there's other ways of extracting information without destroying this person's life.
This is a critical time that we have. I mean, most of you, if you're students of political philosophy, will know that there is a time and a place where those who act in the public interest must be prepared to get their hands dirty.
Yeah, similar to the Sedition Act. And it was still wrong back then. I honestly don't think that we should compromise human rights in exchange for so-called national security. Because let's say, for example, let's just say hypothetically we did extract information from this one individual. This is just one out of, let's say, thousands of so-called cult members. Who's to say that they're not going to carry on the torch and initiate the same attack? So what have we gained?
And we're protecting more than our citizens, we're protecting our ideals. So the idea that we would inflict that kind of damage, I'm not sure that I wouldn't refer to that as torture. I mean, imagining that this person has a child and they no longer recognize that child as their own. I mean, as a father, that sounds like torture to me. So, no, I don't think that's something that the American government ought to be doing.
And again, I'm not advocating for this terrorist, I'm not advocating for any criminals, but at the same time, I am
You're
advocating
putting
for
their
human
rights, you're putting their notional rights to a painless procedure.
Because the fact of the matter
ahead
is,
of the lives of
once
actual
we
fellow
start
citizens.
acting like our enemies, then we are no different from them.
Yes.
Marty?
I genuinely
Don't get bullied by this group and they're kind of bleeding heart. Stick true to the
Inspired.
These are nice guys and lady. But no, I think that, as mentioned prior, it's important to look at all opportunities and options that we can utilize. There's a lot of technology now compared to 40 years ago, back in 2016. But I think that in this situation, it's not right to look at this individual any way other than the way that the enemy or these folks are looking at us, right? And I think that we dealt with 40 years ago, ISIS, if you may remember them.
I do.
This organized group was beheading people on camera, viciously, putting that out to the media, letting the American people suffer.
I'm not planning to put this on the camera.
And I don't think that we should ever do anything of that nature. But I'm just saying that in this situation or circumstance, I don't think that the enemy would, in this case, they are the enemy.
Can I
question
assume
doing
that
anything that it took?
Right. Can I assume you two are opposed to this as well?
Well, Mr. President, I think to learn from our past mistakes after 9/11, we did torture people, and we did use torture that was under the Geneva Conventions, and it did not produce any intelligence that saved one single life around the world. So let us not make that mistake again, Mr. President.
Well, we have to bring it to an end now, but let's assume, I'm saying even if it worked, you're saying, and let's assume for the sake of argument that it could work, you take off that pragmatic thing, you still wouldn't do it, right?
Well, it matters what the Geneva Conventions say. If it considers it torture, then I'm against it. If it's not torture,
It's an arguable position.
And how do you define work?
For?
You just said if it works.
Oh, if it provides information, we'll be able to deal with it.
It's proven to work according to what you've
It will
told
work,
us.
yeah.
It would work 100%.
It would work if we do it.
Is the enemy, my question is the enemy caring about the Geneva Conventions when they're coming after our people and our citizens and the American
Why
people?
shouldn't we behave as they do? Is that what you're saying?
In a
That's
sense.
the standard.
Then we are no better than our
No, we're not harming the individual.
So let's
But it's a guaranteed method to make sure that we can succeed in protecting our own.
Let's draw this to a close because I want to try and draw out some of the themes that have emerged. All of these things are possible. They're happening now. There are jobs being replaced by expert systems. There are calculations about massive reductions in employment, and there is some uncertainty whether on this occasion different types of jobs will emerge to replace them. That's reality.
Yeah.
There is a gathering pace of cyber warfare generating around the world. You can see the maps with the attacks. It's a massively increasing thing, and war in space is a genuine possibility. And it is possible that the drive for more efficient and effective government we'll see a decrease in the number of people employed in government service and a movement to more efficient and effective systems. And it is possible, because the past shows it, that there may be a renationalisation of key national assets for reasons of national security. What I found fascinating here is the way that you've drawn boundaries in relation to this. Your notion that there's something about America which is essentially personal, that it's invested in the life of human beings who must take accountability for their decisions. That yes, there may be efficiency and effectiveness, that there are boundaries though to the quality of life that the American people should enjoy under that system, and that there's a need for caution about where you go, and your complete unanimous agreement, despite the different political perspectives from which you came, that if you are a citizen of this state, then you stand equal with all others, not just in terms of your legal rights, but also the basic human rights for which you stand. If people from the Republican, the Democratic, the Progressive, the Conservative view would sit around a table in actual decision-making with the sorts of values and principles that you've displayed, albeit a slightly bellicose moment that you had with massive retaliation, the country will be in good hands. So would you please join with me in thanking our panel, Ravi Sathi, Michael Skolnick, Erin Trody, Dave Marcus, Brandon Washington. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this forum. Thank you for those of you who've stayed with us. On behalf of all of the participants, all of you in the audience and all of the organisers, thank you and good night.